Chapter 989. Seeing that the people from the Blazing Fire Villa had begun to break the formation, Feng Wenyao could not help but ask, "Mother, when are we going to make a move? There's no need to rush. This is a matter of life and death. Let them lose some of their men first. If the snowstorm array is broken, we can just repair it. Dead people can't be revived." Shui Hong replied. The snowstorm array was operating at full power. Countless wind blades and ice blades attacked the people of the Blazing Volcano Villa. However, the people of the Blazing Volcano Villa were all experts. They huddled together and easily passed the first half of the journey. As for the second half, it was a bit difficult for them. Oh! A true energy disaster suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. The surrounding people focused their eyes to look and discovered that a petite creature had bitten this person's leg. Snow ferret. Everyone be careful. Someone recognized it. Snow ferret was a transcendent saint beast domesticated by the Snowstorm Villa. Although its realm wasn't high, it was poisonous. Even if it wasn't fatal, it could paralyze people for a period of time. If it was just one, it would be nothing to the people of the Blazing Volcano Villa. However, the Snowstorm Villa didn't just have one. My feet can't move. Everyone be careful, there's still the frost python. Miserable screams sounded one after another. They didn't expect such a crisis to be hidden in the thick snow. Although the people of the Blazing Volcano Villa would melt the snow wherever they went, they were all defending against the wind blades and ice blades in the air. Who would pay attention to their feet? In the blink of an eye, more than 10 people were hit. Whoosh! A few unlucky people had their heads cut off by the ice blades of the snowstorm array. Blood splattered everywhere. The face of the Blazing Volcano Villa's old villa master, Chai Jin, sank and said, "Go to the front and open a path." They had lost people before even reaching the Snowstorm Villa. This was not a good sign. Fortunately, there were many third-grade human body disaster experts. With them opening a path, those hidden dangers were no longer a problem. In the Snowstorm Mountain, Shui Hong looked at the experts of the Blazing Volcano Villa and said, "The second half of the snowstorm array is still a transcendent saint beast. It's not easy for us to tame it. Wenyao, have people close the snowstorm array and prepare for battle." "Yes." Feng Wenyao responded and immediately sent a signal in a certain direction. The wildly dancing ice-snow formation suddenly stopped. When the people from the Blazing Fire Villa saw this, they immediately rushed forward. "Old woman Shui, are you going to give up on resisting?" Chai Jin's gaze landed on Shui Hong. "Let's cut the crap. It's time for us to settle the grudge between our Windy Snow Manor and your Blazing Fire Manor today." Shui Hong, who was leaning on his walking stick, suddenly shifted his gaze to a certain person in the Raging Inferno Villa. He said, "Old sect leader Gua, this should be the first time we've met, right?" As soon as he said this, everyone from the manor of the Blazing Fire was shocked. Old sect leader Gua? This Shui Hong actually knew that they had invited Gua Xiaotian? How is this possible? How did the news leak? Chai Jin was extremely shocked. He had secretly sent someone to invite Gua Xiaotian, so how did the people from the Wind Snow Villa find out? However, since the matter had been exposed, Gua Xiaotian did not need to hide anymore. "Yes, it's me." Gua Xiaotian slowly walked out of the crowd and said, "How did you find out?" Facing this question, Shui Hong naturally would not say that Yi Xian had eavesdropped. He explained, "Our Windy Snow Manor has the snowstorm formation. Even if the Raging Inferno Villa sent out all their forces, it would not be so easy for them to come here. Since they dared to come here directly, they obviously have something to rely on. Therefore, I guess that they had cooperated with the Bloodrock sect." "Is that so?" Chai Jin did not believe it. Since he knew that they had 2 fifth-layer human body disaster experts, why was Shui Hong still so calm? Not only that, but the other people from the Windy Snow Manor were also the same. It was as if they already knew that they were coming. Since that is the case, then we have nothing to say. If we delay, the situation will change. "Kill!" Chai Jin slowly said as he took the lead and rushed forward. The large blade in his hand was already itching to drink the blood of the Windy Snow Manor's disciples. In an instant, the 100 experts from the Blazing Fire Manor rushed over and attacked continuously. At the same time, the 100 experts from the Windy Snow Manor did the same. Boom! Boom! At this moment, Yi Xian from the Windy Snow Manor's camp also made his move. 90% mastery of the Ice Snow Sword technique, Minute Realm Sword Force, Sword God Bloodline, and so on made Yi Xian's attack power even stronger than that of a second-layer True Energy Disaster expert. However, he hated long-range battles the most because even if someone died, he would not get any benefits. However, long-range battles were generally just the beginning. As time passed, the experts from both sides would gradually close the distance. At that time it would be the group battle. Yi Xian mixed in the crowd and attacked continuously. Insightful eye. At this moment, he glanced around and found that Xue Qing and the other experts from the Xue family had already rushed out from the back of the Blazing Fire Manor. Now, the people from the Blazing Fire Manor were like a piece of ham that was sandwiched. What? An ambush? The Blazing Fire Manor's old manor master, Chai Jin, was shocked. When he saw the old woman leading the group, he instantly understood. Xue Qing, from the Xue family of Yang City. Chai Jin's expression changed drastically. No wonder the Wind Snow Manor looked like they were not afraid of you. It turned out that they were already prepared. Impossible. How did they know that the Blazing Fire Manor was going to attack today? Their information couldn't have been so fast. Chai Jin couldn't believe it. After all, it would take about 5 days to travel from the Wind Snow Manor to Yang City. But how could he know that Yi Xian's Eyes of the Void had directly saved the Xue family a few days of travel and arrived at the Wind Snow Manor in an instant? Now the Blazing Fire Manor was in danger. Go, let's kill our way out. Chai Jin made a prompt decision and shouted loudly. Facing the siege of the Xue family and the Wind Snow Manor, they could only turn around and kill the Xue family and then escape. However, it was not that easy. It's time to act. Luoluo, let's go. Yi Xian shouted in a low voice. Luoluo had now broken through to the 8th layer of human body disaster. Like him, her battle strength was so strong that when the two of them joined hands, it would not be a problem to deal with a 3rd layer True Energy Disaster. They had no way to deal with those experts, but it was really easy to deal with 1st and 2nd layer True Energy Disaster. Eye of Glory. Ice Snow Sword Technique. Eye of Nirvana. Yi Xian did not split himself this time. After all, this could increase his strength by 30%, and he did not want to expose too many secrets. Chapter 990. The three parties had only fought for a few seconds, but several people from the Blazing Fire Villa had already fallen. Xue Qing and her husband were in charge of blocking Guo Xiaotian and Chai Jin. As for Xue Hong, she directly pulled out the sword and her walking stick and charged into the Blazing Volcano Villa's group. In short, the Windy Snow Villa had one more 5th stage human body disaster than the Blazing Volcano Villa. This extra person was enough to overturn the entire battle. However, at this time there was another person watching the battle from high up in the sky. This person was wearing a gray iron mask and had a tall and sturdy figure. He was looking down, or more accurately speaking, he was locking onto a person. The person he was locking onto was Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian did not notice him at this time, because he was outside of Yi Xian's detection range. At this time, Yi Xian was continuously killing enemies with Luoluo. The number of dead souls under their swords had already reached 4. 3 first-stage True Energy Disaster, and 1 second-stage True Energy Disaster. Go 10,000 swords return to origin. Yi Xian finally took out his trump card. This move was his strongest attack. In an instant, the Heaven Quake Sword transformed into hundreds of swords and attacked the enemies. These Heaven Quake Swords were all solid, and even 3rd-stage True Energy Disaster experts would find it hard to resist. This was the best opportunity, because the experts from the Blazing Volcano Villa were being held back. As for the others, they would not be able to resist the 10,000 swords return to origin that lasted for more than 10 seconds. This group of swords swept into the Blazing Volcano Villa's group, and several people were killed in the blink of an eye. Young Master, catch! Luoluo was in charge of throwing the universe ring to Yi Xian with the retractable whip in her hand. The people from the Blazing Volcano Villa had already been completely defeated. Although they did not bring many good things this time, Yi Xian had killed quite a lot of people, so when added together it was still a considerable amount. Finally, when Yi Xian received the 8th universe ring, he heard a notification sound. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now at 9th stage human body disaster. This battle allowed Yi Xian to break through to 9th stage human body disaster. He was only one step away from breaking through to true energy disaster. However, when he made a breakthrough, the entire battle situation changed. Guo Xiaotian, the old sect master of the Bloodstone sect, and Chai Jin, the old villa master of the Raging Inferno villa, were both killed. The rest of the people scattered, but they couldn't escape the pursuit of the Ice and Snow Mountain villa and the Snow Mountain villa. Don't let a single person go, Xue Hong shouted. This time it was a good opportunity for them to wipe out the entire Raging Inferno villa in one fell swoop. How could she let go of this opportunity? As long as all these people died, the Blazing Volcano villa could be easily taken over. At that time, the disciples of the Wind Snow villa would not need to worry about being targeted by the people of the Blazing Volcano villa when they went out. Young master, I also broke through. At this moment, Luoluo suddenly sent a voice transmission to Yixian. Upon hearing Luoluo's words, the latter rolled his eyes. He had only managed to break through to the 9th level of human body disaster after much difficulty. As for Luoluo, she had actually managed to break through to the 9th level of human body disaster in the midst of battle. Truly, comparing oneself to others would only make one angry. This is good as well. The higher Luoluo's aptitude is, the more the Wind Snow Manor will value her. I can obtain the natural treasures I need to level up myself. With the Wind Snow Manor, Luoluo will be able to reduce the pressure on me. Yixian thought in his heart. After breaking through, his strength had greatly increased and he immediately followed the majority of the experts who were chasing after the Blazing Volcano villa. However, he still did not discover the figure in the sky. Since he did not discover it earlier, he would not discover it now because the other party had already left. With Xue Hong and the other 2 experts of the 5th level of human body disaster, the people of the Blazing Volcano villa were utterly defeated. In less than a minute, all of them had died. Half of the Blazing Volcano villa had already been destroyed. Wen Yao, come with me to destroy the Blazing Volcano villa, Xue Hong immediately ordered. Yes, mother. Feng Wen Yao immediately responded. Then, a few people immediately went to the Blazing Volcano villa. As for Xue Qing and the others, they stayed in the Wind Snow villa for Xue Hong. The distance between the Blazing Volcano villa and the Wind Snow villa was more than 2 days. However, with the realm of Xue Hong and the others, it was estimated that they would arrive in less than a day. After a day, the Blazing Volcano villa was no longer there. Only the Wind Snow villa. As for Yixian and Luoluo, they continued to stay in the Wind Snow villa to clean up the mess. In this battle, it was all thanks to the help of the Xue family. Otherwise, the Wind Snow villa would have suffered heavy losses. Of course, the biggest contributor was naturally Yixian. Without Yixian's reminder, the Wind Snow villa would not have been in a hurry to find the Xue family. Yixian estimated that when Xue Hong and the others returned, he would definitely reward them greatly. After cleaning up the battlefield, Yixian and Luoluo returned to their residence and quietly waited for the good news. At the same time, Feng Wuhan also returned. Luoluo, hurry up and break through. Grandma said that as long as you break through to the 1st level of true energy disaster, she will send you to the 10,000 Flower Valley. Feng Wuhan said to Luoluo. When Luoluo heard this, she asked curiously, what kind of place is the 10,000 Flower Valley? The 10,000 Flower Valley is the overlord of our area. The valley is filled with birds and fragrant flowers. The yuanqi of heaven and earth in the valley is at least several times that of our ice snow villa. It seems that there is also a spirit disaster expert overseeing the valley. Feng Wuhan explained. Spirit disaster? Yixian's eyebrows twitched. It was difficult to strengthen the fleshly body, it was difficult to strengthen the true energy, and it was difficult to strengthen the spirit. However, after strengthening the spirit disaster, not only would it strengthen the spirit, it would also greatly strengthen the fleshly body and true energy. It could be considered an all-round improvement. That's right. My Snow Wind Villa once had 6 disciples enter the 10,000 Flower Valley. Their aptitudes could be considered top-notch in my Snow Wind Villa, but after entering the 10,000 Flower Valley, they were mediocre and did not have any achievements. After Feng Wuhan finished speaking, his gaze fell on Luoluo and said, if Luoluo can break through to true energy disaster at the age of 15, your aptitude will be enough to be valued by the 10,000 Flower Valley. Your future achievements will be much better than staying in my 10,000 Flower Valley. When Luoluo heard this, she blinked her big eyes and giggled. Okay, Then I will quickly cultivate and try to break through to true energy disaster in half a month. Cough. Hearing this, Feng Wuhan nearly choked to death on his saliva. It had not even been a month since Luoluo entered the Snow Wind Villa, and her growth was obvious to all. Breaking through from the second level of human body disaster to the first level of true energy disaster in a month's time, he would probably be beaten to death. However, all in all, it was good to let Luoluo focus on cultivation. Wuhan, have you heard of the Glazed Light Sacred Ground? At this time, Yixian suddenly asked. Glazed Light Sacred Ground? Hearing this name, Feng Wuhan was stunned for a moment. He did not understand why Yixian suddenly asked this question. However, he had naturally heard of the Glazed Light Sacred Ground, so he immediately nodded. I have heard of it. If I want to go to the Glazed Light Sacred Ground, how do I get there? Asked Yixian. This question left Feng Wuhan dumbfounded. The Glazed Light Sacred Ground was far away. Chapter 991. Yixian, you want to go to the Glazed Light Sacred Ground? That's far away. If it were me, it would take several years to reach the teleportation array to the Glazed Light Sacred Ground. Feng Wuhan replied. That's the same answer. Yixian narrowed his eyes. Previously, Luoluo had asked Yangzhan, and Yangzhan had said that it would take at least 10 years, which was based on the speed of first-grade true energy disaster. What if it's someone with spirit disaster? Yixian asked again. If it's someone with spirit disaster, it would probably take 1 or 2 years. If it's the Wanxiang realm, it would probably only take 1 or 2 months. Feng Wuhan replied. Wanxiang realm. This realm was still too far away for Yixian. After all, he was only at 9th grade human body disaster, not even true energy disaster. After true energy disaster, there was still the spirit disaster. I am still too far away. I would need to be at least at the Wanxiang realm to reach the Glazed Light Sacred Ground. Moreover, I don't know what level of power the Yinyang Temple is in the Glazed Light Sacred Ground. Yixian shook his head in distress. Now more than half a year had passed since Song Suijing and Song Saijue were captured, and he didn't know how they were doing. Yixian was asking for trouble by asking this question, so he didn't ask too much. In any case, he just needed to increase his realm. In order to increase his strength as soon as possible, Yixian took advantage of the time when Xue Hong and the others went to the Blazing Fire Villa to continue training in the depths of the Snow Mountain. As for Luoluo, she stayed in her residence and cultivated, striving to break through to first-grade true energy disaster as soon as possible. However, just as Yixian left the Windy Snow Villa, a figure quietly followed him. The Snow Mountain, I reckon that I was only in the periphery. I hope that I'll have a bit of luck this time and encounter more transcending sovereign sacred beasts, allowing me to break through to true energy disaster. Yixian muttered as he went deeper into the Snow Mountain. Although he had a spatial positioning in the Snow Mountain, he had already cleaned up the area when he was waiting for the Blazing Fire Villa's attack. Therefore, he had to change his direction today. Yixian was very fast, but the figure behind him was not slow either. However, Yixian did not discover him. Yixian had been rushing towards the 10,000-layered Snow Mountain for half a day. Along the way, he had killed quite a few transcending supremacy saint beasts, but all of them were of the human body disaster realm. At this time, Yixian had already stepped into the area where true energy couldn't surpass supreme sacred beasts. However, at this moment, ding! The ghoul imprint has been activated. Suddenly, the sound of a system notification caught Yixian off guard. What? When Yixian heard this notification, he was also stunned. The ghoul mark had been triggered? What do you mean? Just as he was overwhelmed with shock, a figure suddenly entered the range of his perception. Sneak attack. Yixian immediately reacted. He turned around and swung his sword. Swish! A beam of sword light pierced through the air. Bang! The figure in the air wielded a simple and unadorned iron sword and defeated Yixian's sword light. To be honest, Yixian was only able to discover him thanks to the Eye of Perception. This was because Yixian's Eye of Revelation couldn't see him. He was outside of Yixian's field of vision. Not to mention Yixian, even Xue Hong couldn't discover him. As for him, he relied on the ghoul imprint in Yixian's body to be able to lock onto Yixian. Who are you? Yixian looked at the mysterious gray-masked figure in the air. However, this mysterious figure didn't speak. It was as if he didn't know how to speak. Instead, he charged at Yixian. He was at the third-grade true energy disaster. Yixian snorted. A mere third-grade true energy disaster couldn't do anything to him. However, he realized that he was wrong. Very wrong. This mysterious gray-masked figure was terrifyingly strong. He was comparable to Feng Wuxian, who was about to break through the fourth-grade true energy disaster. Xiu! The gray-masked man rapidly descended. His speed was astonishing. He scuttled in front of Yixian and directly slashed out with his sword. Clang! Yixian's reaction was a beat too slow. He was sent flying by the sword. At the same time, the web between his thumb and index finger on his right hand was split open. Blood spurted out. So strong! Yixian was startled. At the same time, he was also rapidly thinking about the identity of the person in front of him. He had seen many third-grade true energy disasters experts. One of them was the sect master of the Bloodstone sect. The other was an expert from the Blazing Volcano Villa. However, he had seen the aura of the sect master of the Bloodstone sect before. The aura of the person in front of him was extremely unfamiliar. The Corpse Man. Yixian suddenly thought of this name. This Corpse Man was most likely the mastermind behind the transformation of Yang Zhan into a half-human, half-ghost form. Yang Zhan had an extremely strong physique, and so did this gray-masked man. Therefore, Yixian guessed that this gray-masked man should have been sent by the Corpse Man. To be able to find this place, you're quite capable. However, a mere third-grade true energy disaster can't do anything to me. Yixian's eyes shone brightly as he prepared to unleash his ultimate move to kill this gray-masked man. However, at this moment, ding! The host has triggered a random mission evading pursuit. The time limit is 1 day. Upon completion, the host will be rewarded with half a brilliant gold ore. The system suddenly notified. What? Yixian was startled. What kind of damned mission was this? It actually asked him to evade the pursuit of this gray-masked man? Why was it this kind of mission and not directly killing this gray-masked man? Yixian couldn't understand. However, this was a random mission from the system, so he could only do this. For half a brilliant gold or I'll spare your life. Chase me for a day if you have the guts. Yixian coldly snorted in his heart, turned around and ran. If the random mission was to kill the gray-masked man, Yixian would have directly used the Eye of Glory. Unfortunately, it was a mission to evade pursuit. This was really a damned mission. However, the reward of the mission was actually half a brilliant gold ore. This was a good thing. Although half a brilliant gold ore wouldn't be able to fully activate the Eye of Glory, he could still upgrade it a little. Perhaps he could use 1 or 2 skills at that time. Because of this damned mission, Yixian had to be chased for a day. Coincidentally, this snowy mountain was a good place. Yixian wouldn't have a problem running for a day. Although the gray-masked man's speed was fast, Yixian was 2 realms higher than when he first met Yang Zhan. He could completely control his speed. Huff huff huff. The gray-masked man continuously attacked Yixian, but his attacks were always dodged by Yixian. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Yixian used the snow wind movement technique to continuously dodge. If it was an ordinary person running at full speed for 3 hours, they would probably be exhausted, not to mention using up their qi. However, for Yixian, who had the bloodline of the Tree of Life, this was a piece of cake. This gray-masked man wasn't human. He was like a robot. He didn't speak and just chased after Yixian. Very quickly, half a day passed. Chapter 992. When Yixian first received the random mission, he felt like he was being cheated. However, after thinking about it, he realized that this brilliant gold ore was given to him for free. All he had to do was spend a day. Very quickly a day passed. The iron-masked man still hadn't caught up to Yixian. Soon. It's almost a day. After running for more than 20 hours, Yixian muttered to himself. Finally, 24 hours passed. Ding! Evading mission completed. Host has received half a brilliant gold ore again. After the notification, half a brilliant gold ore appeared in the devouring space. After hearing the notification, Yixian used the brilliant gold ore to activate Eye of Glory. Ding! Eye of Glory has been activated to 60%. Host has learned Overlord's Limitless Sword. Overlord's Limitless Sword. Yixian muttered this name in his heart. His confidence suddenly exploded. This skill must be very powerful. Eye of Glory. Since the random mission was completed, Yixian didn't need to continue running. He immediately activated Eye of Glory. The blonde, golden-eyed Yixian suddenly stopped. You iron bastard! Aren't you tired after chasing me for an entire day? Now I'll show you. Yixian roared. The skyquake sword in his hand suddenly glowed with a golden light. Then Yixian raised his hand and slashed at the iron-masked man. A huge phantom of a golden sword suddenly appeared. Following the skyquake sword in Yixian's hand, the huge golden sword also slashed the ground. Pung! Although the iron-masked man dodged the huge shadow of the golden sword, in the next moment, the sudden pressure instantly shattered all the bones in his body, as well as his internal organs. Then the iron-masked man collapsed like a squid. Rumble! A huge empty space was cleared out of the snow. All the snow melted and the word Emperor appeared on the ground. This is Overlord's limitless sword? Why does it look so similar to Eunuch Hai's bone-melting soft palm? Yixian was stunned for a moment. It turned out that this was an AoE skill. Its power was not weak, and it relied on shockwaves to kill. At the same time, this tyrannical emperor's limitless sword also had a cooldown time of 1 day. The refresh time was the same as the 10,000 swords returned to origin at midnight. Now Yixian had another trump card. However, the tyrannical emperor's limitless sword consumed a lot of true energy. After using it, Yixian's true energy was almost completely depleted. Fortunately, he had the Tree of Life's bloodline to quickly recover. Yixian couldn't care less. He approached the iron-masked man to confirm if he was dead. But at this moment, swish! Yixian was startled when a white light suddenly shot out from the iron-masked man's body. When Yixian saw it clearly, he realized that it was a skull made of energy. Tisk tsk tsk. You actually defeated my newly refined ghost corpse. You're quite capable, kid. The white skull suddenly opened its mouth and spoke. You are the corpse Taoist? Yixian asked in shock. That's right. I am the corpse Taoist. The white skull replied. That woman was just a defective product. You killed her. Now that you dare to kill my ghost corpse, even the immortals can't save you. Tisk, such a weak ghost corpse. It seems that your strength isn't that great. Yixian said with disdain. I have countless ghost corpses. Some of them are so strong that you can't imagine. Just you wait. I won't stop hunting you down. I will refine you into a new ghost corpse to make up for. The white skull laughed dryly, then suddenly exploded, leaving behind a stunned Yixian. It seems that this corpse Taoist is quite capable. He can actually talk to me through space. Yixian narrowed his eyes. This corpse Taoist actually wanted to refine him into a ghost corpse. He was simply courting death. The path of corpse and ghost generally required the blood essence and flesh of living people. Those who walked this path were usually very cruel. Therefore, Yixian had to be more careful in the future because he felt that what the corpse Taoist said was true. In the future, there would definitely be ghost corpses that would continue to hunt him down unless he killed the corpse Taoist or erased the ghost mark. If I erase the ghost mark, then the corpse Taoist will very likely cause trouble for the Snow Wind Villa. Yixian thought about it and decided to keep it. When ghost corpses came to kill him, he might be able to trigger another mission. This was simply a gift for him. Then Yixian went over and took off the Iron Mask Man's interspatial ring. However, he found that there wasn't much inside. It was just a poor ghost. Forget it, I'll continue to break through. Yixian shook his head and prepared to go deeper into the snow mountain. This time he must break through to True Qi Disaster. The snow mountain was very big and there were many supreme saint beasts, but not many of them came out to hunt. Yixian stayed in the snow mountain for 2 days. However, he didn't break through to True Qi Disaster because of this. Young master, the old villa lord is back. Luoluo transmitted her voice to him. Okay, I'll go back immediately. In desperation, Yixian could only break through the void and return to the Snow Wind Villa. Although he didn't break through to the first grade of True Qi Disaster. Now that Xuehong was back, he would naturally be rewarded. When Xuehong returned, her face was full of joy. Yixian knew that the Raging Fire Villa was no more. The victory this time was thanks to Yixian. So Xuehong immediately called Yixian over. When Yixian arrived at the Snow Wind Temple at the peak of the snow mountain, he found that many people had already gathered here. Yixian this time our Snow Wind Villa not only avoided the crisis, but also destroyed the Raging Fire Villa. You contributed the most. What reward do you need? Just tell me. Shui Hong, who was sitting at the head of the table, said to Yi Xian. Yi Xian also thought so he didn't hesitate and said, Old Villa Lord, I need some ores. Huh? Why do you want these things? Shui Hong didn't understand why Yi Xian wanted these things. Weren't ores usually used to forge weapons? However, Shui Hong felt that Yi Xian had too many secrets, so she didn't ask much. She said directly, the main business of the Raging Fire Villa is to forge supreme spiritual treasures. There are many ores in the villa. I'll ask someone to prepare them. After saying that, she asked Feng Wenyao to get them. Feng Wenyao came back soon and handed Yi Xian an interspatial ring. Yi Xian checked the interspatial ring and found that it was full of ores, enough for Wei Zhentian. Thank you, Old Villa Lord. Yi Xian quickly expressed his gratitude. There was a lot of ores. Not only could Wei Zhentian level up, but he could also break through to the true Qi disaster. Wuhan must have told you about it. Once Luoluo breaks through to the true Qi disaster, I'll send her to the Thousand Flower Valley to cultivate, Shui Hong continued. Chapter 993. Thank you, grandmother. Luoluo quickly thanked her as well. In order to help you break through as soon as possible, I'll give you the Snow King pill. After you break through, I'll ask Wuchen to send you to the 10,000 Flower Valley, Shui Hong said. As soon as she finished speaking, another jade bottle flew toward Luoluo. Luoluo's eyes lit up when she heard that. Seemed like she could speed up her breakthrough. After that, the Shui family began to discuss their future cooperation with the Windy Snow Manor. As for Yi Xian, he left with Luoluo. When they returned to their residence, Wei Zhentian jumped out by himself. He couldn't wait to devour the ores. Don't be in such a hurry. Let me break through first. Yi Xian comforted him before he began to devour the ores. His cultivation began to rise. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently at first grade true energy disaster. The moment the system notification rang out, Yi Xian felt that the true energy in his body had doubled. Not only that, but even his physique felt the same. I've finally broken through. Wei Zhentian, the rest of the ores are yours. Yi Xian grinned and poured out all the ores. Wei Zhentian immediately pounced over and drilled into the ocean of ores, starting to crazily devour them. Young master, I'll refine the pill too. After Luoluo said that, she flew back to her room and began to refine the Snow King pill that she had just obtained. This Snow King pellet was something that even experts at the first or second stage of true energy disaster coveted. However, Shui Hong had casually tossed out such a precious pellet for Luoluo. It was enough to show how much she valued Luoluo. After all, when Luoluo grew up in the future, she would definitely not forget the kindness that the Windy Snow Manor had shown them. When that time came, the Windy Snow Manor would naturally rise in status. For the next few days, Yi Xian stayed there obediently. On the third day after Luoluo obtained the Snow King pill, she finally broke through to first grade true energy disaster. At the same time, Wei Zhentian also reached first grade true energy disaster after devouring so many ores. Yi Xian, Luoluo, and Wei Zhentian all broke through to first grade true energy disaster. Young master, I'm going to 10,000 Flower Valley. Are you coming? Luoluo asked. Of course I'll escort you there. At the same time I'll also go and take a look. Yi Xian nodded silently. Feng Wuchen was Feng Wuhan's elder brother. He had already broken through to the fourth stage of true energy disaster, and was the #1 genius of Wind Snow Villa. With him escorting them, there wouldn't be much of a problem. However, the person being escorted was Luoluo. Yi Xian was worried, so he naturally followed along. I heard that the 10,000 Flower Valley is filled with female disciples. If young master goes there, he might charm a lot of them. Luoluo couldn't help but tease Yi Xian. Cough, I'm already 25 years old, but I'm only at the first grade of true energy disaster. This kind of talent can be found anywhere in the 10,000 Flower Valley. Yi Xian shook his head with a bitter smile. No matter which world it was the same. Even on Earth, if you worked hard to climb up to a position with a monthly salary of 10,000, there would still be people above you with a monthly salary of 30,000, 50,000, or even 100,000. Even if you climbed up to a monthly salary of 100,000, or even a monthly salary of 1 million, there would still be people who were countless times nobler than you at birth. His father could casually give him a few million as pocket money. This was something that couldn't be compared. Yixian didn't have a noble birth, but he did. This system could allow him to grow indefinitely. If he had to choose between the manifestation realm and the manifestation realm, he would definitely choose it. This was because even if he was born at the manifestation realm, without it, he was just an ordinary person. However, it could allow him to surpass the manifestation realm and become stronger. It would allow him to possess endless potential, and give him the chance to surpass those so-called favored children of heaven. Now that he and Luoluo had both broken through to the first grade of true energy disaster, it was time for them to go to the 10,000 Flower Valley. Immediately they found Xuehong. "Oh, Luoluo has already broken through. You really didn't disappoint me." Xuehong smiled in satisfaction. "This is all thanks to Grandma," Luoluo giggled. Good. Xuehong nodded with a smile. Then, she took out a letter from her universe ring and handed it to Luoluo. She said, "The Wind Snow Villa has an opportunity to send a girl to the 10,000 Flower Valley every year. This year I'll give it to you. I hope you can cultivate well after entering the 10,000 Flower Valley." "Grandma, I will." Luoluo nodded obediently. Xuehong nurtured Luoluo because firstly, Luoluo's aptitude was very good. She definitely surpassed Feng Wuchen. Secondly, Luoluo was obedient and cute. Xuehong didn't have a daughter or granddaughter, so she treated her like her own. Of course, Luoluo also understood this, so she also treated the Wind Snow Villa as her own home and Xuehong as her own grandmother. "Alright, you can set off tomorrow. I'll let Wuchen escort you there. If anything happens, you can directly return to the Wind Snow Villa," Xuehong said. Yixian and Luoluo nodded and immediately left. Soon a day had passed. Early the next morning, Yixian and Luoluo were ready to set off, while Feng Wuchen was already waiting at the entrance of the Wind Snow Villa. Feng Wuchen was 1 year older than Yixian. He had recently broken through to the 4th grade of genuine energy disaster. This time he was going to the 10,000 Flower Valley because his wife happened to be there, so he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. "Hello, Brother Wuchen." After seeing Feng Wuchen, Luoluo greeted him respectfully. Feng Wuchen was colder than Feng Wuhen. He didn't talk much. He just nodded silently and said directly, "Let's go." Sure enough, he was pitifully quiet. Yixian and Luoluo directly followed Feng Wuchen to the 10,000 Flower Valley. The 10,000 Flower Valley was quite far from the Wind Snow Villa. With Feng Wuchen's speed of the 4th grade of genuine energy disaster, it would take at least 3 days. However, Yixian and Luoluo's speed was not slow. Plus, they could travel overnight, so they could arrive in 5 days at most. On the way to the 10,000 Flower Valley, Feng Wuchen only spoke a few times. Most of the time, Yixian was chatting with Luoluo. On the way, there were some ignorant people and supreme saint beasts, but they were all killed by Feng Wuchen's sword. Soon, they entered the boundary of the 10,000 Flower Valley. In another day, they would arrive at the 10,000 Flower Valley. However, at this moment, ding! The corpse ghost mark has been activated. The system suddenly prompted. After hearing this prompt, Yixian's body trembled. The corpse ghost man is here again? He hurriedly turned his head to look, but didn't find any movement. His action also surprised Luoluo and Feng Wuchen. Chapter 994. There's danger. Be careful. Yixian immediately said and became extremely vigilant. He had already heard the system notification, which meant that there was danger in the surroundings. However, his eye of perception and eye of revelation did not discover anything, which meant that the other party was still outside the range of his senses. Danger! When Feng Wuchen heard this, he immediately took out his weapon. Although Yixian was only at the 1st grade of true energy disaster, which was much lower than his, if it weren't for Yixian last time, Blizzard Villa would have been in danger. Sure enough, just 2 seconds after Yixian heard the notification, 2 figures quickly rushed over. "They're here." Yixian reminded and looked in 2 directions. This time it was actually 2 ghost corpses. Ghost corpses had extremely strong physiques and could use true energy at the same time, which made them very difficult to deal with. The ghost corpses that came this time were much faster than the Iron Masked Man that day. They were at least at the 4th grade of true energy disaster. Soon, Feng Wuchen and Luoluo saw the 2 figures rushing over. "Who are you?" Feng Wuchen shouted angrily. However, the two ghost corpses did not answer. Chapter 995. In fact, even Feng Wuchen didn't expect that he would suddenly comprehend the perfect level of sword force. Sword force wasn't something that ordinary people could control. Some people couldn't comprehend the minute-level sword force, even after practicing for 10 years. Some people didn't even need a month to comprehend the perfect level sword force. This was talent. Before Yixian could speak, the two ghost corpses suddenly spewed out 2 puffs of white mist. "Be careful!" Feng Wuchen yelled and quickly retreated. The 2 puffs of white mist fused together and condensed into a white skull. Tisk tsk tsk. I didn't expect to fail again. Interesting. Kid, don't relax. I'm still hunting you down. The white skull opened its mouth and said a few words before dispersing. What is this? Feng Wuchen asked in shock. Yixian looked at the 2 ghost corpses with decent strength and answered honestly. It's an enemy I made in the past. He's called the Corpse Man and has been hunting me down. Corpse Man? Feng Wuchen's cold face froze as he frowned slightly. He seemed to be searching for this name in his mind, but he couldn't find any related memories. Brother Wuchen, is there such a cultivation force around here? Luo asked curiously. There's a place called the Land of the Dead. There are 2 sects there. One is called the Sect of the God of Ghost and the other is the Corpse King Palace. The Corpse Man should be from there. Feng Wuchen's expression was a little ugly. Land of the Dead. Sounds terrifying. Luo shuddered. Little girls were more afraid of such things. The Sect of the God of Ghost and the Corpse King Palace, as their names suggested, dealt with things like ghosts and spirits, while the other was proficient in refining corpses. Yixian secretly noted it down and continued asking, how are these 2 forces? Very strong. They both have manifestation realm experts. Feng Wuchen answered honestly. Manifestation realm experts. This wasn't the first time Yixian heard of this realm. Although he could challenge those a few realms above him, he was just an ant in the eyes of a spirit disaster expert, not to mention a manifestation realm expert. Upgrade. Yixian muttered in his heart. Only by leveling up and becoming stronger would he be able to go to the glazed light sacred ground and kill that damn transvestite old ancestor. Alright, let's continue our journey, Feng Wuchen shouted in a low voice. The 3 of them continued on their journey. Although the road ahead might still be dangerous, Feng Wuchen, who had comprehended the perfect sword force, had increased his strength tremendously. Under normal circumstances, he only needed to use minute sword force. If he encountered a strong opponent, he would use perfect sword force to launch a sneak attack. With him around, it would be much safer. Yixian originally thought that the Corpse Man would continue to send ghost corpses to ambush him, but what he didn't expect was that they didn't encounter any danger in the following day. Soon they arrived at the 10,000 Flower Valley. There were only women in the 10,000 Flower Valley, so Yixian and Feng Wuchen couldn't enter. However, this didn't mean that they couldn't approach the valley. When the 3 of them arrived at the entrance of the 10,000 Flower Valley, they were stopped by several disciples guarding the entrance. What's the matter? A female disciple in the lead stopped the 3 of them, and behind her were more than 10 beautiful girls in pink. Yixian subconsciously glanced at them with his eye of revelation and couldn't help but gulp. He wasn't shocked by the appearance of these female disciples of the 10,000 Flower Valley, but because the strength of these female disciples was beyond his imagination. Damn, these people are even stronger than the old villa master of the Wind Snow Villa. Yixian was shocked and secretly praised the 10,000 Flower Valley. The Wind Snow Villa couldn't even raise its head in front of the 10,000 Flower Valley. At this time, Feng Wuchen cupped his fists at the female disciple in the lead and said, Ladies, I'm Feng Wuchen from the Wind Snow Villa. Oh, the Wind Snow Villa? Are you here to send someone? The female disciple in the lead looked at Luo and said in surprise, You're a fox girl. Where's the letter? The letter is here. Luo trotted over and handed over the letter written by Xue Hong. The female disciple in the lead took the letter and nodded. Good, it's indeed from the Wind Snow Villa. Is there anything else? This? Feng Wuchen was stunned and said, Last year, there was also a woman in the Wind Snow Villa. Her name is Bao Qin. I hope you can tell her that I'm her husband. Bao Qin? Okay, I got it. You two wait outside. The female disciple in the lead nodded, and then asked someone to take Luoluo into the 10,000 Flower Valley. Young master, I'm going in, Luoluo said through voice transmission. Well, remember to hide the golden tail hair, Yixian reminded her. Luoluo's aptitude was very strong. She didn't need to join any force because she had inherited the memory. However, Yixian was still too weak, so if he joined the 10,000 Flower Valley, he wouldn't need to worry about Luoluo's cultivation resources. Relatively speaking, Yixian's realm would improve faster. After a while, the female disciple who took Luoluo away came back. Junior sister Baoqin is not in the valley now. She went to Xingyang City in the northwest to buy something and hasn't come back yet, the female disciple replied. When Feng Wuchen heard this, he thanked her. Thank you for telling me. This time, he escorted Yixian and Luoluo to the 10,000 Flower Valley partly because his wife was cultivating in the valley. After not seeing each other for so long, he naturally wanted to be lovey-dovey. Then, should we go directly to Xingyang City now or wait here? Yixian asked. Let's go and find them. We can also bring some things to the Wind Snow Villa. Feng Wuchen replied. Okay. Immediately, Yixian followed Feng Wuchen to Xingyang City. Xingyang City was quite powerful, much more powerful than the Wind Snow Villa. It was said that the city lord was an expert of the 7th grade of true energy disaster. Yixian followed Feng Wuchen to Xingyang City because he had a plan. He wanted to see if there were any brilliant gold ores and collect some martial arts to repair the dragon catcher hands. Xingyang City was a day's journey from the 10,000 Flower Valley. However, with Yixian and Feng Wuchen's speed, they only needed half a day to arrive. Along the way, Yixian also used his eye of perception to help see if there were any disciples of the 10,000 Flower Valley passing by. During this half a day, they also didn't encounter any noteworthy dangers. Soon they arrived at Xingyang City. Baoqin was from the Wind Snow Villa. Now that Luoluo had joined the 10,000 Flower Valley, Yixian needed to see her and entrust her to take care of Luoluo. However, on the way, they met the disciples of the 10,000 Flower Valley. What a coincidence! Ladies, I am Feng Wuchen, Baoqin's husband. May I ask where Baoqin is now? Feng Wuchen directly stopped the female disciples of the 10,000 Flower Valley. Chapter 996. A short-haired female disciple was surprised. I heard junior sister Baoqin mention you before. You're the #1 genius of the Wind Snow Villa. But you don't look like much. You're only at the 4th grade of true energy disaster. Feng Wuchen's expression turned ugly when he heard this. This short-haired female disciple was also at the 4th grade of true energy disaster, and she was much younger than him. The 10,000 Flower Valley was indeed powerful. The short-haired female disciple continued. All right, junior sister Baoqin did follow us to Xingyang City. But she's not feeling well today, so she's resting in the 10,000 Flower Inn. She's in the 4th room. Thank you for the information, Mississippi. Feng Wuchen thanked her and left. The 10,000 Flower Inn was a place for the disciples of the 10,000 Flower Valley to stay. After finding out where Baoqin was, Yixian and Feng Wuchen went to look for her. The 4th room was actually a courtyard. But when Yixian got close, he realized something was wrong. Surprisingly, there were 2 people in this house. A petite woman had her hands on her hips, and a man was standing behind her. He was hugging the woman's slender waist and doing those shameful actions. Damn it can't be, right? Yixian cursed in his heart and quickly checked the room number. The 4th room. That's right. The inn had a soundproof array. As long as the door was closed, the people outside wouldn't be able to hear anything unless there was a fight going on inside. However, Yixian, who had the eye of perception, could clearly feel what was going on inside. It was like a living erotic painting. Although he didn't see it with his eyes, it was enough to shock him. At this moment, Yixian glanced out of the corner of his eye. Feng Wuchen had a head of long black hair and was very handsome. However, the way Yixian looked at him was a bit off. There was a trace of sympathy in his eyes. Knock, knock, knock. Feng Wuchen walked to the door of the courtyard and knocked on it. There was a soundproof array in the room, but they could still hear what was going on outside. When the man and woman in the room heard the sound, they couldn't help but tremble and stop what they were doing. Don't worry about him. Finish him first. The young man gasped for breath. When his voice fell, he continued to work. The woman's face was flushed red, but she didn't pay much attention to him after hearing his words. She continued to cater to the young man's movements. Pa, pa, pa. The sound frequency in the room was very uniform, but Yixian and Feng Wuchen couldn't hear it. That's strange. Didn't they say that they were resting? Feng Wuchen frowned and knocked on the door again. Yixian, who was standing behind him, suddenly felt conflicted. Should he tell Feng Wuchen about this? If he hid it from Feng Wuchen, then he would be letting Feng Wuchen down. But if he told him and Feng Wuchen did something, then what should he do? Feng Wuchen is mature. He won't do anything out of line, right? Yixian thought to himself. However, he couldn't guarantee it. After all, the person in the room could be Feng Wuchen's wife. After seeing his wife doing that kind of thing with another man, as long as he was a normal man, he would not be able to remain calm. Forget it. She's already been cheated on. If I'm still in the dark, then it'll be too tragic. Yixian made a decision in his heart. He looked at Feng Wuchen, who kept knocking on the door, and said, "Big brother Wuchen." Feng Wuchen heard his voice and turned to look at Yixian in surprise. Yixian pondered for a moment and said, "Big brother Wuchen, I have something to tell you. I hope you can remain calm after hearing it." "What?" Feng Wuchen asked in surprise. "Well, actually, I sense that there are two people in the room," Yixian replied. "Two?" Feng Wuchen's face darkened. He didn't understand what Yixian meant. "All right, there's a man and a woman in the room, and they're doing that kind of thing." Yixian sighed and went straight to the point. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen's body shook. He asked in shock, "Are you serious?" "Definitely. A man and a woman." Yixian nodded solemnly. Boom! When Feng Wuchen heard this, it was as if he was struck by lightning. He was completely stunned. How could he not know what that kind of thing was? Yixian must have his reasons for saying this. He believed in Yixian's ability. After all, it was Yixian who brought him from the Shui family to the Wind Snow Villa. "Bastard!" Feng Wuchen shouted in a low voice. He raised his eyebrows and directly entered the courtyard. Yixian hurriedly followed, afraid that Feng Wuchen would do something in Xingyang City. Xingyang City was much more powerful than the Wind Snow Villa. Yixian wasn't afraid, but if Feng Wuchen did something, it would implicate the Wind Snow Villa. Bang! Feng Wuchen landed in front of the door and kicked it in. Then two crisp sounds rang in his ears. Pa! Pa! After the two crisp sounds, it instantly stopped. Feng Wuchen kicked open the door and immediately saw the two naked people in the room. The two people in the room were currently in that strange position, looking at Feng Wuchen and Yixian in astonishment. Most importantly, the naked woman holding the bed with both hands was Feng Wuchen's wife, Bao Qin. At this moment, her small mouth was wide open, and her face was filled with shock. "Wuchen?" Bao Qin caressed her hair that was soaked in sweat. She suspected that she had overexerted herself and was seeing an illusion. The young man was startled by the sudden interruption. His body softened and he exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Bao Qin came back to her senses. She knew that she didn't see an illusion but a real person. She hurriedly grabbed the clothes on the bed to cover her body and said in surprise, "Wuchen, why are you here?" Feng Wuchen glared at Bao Qin and said sternly, "You adulterous couple, go to hell." As soon as he finished speaking, he directly took out his weapon and raised his hand. However, this time he didn't use any true qi. He stopped at the last moment. This was because he knew that if he made a move in Xingyang City, he would definitely be arrested by the city guards. However, the young man took out a long sword and slashed fiercely. "Trash, you scared me." Scram. Bang! A ray of sword qi landed on Feng Wuchen's chest and sent him flying. He was a reputable person in Xingyang City. When Feng Wuchen suddenly barged in, he was scared out of his wits. "Don't you know that men can't be scared when doing things? What are you doing?" Bao Qin saw that her husband was sent flying and hurriedly rushed out. "Wuchen, are you okay? I don't need your hypocrisy. You actually did this behind my back. I'm really blind." Feng Wuchen spat out a mouthful of blood. He took out a piece of paper from his universe ring and used his blood as a pen. "Bao Qin, I'm divorcing you today. You don't need to return to Wind Snow Villa in the future." After Feng Wuchen finished writing the divorce letter, he threw it to the ground. Chapter 997. Bao Qin, I'll divorce you today. You don't need to return to the Windy Snow Manor anymore. Feng Wuchen glared at the young man in the room. He had to remember this person's face. If he had the chance in the future, he would definitely kill him. The hatred of stealing his wife was irreconcilable. Then Feng Wuchen turned around and left without looking back. As for Yi Xian, he looked at Bao Qin, whose clothes had already fallen off. He sighed coldly and left with Feng Wuchen. In order to see Bao Qin, Feng Wuchen had rushed from the Wind Snow Manor to the 10,000 Flower Valley. Then, he rushed to Xingyang City from the 10,000 Flower Valley. However, he didn't expect that his wife would do such a thing with another man behind his back. If it weren't for the fact that Feng Wuchen still cared about the Wind Snow Manor, he probably would have killed that young man with a sword. Bao Qin stared at Feng Wuchen's lonely back and froze. She didn't expect to be caught red-handed in her plan. This is your useless husband? He's only a 4th-grade true energy disaster. The young man walked out from inside naked. He grabbed Bao Qin and forced her onto the stone table in the courtyard. Continue. Feng Wuchen's expression was ugly when he came out of the 10,000 Flower Inn. However, this was understandable. After all, he had seen his wife do such a thing with another man. If it was Yi Xian just now, he probably would have directly killed that 4th-level true energy disaster youth. However, Feng Wuchen couldn't because he had the Windy Snow Manor behind him. Yi Xian chased after him. He looked at him and made a throat-slitting gesture. Wuchen, should we turn back and... To be honest, Feng Wuchen also wanted to kill the young man. However, he was afraid of the young man's background. No, Feng Wuchen was still rational. He knew that the consequences would be severe if he made a move in Xingyang City. Then let's kill that guy secretly, Yi Xian suggested. This was a good suggestion. However, the other party seemed to have a powerful background. Since he had injured Feng Wuchen in the city, it meant that he wasn't afraid. This time Feng Wuchen didn't answer. Instead, he left the city. Let me be alone. Feng Wuchen's long hair fluttered in the wind. He left Yi Xian alone and flew into a forest outside the city. Yi Xian didn't follow him and returned to the city. He sneaked back to the 10,000 Flower Inn and found that the adulterous couple was still working. That was enough. He waited in the distance and used the eye of perception to investigate. Soon the two separated. The young man put on his clothes and left 10,000 Flower Inn. Let me see what kind of background you have. How dare you touch Wu Chen's wife? Yi Xian's eyes flashed. The perception eye allowed Yi Xian to maintain a distance of tens of thousands of meters from this youth. This tracking skill was simply heaven-defying. Oh, Sima family, 3rd young master Sima Lei? Oh. Yi Xian heard the 2 guards at the door address the young man. However, he didn't know what level of power the Sima clan was. So, he quickly went to find out more about the Sima family. The Sima family was considered a big power in Xingyang City. The head of the family was a 6th-stage true energy disaster, second only to the city lord. The 3rd young master, Sima Lei, had a high status in the family. He was arrogant and lascivious. He often used the Sima family's background to do whatever he wanted. From the age of 10 to the age of 40, as long as he set his eyes on someone, they couldn't escape from his evil clutches. Although the Sima family was strong, it was still an ant in front of the 10,000 Flower Valley. Feng Wuchen's ex-wife Bao Qin must have been willing. 4th-stage true energy disaster? I can't do anything to you in the city. But if you dare to leave the city, I'll kill you. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with murderous intent. However, he thought about it carefully. He didn't have to do it in the city. He just had to lure Sima Lei out. After hearing about the Sima family, Yi Xian left the city again to find Feng Wuchen. But he found that Feng Wuchen wasn't in the forest. He didn't know where he went. Damn, he abandoned me and ran away? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. However, he had already sent Luo Luo to the 10,000 Flower Valley. It didn't matter if Feng Wuchen left or not. Forget it, I'll do my own thing first. Yi Xian couldn't find Feng Wuchen, so he turned around and returned to the city. That was Sima Lei from the Sima family. He felt that if he had the chance, he would definitely kill him and disguise himself as a bandit. After returning to Xingyang City, Yi Xian went straight to the auction house. Sir, how may I help you? A waiter came up to greet them. Yixian didn't say anything and handed him a piece of paper. It recorded what he needed. Oh, brilliant gold ore? Yes, yes, yes. After reading it, the attendant smiled. After all, brilliant gold ore wasn't cheap. This was a big deal for him. Brilliant gold ore wasn't rare in Xinjiang City, so there was no need to auction it. Yixian used a few martial arts techniques to exchange for a brilliant gold ore. Ding. Eye of Glory has been activated to 100%. When Yixian put the brilliant gold ore into his engulfment space, the system notification sounded. Now that the Eye of Glory had finally been fully activated, Yixian had another trump card. Eye of Glory summons the Golden War God? Yixian's heart surged as he looked at the additional skill that he had. This was another trump card. Golden War God sounded awesome. Furthermore, this skill came after the tyrannical emperor's boundless sword. Naturally, it was stronger than the tyrannical emperor's boundless sword. This Golden War God summon skill also had a cooldown time of 1 day. It was the same as the 10,000 swords returned to origin and the tyrannical emperor's boundless sword. With 3 cooldown skills, Yixian's confidence was off the charts. Let me try this Golden War God. Yixian's eyes flickered. He didn't ask for anything else and left the auction house. This time he left Xinjiang City and set up a location in a valley 1 hour away from Xinjiang City. Then, he returned to Xinjiang City. To be more precise, he had arrived outside the Sima residence in Xinjiang City. At this moment, he had already put on a cloak and a mask. He had even put on a pair of gloves. He was completely covered, and not a single inch of his skin was exposed. He stood on the roof and looked at the Sima family in front of him. Suddenly, 2 rays of golden light shot out from his eyes. Eye of Glory! In an instant, his hair and eyes turned golden. Scion transformation. Golden War God summon. Chapter 998. Relying on the Eye of Perception, Yixian allowed the golden armored war god to lock onto the aura of Sima Lei, who was in the Sima clan. Ding! Aura lock. Kill. Yixian immediately gave the order. In the next moment, the golden armored battle god charged in with his great sword. Someone is attacking. The guards of the Sima family discovered the golden armored battle god. But that was it. In the blink of an eye, the golden armored battle god was already above the Sima family. Xiao! The golden armored battle god waved his great sword, and a golden sword ray fell from the sky. Sima Lei, who was still in his house, was startled. He looked up and saw the golden sword ray break through the roof. Rip! Bang! The golden sword ray hit the ground and instantly collapsed the house. At the same time, the golden armored battle god had already rushed in and picked up Sima Lei's body. How dare you trespass into my Sima family? You're courting death. With a shout, several experts of the 4th grade of True Energy Disaster came forward. This time, Yixian was already prepared to start a massacre, so he didn't restrict the movements of the golden armored war god. Kill! In the distance, Yixian's eyes flickered. His figure flashed as he personally moved. Xiao! 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 Golden sword rays swept out. The experts of the 4th grade of True Energy Disaster did not notice the sneak attack. In an instant, 2 figures fell from the sky, blood splattering everywhere. Dragon catching hand. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yixian immediately reached out and took the 2 interspatial rings. The golden armor battle god also threw Sima Lei's body over. But unexpectedly, Yixian cut him in half. With the 3 interspatial rings in hand, Yixian's cultivation rose sharply. How dare you! You're courting death. Another shout rang out in the air. An expert with a powerful aura swept over. 5th grade of True Energy Disaster. Yixian's eyes narrowed. This time he took action because his perception covered the entire Sima family, but he did not find the aura of the 6th grade of True Energy Disaster. There were only 3 5th grade True Energy Disasters. That was why he directly killed his way in. 3 5th level True Energy Disaster, so what? Yixian did not care so much as he threw the heaven-shaking sword in his hand. 10,000 swords returned to origin. The heaven-quaking sword instantly split into over 100 swords, and attacked the expert of the 5th stage of True Energy Disaster. Even though there was no guarantee that this move would be able to kill the other party, it should be able to stall for time. As long as he could stall them, Yi Xian and the golden armored war god would join forces. No one else would be a match for them. Kill. Yi Xian had already gone berserk. He would kill anyone who dared to step out. The commotion in the Sima family had attracted quite a number of onlookers. Someone dared to cause trouble in the Sima family. That person's guts were not small. In the sky above the Sima residence, countless sword chi flashed past. However, the most eye-catching was naturally Yi Xian's golden sword chi and the golden armored battle god. After all, it was already evening. With Yi Xian's strength, it was not a problem for him to fight against a 4th stage true energy disaster expert. The 5th stage true energy disaster expert who had stepped out earlier was also blocked by Wei Zhentian. At this moment, Yi Xian was joining forces with the golden armored battle god to fight against 4 4th stage true energy disaster experts. Burning Eye. Eye of Illusion. Eye of Nirvana. Eye of Disintegration. In this place, he did not dare to use the Snow Wind sword art. After all, it would be easily recognized. Even though these moves were simple, they were very difficult to deal with. Taste the taste of betrayal. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly swept over and directly used the Eye of Control to control several 3rd stage true energy disaster experts of the Sima family. In the next moment, these experts of the Sima family attacked the 4th stage true energy disaster experts in the sky. Xiao! 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 One attack after another broke through the sky. The people of the Sima family definitely did not expect that their fellow clansmen would suddenly launch a sneak attack. This caught them unprepared. Pung! Pung! 2 people were struck by these sneak attacks and were immediately heavily injured, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly attacked with his sword. Eye of Nirvana! Rip! Rip! With 2 crisp sounds, the 2 experts of the Sima family who were heavily injured by their fellow clansmen were directly killed by Yi Xian and dropped from the sky. Now it was 2 against 2. At the same time, the experts of the Sima family who were controlled by Yi Xian immediately rushed over and took the 2 universe rings, then threw them together with their own rings to Yi Xian. Why? After seeing these people's actions, the other 2 turned pale with fright. Could it be that these people were Yi Xian's men? Impossible. The expression of one of them changed greatly because one of the people who attacked was his son. Bastard! Brat, I want you dead! 2 more roars rang out. Now the other 2 5th stage true energy disaster experts of the Sima family had also rushed over. However, Yi Xian had already taken the universe rings. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at 2nd grade true energy disaster. The system notified. Following this notification, the true energy in Yi Xian's body instantly soared, and his strength increased as well. With his sudden increase in strength, Yi Xian directly attacked the other 2 4th stage true energy disaster experts of the Sima family. Under his and the golden armored battle god's joint attack, the 2 died tragically in an instant. Bastard, I'll kill you! A 5th stage true energy disaster white-haired elder shouted angrily because his son had died at the hands of Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian had already broken through. Even if it was a 5th stage true energy disaster, what was there to fear? As for the other person, he would leave it to the golden armored battle god. Bang! 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 The rumbling sounds of the battle had probably spread throughout the entire Xingyang city. Yi Xian estimated that experts would soon arrive. Therefore, he set a time limit for himself. 2 seconds. If he couldn't kill his opponent in 2 seconds, then he would directly break through the void and leave. At this moment, Yi Xian's opponent was the 5th stage true energy disaster elder. His attack power was extremely strong, and if Yi Xian didn't use the Eye of Nirvana or the Wind and Snow Sword technique, he wouldn't be able to block his attack. However, Yi Xian still had a skill that could weaken attacks. Eye of Dissection. 2 dissection rays shot at the elder's attack, and in the next moment the elder's attack was weakened by 30%. Humph! Yi Xian snorted coldly. A silver slash pierced through the air, directly dispersing the opponent's sword aura and heading straight for the elder. However, this was also the last time Yi Xian would use the Eye of Nirvana. The remaining eye power was only enough to open the void door once. Bang! The elder quickly slashed with his sword and blocked the Eye of Nirvana. However, in the next moment, he saw a 2-meter-tall oval-shaped opening appear in front of Yi Xian. Then Yi Xian rushed in. Chapter 999. Swoosh. The void door closed, leaving behind a group of furious Sima family experts. Bastard! Find him! We must find him! At this moment, Yixian had already appeared at his previous location. This time he had made a small profit. Not only did he help Feng Wuchen get rid of his love rival, but he also broke through to the second grade of true energy disaster. Most importantly, his identity had not been exposed. No one knew where he had come from, and no one knew how he had left. I don't have any flaws. Even if the Sima family investigates, they won't be able to find Snow Wind Villa. However, if Baoqin knows that Sima Lei is dead, I wonder if she will talk too much. Yixian thought to himself. Today Baoqin and Sima Lei were caught by Feng Wuchen eating, and Sima Lei died tragically that night. However, in order to disguise himself, Yixian killed several experts of the fourth grade of true energy disaster in succession. Without any evidence, it was impossible for the Sima family to investigate Snow Wind Villa. This was because Yixian did not intend to tell Feng Wuchen what he had done today. Even if Feng Wuchen knew about Sima Lei's death, he would think that Sima Lei was guilty and be punished by the heavens. There were many martial arts techniques in the universe rings that he had obtained, so Yixian could copy them and use them to repair the dragon catcher hand. Ding! The dragon catcher hand has been repaired to 30%. Damn, it's only 30%. Yixian looked helpless. How long would it take to repair it? However, the harder it was to repair, the more powerful the dragon catcher hand would be. When the time came, it could become one of his killing moves. Now he had avenged Feng Wuchen. As for Feng Wuchen's family matters, he could not interfere. Feng Wuchen probably would not accept that his woman was taken by someone else, and it was done willingly. Anyway, geniuses like Feng Wuchen and Feng Wuhan were almost as handsome as Yixian. There were many girls in Snow Wind Villa who had a crush on him. Alright, since Feng Wuchen left by himself, I will do my own thing. Yixian narrowed his eyes. What he wanted to do the most now was to find a treasured land to level up. Because Luoluo had entered the 10,000 Flower Valley, her cultivation speed would probably be much faster than his. He couldn't fall behind. However, right at this moment, ding! The ghoul imprint has been activated. Suddenly, the sound of a system notification made Yixian tremble. The ghost corpses were coming again. What the F***ck, my luck is really bad. I just flew here and I actually encountered a ghost corpse. Yixian cursed in his heart. The ghost corpse artist had a lot of ghost corpses, and they were constantly searching for him, so it was normal for him to be found. So be it. However, Yixian was not in a good state at the moment. He had used both his return of 10,000 swords and his summon of the Golden War God. He only had the Overlord's limitless sword left. If a powerful ghostly zombie came, then he would have to run. Soon a figure entered the range of his perception. He hurriedly sensed it. Fifth layer true energy disaster. Although he had just fought with a fifth layer true energy disaster expert, this ghostly zombie's physique was not ordinary. It was definitely stronger than the old man he had just fought. However, Yixian was not afraid. Come. Even if I can't beat you, can't I run? Yixian took out his heaven-shaking sword. Wei Zhentian's realm was also at the first layer true energy disaster, so the amplification of Yixian's true energy was much higher than before. With his own strength, he might not necessarily lose to a fifth layer true energy disaster ghostly zombie. Whoosh! Finally, a figure entered Yixian's line of sight amidst the raging wind. After the iron-masked male, iron-masked female, and iron-masked old ghost corpses, there was actually an iron-masked little ghost corpse. At this moment, in front of Yixian was a little ghost corpse that was not more than 4 meters tall. This little ghost corpse was wearing an iron mask, so it was unknown whether it was male or female. Good boy. At such a young age, he actually reached the fifth layer true energy disaster. That ghost corpse Taoist is indeed quite capable. Yixian secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Whoosh! 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 After this iron-masked little ghost corpse saw Yixian, it immediately raised the wooden sword in its hand and launched an attack at Yixian. However, what made Yixian even more shocked was that this attack was immensely powerful. This iron-faced imp's attack was incomparably powerful. He had actually comprehended the perfect level of sword force. F***CKU. Perfect level of sword force? What's the point of fighting? Retreat. Yixian immediately turned around and ran. What a joke. Right now, his eye power had not recovered to the point where he could use the Eye of Glory. Without the Eye of Glory, he could not defeat this iron-masked little ghost corpse with his minute subtlety level sword force. Therefore he could only run. Boom! 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 The iron-masked little ghost corpse's attacks landed on the ground, stirring up countless clouds of dust. At this time, Yixian had already fled 1,000 meters away. Immediately, the iron-masked little ghost corpse began to chase after Yixian. Under the Eye of Glory state, Yixian could use the Overlord's limitless sword and summon the Golden War God. However, without the Eye of Glory, he could not use these two skills. Therefore, he was stalling for time. After his eye power recovered, he would directly use the Eye of Glory and the Overlord's limitless sword to kill this iron-masked little ghost corpse. The fourth layer of the Divine Eyes chapter allowed Yixian's eye power to recover at least 2 times faster. However, the Eye of Glory required too much eye power, so it still needed some time. Bang! 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 The iron-masked little ghost corpse continued to chase after Yixian without showing any mercy. As long as there was a chance, it would definitely kill Yixian. However, on land, Yixian's running speed was as fast as a madman. He could also skillfully avoid the iron-masked little ghost corpse's attacks. After a long period of escaping, Yixian finally recovered enough eye power to use the Eye of Glory. However, just to be safe, he continued to run for a while. A while later. Alright, little brat. You dare to chase after this grandpa at such a young age? You've got guts. Yixian angrily shouted. Eye of Glory. Beast King Rampage. Golden hair and golden eyes became Yixian's distinguishing features. Under the night sky, they were very conspicuous. Overlord's limitless sword. The moment Yixian transformed, he suddenly turned around and directly chopped down with his sword. Overlord's limitless sword. A golden greatsword ruthlessly smashed down. Although it did not hit the iron-masked little ghost corpse, there was still a powerful impact. Kacha! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out. The powerful impact directly shattered the iron-masked little ghost corpse's bones. Bang! The ground loudly exploded, and a large emperor character appeared. However, what made Yixian flabbergasted was that Shio! 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 The wind blew again. Chapter 1000. What? It didn't die? He couldn't help but cry out in alarm. In the next moment, he discovered that there was something different from him, inside the body of the iron-faced ghost corpse. It was a small flame that was slowly growing. At the same time, the iron-faced ghost corpse's injuries were also slowly recovering. What is this? Yixian didn't understand, but he didn't have time to think about it. He hastily raised his hand and slashed out a few times. Pung! 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 The golden sword chi collided with the iron-faced ghost corpse's attack. However, the perfect sword force and the fifth layer of true energy disaster was not something that Yixian could block. Shio! 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 Several sword chi flew towards Yixian. Helpless, Yixian could only dodge. Now Yixian's 3 trump cards were all on cooldown. He was already at his wits' end. Eye of the Void, Eye of the Void. Yixian decided to escape. It wasn't because he was scared, but because the iron-faced ghost corpse was too troublesome. Of course, a large part of the reason was that he probably wouldn't get any benefits from killing the iron-faced ghost corpse. Then why would he waste so much effort on this iron-faced ghost corpse? Hua! The void door closed, and the iron-faced ghost corpse lost its target. This time, Yixian directly skipped a day's journey and arrived at the entrance of the 10,000 Flower Valley. What is that flame? It can actually heal the ghost corpse's injuries. The iron-faced ghost corpses I encountered before didn't seem to have such a thing. Yixian thought with a face of astonishment. Actually, what he didn't know was that the flame was called a ghost fetus. It was refined from ghost spirits and then planted in living corpses. This was where the corpse artist was powerful. The corpse artist walked both the path of refining corpses and controlling ghosts. Therefore, his ghost corpses were more powerful than others. After escaping from the pursuit, Yixian found a mountain outside the 10,000 Flower Valley to rest. After a few more hours, his 3 trump cards could be used again. Although the Tree of Life could recover his stamina, He still needed to sleep. Otherwise, the mental stress would be too great. Strictly speaking, he had not slept for more than a week. While he was near the 10,000 Flower Valley, he wanted to take a good rest. This time he slept for a full day to recover his energy. Ding! 10,000 Swords returned to origin is off cooldown again. Ding! Tyrannical Emperor's Boundless Swords cooldown has been restored. Ding! Summon Golden War God's cooldown has been restored. When he woke up, the system immediately notified him that he could go out again. Now that my strength has recovered, even if I meet that little ghost corpse, I can kill it. Don't let me see you again. Yi Xian was no longer afraid of the little ghost zombie that had comprehended perfect sword form. However, he would not take the initiative to look for it. It was purely a waste of time. Immediately, he tore open the void again and returned to a hidden resting place in Xingyang City. Xingyang City's Sima clan was massacred. The Sima clan's ancestor was furious and swore to find the culprit. However, this was already the night before yesterday. Moreover, as long as Yi Xian did not take the initiative to reveal his scion transformation, how would the other party know that he was the one who had killed the Sima clan that day? There are many ways to level up. You can kill monsters or kill people. However, I have one. I can exchange it for items. Yi Xian thought to himself as he walked towards the auction house. Long before, he already had a plan. If he wanted to earn money, he could buy a mid-grade Supreme Spiritual Treasure blueprint and forge it in batches. However, there was a limit to the amount of items required, so he felt that it would be simpler to make pills. Pills could be refined and consumed very quickly. As for the pill Yi Xian chose this time, it was the Sword Comprehension Pill. The Sword Comprehension Pill can quickly comprehend sword form and increase the proficiency of sword skills. It will definitely be very popular. Yi Xian thought to himself as he entered the auction house. Coincidentally, the attendant who received him was the same one from the day before. "Oh, it's you again, sir. Please come in." When the attendant, who was at 8th grade human body disaster, saw Yi Xian, he immediately welcomed him with a smile. Previously, Yi Xian had bought a brilliant gold ore, which allowed him to earn quite a bit. Now that Yi Xian was here again, he naturally treated Yi Xian as his own grandfather. Previously, because Yi Xian had something to do, he left in a hurry. Not long after, something happened to the Sima clan. However, he felt that this attendant would not suspect anything. After all, there were probably thousands of experts at first-grade true energy disaster in Xingyang City. "I'll have some high-grade pills," Yi Xian directly said. Following that, the attendant led Yi Xian into the private room and invited a supervisor of the auction house over. This supervisor was at 3rd grade true energy disaster, and his strength was not bad. "Sir, what kind of high-grade pills do you want?" the supervisor asked. Yi Xian did not say anything and directly exchanged for a sword comprehension pill. Of course, this sword comprehension pill was only a low-grade pill. This is a sword comprehension pill. It can increase one's comprehension ability and speed up one's comprehension of sword force and martial arts. Yi Xian explained. "What, there's such a pill?" The supervisor was astonished. "If you don't believe me, you can try 1 or 2 pills," Yi Xian said. The supervisor doubtfully tested the sword comprehension pill's properties and found that it was not poisonous. Therefore, he told the attendant beside him, "Try it." "Yes, supervisor." The attendant nodded. This was the largest auction house in Xingyang City. Yi Xian would not poison him here. Therefore, he directly swallowed the pill and took out a long sword. "Supervisor, I feel that I have a strange connection with my sword. It's as if the sword and I have become one," the attendant said with a face full of shock. "Is it really that mysterious?" The supervisor was somewhat skeptical. "You can try it." Yi Xian took out another sword comprehension pill. This time the supervisor swallowed it himself. Indeed, it was as if he had formed a strange connection with the long sword in his hand. What a mysterious pill. This state can indeed speed up one's comprehension, the supervisor said in shock. "Little brother, how many of these pills do you have?" This sword comprehension pill was only a low-grade pill. It was good for comprehending minute sword force, but if one wanted to comprehend perfect sword force, one would need a mid-grade sword comprehension pill. Yi Xian could not afford a mid-grade sword comprehension pill, so he did not buy one. However, the demand for this low-grade sword comprehension pill was definitely high. After all, there were at least 10,000 mortal body disaster martial artists in Xinjiang City who had not comprehended sword force. I obtained this sword comprehension pill by chance. There are more than 5,000 pills. Do you want all of them? Yixian asked. 5,000 pills was the total amount he could exchange for after using up all the super engulfing crystals. 5,000 pills? The supervisor was shocked and immediately nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Okay, I want all of them. Then the price. Chapter 1001. 1 sword comprehension pill and 10 low-grade crossing disaster pills. How does that sound? The auctioneer immediately asked. The crossing disaster pill was the currency used in the 3 minor disasters of the Supreme Realm. It was similar to the Supreme Pill. The blood rock that Yixian used before was only used in the blood rock sect. 5,000 sword comprehension pills, which is equivalent to 50,000 low-grade crossing disaster pills. I don't need the crossing disaster pills. Just exchange them for ores. Do you have them? Yixian asked. Yes. Blood rock black sandstorm. We have them all. The auctioneer nodded. All right, I'll wait for you here. Yixian's lips curled up slightly. These 5,000 sword comprehension pills were his entire wealth. However, after swallowing these things, his wealth would at least increase by several folds, and he could at least break through to the 3rd grade true energy disaster. Then the auctioneer directly left. Not long after, he returned with a large amount of ores. This is the VIP token of our shop. With this token you can get a 20% discount. These ores are for you after the discount. The manager of the auction house courteously handed over a token and an interspatial ring containing ores to Zhang Tai. Yixian probed for a bit. The number was indeed a bit more than he'd expected. Alright, here are 5,000 sword comprehension pills. He did not waste time and directly took out an interspatial ring containing 5,000 sword comprehension pills. Thank you, sir. The auctioneer took the interspatial ring and looked at it. He continued. If you have more sword comprehension pills in the future, you can come to me at any time. The price is fair. All right. Yixian nodded and immediately left. He had to find a place to swallow the ores. As long as he swallowed all of them, he could break through. At that time, the Super Devour crystal would definitely increase by several folds. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently at the 3rd grade true energy disaster. After finding a hidden place, Yixian swallowed the ores and successfully broke through to the 3rd grade true energy disaster. Little Tian, the rest is all yours. Yixian very generously poured out all the ores. Wei Zhentian swallowed them all in less than 10 seconds. After Wei Zhentian became an Earth sovereign, his speed of swallowing the ores was shockingly fast. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. 2 notifications sounded consecutively. Yixian needed a lot of things to level up, but Wei Zhentian didn't need them. Moreover, Wei Zhentian had the Beast God's Bloodlines growth bonus. Hence, leveling up was like sitting on a rocket. The number of super engulfing crystals is 4 times more than before. If I continue to exchange them endlessly, I can use them to break through to the 4th stage of true energy disaster. Yixian thought to himself. The unlimited exchange was the sword comprehension pill. Then he would exchange for natural treasures, devour them, and continue to exchange for sword comprehension pills. However, there was a limit to the demand of the auction house. They could not accept so many sword comprehension pills. Just as Yixian was preparing to go back and refine the sword comprehension pill, a series of loud noises suddenly rang out in the sky. Rumble! Yixian raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, what's going on? This sound was not as soft as when he had killed his way into the Sima family. Seemed like someone was fighting. Out of curiosity, Yixian decided to go over and take a look. The people on the street also did the same and rushed towards the source of the sound. However, when Yixian rushed over, he discovered that the sound was coming from the Sima family. The Sima family has done so many heinous things, and they finally received retribution. 2 days ago, a mysterious expert killed his way into the family, and many experts died. Today, an Iron Mask expert killed his way in, and even the entire family was killed. It's too scary. The intensity of that battle is the most intense I've ever seen in my life. The Sima family's ancestor has already killed his way out, and is fighting with that Iron Mask expert. This Iron Mask expert is at the 5th stage of true energy disaster, one stage lower than the Sima family's ancestor. However, this Iron Mask expert actually comprehended a perfect sword form. Simply inconceivable. The surrounding onlookers were discussing. These words entered Yi Xian's ears without missing a single word. Iron Mask expert, 5th stage of true energy disaster, perfect sword form? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. In the past few days, he had been very sensitive to iron masks, because the ghost corpses sent by the corpse man all wore iron masks. However, shouldn't the corpse man be hunting him down? Why did he kill his way into the Sima family? Yi Xian couldn't understand, but he had a guess in his heart. Could this Iron Mask expert be the missing Feng Wuchen from 2 days ago? Feng Wuchen was at the 4th stage of true energy disaster, and after being hurt by love, he suddenly broke through to the 5th stage of true energy disaster. Moreover, he just so happened to comprehend a perfect sword form, and had killed that Iron Mask female ghost corpse. Most importantly, he had a grudge against the Sima family. Thinking about it this way, it was a bit of a coincidence. Whether or not it was him, Yi Xian had to go take a look. Boom! 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 The deafening sounds continued to ring out. Yi Xian quickened his pace and quickly arrived at the Sima family. At this moment, 2 figures were fighting in the air above the Sima family's mansion. Of these 2 figures, one was a white-haired old man, while the other was a long-haired man wearing an iron mask. Long hair, iron mask and snow wind sword technique? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. At this moment, both of them were within his detection range. He quickly sensed and found that the long-haired man wearing an iron mask was Feng Wuchen. It really is Feng Wuchen. Yi Xian was sure, but he felt that something was wrong. He quickly used the insightful eye to take a look. In the next moment he was shocked. At this moment, Feng Wuchen's body actually had the same flame as that of the Iron Mask ghost corpse. Moreover, it was 1 size bigger than that of the Iron Mask ghost corpse. What, Feng Wuchen is a ghost corpse now? Yi Xian was shocked. Ghost corpse Feng Wuchen, how is this possible? One had to know that he was still with Feng Wuchen at noon 2 days ago. In the afternoon, Feng Wuchen disappeared without a trace after spoiling Sima Lei and Bao Qin's good deed. Could it be that Feng Wuchen was captured by the corpse man's ghost corpse and refined into a ghost corpse? However, ghost corpses seem to be things without consciousness. Why would Feng Wuchen kill his way into the Sima family? No, the ghost corpse mark in my body hasn't been triggered yet. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly thought of an extremely important point. The range of the corpse ghost imprint was even wider than his perception range. Usually, he would first activate the corpse ghost imprint before sensing the iron-faced ghost corpse. But now, he had already seen Feng Wuchen, but the mark hadn't been triggered. This meant that Feng Wuchen wasn't a ghost corpse. No, it didn't completely mean that Feng Wuchen wasn't a ghost corpse. It should be said that Feng Wuchen wasn't a ghost corpse yet. What's going on? Yi Xian's mind was a mess. He couldn't understand the situation. Since it was like this, he didn't want to think about it anymore. He would observe the situation first. Chapter 1002. Bastard, who the hell are you? Are you in cahoots with the people who attacked the Sima family 2 days ago? The ancestor of the Sima family shouted angrily. The Sima family deserves to die. Feng Wuchen yelled under his iron mask and continued to attack the old ancestor of the Sima family. He could talk. Yi Xian's heart trembled. He then recalled that Yang Zhan seemed to be a defective product, but she could speak. This meant that Feng Wuchen might be similar to Yang Zhan, either a defective product or an unrefined ghost corpse. Since he could talk, it meant that Feng Wuchen was like Yang Zhan and still had his consciousness from when he was alive. But just as Yi Xian was shocked, the situation in the air changed. Feng Wuchen's full-powered attack sent the ancestor of the Sima family, who was at the 6th grade of true energy disaster, flying. A severed arm flew into the air, and blood spurted out into the air, landing in everyone's eyes. So strong as expected of the perfect sword form. Yi Xian swallowed. If he had to fight Feng Wuchen now, he wouldn't be able to win without using 3 big moves. Feng Wuchen was also at the 5th grade of true energy disaster, like the little ghost corpse that chased after Yi Xian 2 days ago. They both comprehended the perfect sword form, but Feng Wuchen was much stronger than the little ghost's corpse. Die! Feng Wuchen roared in the air and swung his sword. The next moment, the Sima family ancestor's head was cut off, and his corpse fell from the sky. Now Feng Wuchen had achieved his goal. Yixian hurriedly went to the side and changed into a new set of clothes. He flew into the air and said, "Old Feng, what's wrong with you?" When Feng Wuchen heard this, he turned around and looked at Yixian. Although Yixian changed his clothes and didn't show his face, Feng Wuchen recognized his voice. "You killed him?" Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Yixian knew who Feng Wuchen was referring to. It was Sima Lei, so he nodded and said, "Yes, I killed him 2 days ago." "Thank you," Feng Wuchen said before he turned around and left. "Hey old Feng, don't go." Yixian hurriedly chased after him. However, at this moment, "How dare you kill people in my Xinjiang city? Leave your lives behind." A loud shout came from the horizon. A tall and sturdy man was rushing over in a threatening manner. Needless to say, this tall and sturdy man was the city lord of Xinjiang City, an expert at the 7th level of true energy disaster. Kill! Feng Wuchen, who was about to leave, didn't show any intention of retreating when he saw the newcomer. He only coldly said one sentence and attacked. "Alright, let's work together." Yixian didn't speak nonsense and directly took out the heaven-shocking sword. The next moment he transformed into a Super Saiyan. "Eye of Glory!" Summoned the war god of metal. A burst of true chi gushed out from his body, condensing into a powerful golden armored war god. This scene fell into the eyes of the people below. Damn! It's that mysterious expert who killed his way into the Sima family. These two people are indeed together. F***CK. A perfect sword force and a 3rd level true energy disaster. Are they going to join hands to fight against the city lord? Quickly retreat. A battle of this level isn't a joke. The onlookers quickly retreated a large distance away. At this moment, Yixian and Feng Wuchen were already fighting with the city lord of Xinjiang City. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Yixian directly threw out his second trump card. The city lord of Xinjiang City was at the 7th level of true energy disaster, 4 levels higher than him. If he didn't show his true strength, it would be a waste if he died. At the same time, Feng Wuchen, who had comprehended the perfect sword force, also fiercely slashed out with his sword. Ferocious ghost twist and break. In an instant a fierce wind whistled. The color of Feng Wuchen's sword was incomparably black, which shocked Yixian. In the next moment he saw the sword aura suddenly split into hundreds of black shadows. These hundreds of black shadows began to expand, and in the end, they actually turned into ghost faces and pounced on the city lord of Xinjiang City. Whoa! These hundreds of ghost faces continuously let out frightening cries, causing the surrounding people to involuntarily shiver. What kind of F***king move was this? However, in their hearts, they all understood that this long-haired, iron-masked man was definitely from the heterodox Tao. He actually cultivated such a martial art. But in the next moment this group of onlookers was shocked. These hundreds of ghost faces had already surrounded the city lord of Xinjiang City, who was at the 7th level of true energy disaster. Immediately after, the city lord of Xinjiang City cried out in pain. Yixian focused his eyes. Using the eye of revelation, he could see through the ghost faces that the city lord of Xinjiang City was already covered in wounds from the claws of these ghost faces. Even the aorta on his neck had been cut open, and he didn't have any ability to break free from the ghost faces. In the blink of an eye, the city lord of Xinjiang City, who was at the 7th level of true energy disaster, was clawed to death by the hundreds of ghost faces. And Yixian's innumerable swords returned to origin and summon of the golden war god were actually wasted. What kind of F***king move is this? He instantly killed the city lord of Xinjiang City, who was at the 7th level of true energy disaster. It's only been a day, and Feng Wuchen's strength has increased by more than 10 times? Yixian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He was already shocked by Feng Wuchen's strength. Originally, he thought that even if he joined forces with Feng Wuchen, it would still be difficult to deal with the city lord of Xinjiang City. He didn't expect that Feng Wuchen would actually kill the city lord of Xinjiang City in one move. In fact, even Feng Wuchen himself didn't expect the power of this move to be so great. However, he had comprehended the perfect level sword force, so it actually made sense. Awesome! The universe ring of a 7th-level true energy disaster expert. Yixian looked at the corpse falling from the sky and felt a little uneasy. Only then did he remember that he still hadn't collected the corpses of the Sima family's ancestor, and the 3 5th-level true energy disasters. However, these were all Feng Wuqian's spoils of war, so he didn't take them. Feng Wuqian naturally wouldn't let these go. He quickly rushed over and prepared to take the universe ring. But at that moment, evil demon, how dare you cause trouble in my 10,000 Flower Valley's territory? Hand over your life. A roar rang out in everyone's ears, followed by the arrival of a powerful aura. This aura was so strong that it made Yixian's heart palpitate. Even Feng Wuqian's body trembled violently. 9th-level true energy disaster. This was a woman in a pink dress. Once she appeared, the surrounding heaven and earth primordial qi gathered. The fragrance emitted from her body was captivating. The people below couldn't help but want to take a few more breaths. Before Feng Wuqian could take the universe ring of the city lord of Xingyang City, he was struck by a sword ray and was instantly sent flying. Not good, it's too strong. Retreat. Yixian's expression changed drastically. He immediately rushed to Feng Wuqian's side and directly broke open a void door, bringing Feng Wuqian through it. You want to leave? 100 flowers contend. Bang! Chapter 1003. This woman came from the 10,000 Flower Valley and was a top expert there. She coincidentally came to Xingyang City and saw Feng Wuqian killing the Sima family's experts and the city lord. Xingyang City was in the 10,000 Flower Valley's territory. Many disciples from the valley would come here, so this female expert couldn't stand it anymore and took action. Fortunately, Yixian had the eyes of the void to escape. Otherwise, he and Feng Wuqian would have died there. Huff huff, that scared me to death. I actually encountered a 9th-grade true energy disaster expert. If I had stayed a second longer, I would have been killed instantly. Yixian brought the heavily injured Feng Wuqian and landed an hour away from Xingyang City. Feng Wuqian also let out a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you." Now that the danger was over, that woman didn't know where they had escaped to, so they didn't need to run. Wuqian, what happened to you? 2 days ago, an iron-faced ghost corpse chased after me. It had the same flame as you. What is it? Yixian asked in shock. Ghost fetus. Feng Wuqian didn't hide and said directly, a ghost fetus was planted in my body. Ghost fetus? Hearing this name, Yixian's body trembled violently. This name sounded a little scary. After I left that day, I encountered a ghost corpse. This ghost corpse's strength was at the 7th-grade true energy disaster. I wasn't his match, so he captured me and took me away. Feng Wuqian began to recall what happened that day, and told Yixian what happened that day. Hearing that Feng Wuqian was captured, Yixian's face darkened again. He asked, and then? This ghost corpse takes orders from the ghost corpse artist. The ghost corpse took me away and forcibly planted a ghost fetus in my body. He wanted to refine me into a ghost corpse, but my will kept resisting, so the ghost fetus couldn't be nurtured. Feng Wuqian paused for a moment before continuing. Then the ghost corpse artist said that I could perfectly fuse with the ghost fetus. As long as I was willing to fuse with it, he would give up on killing you. Give up on killing you. Hearing this, Yixian did not know what to say. I agree, but I have one condition, Feng Wuqian said. Revenge. Now that I've taken my revenge, I'll become a ghost corpse under the ghost man's control in a few days. I'll listen to his orders. What is this ghost fetus? The ghost corpses we encountered before didn't have this ghost fetus. Yixian asked in astonishment. A ghost fetus is refined from a ghost spirit. The ghost corpses we encountered before were all very low level. After they were implanted with the ghost fetus, they were unable to withstand the power of the ghost fetus, so the ghost fetus's power was distributed to various parts of their body to strengthen their physique. Feng Wuqian explained, as for me, I can perfectly fuse with the ghost fetus. As long as I can perfectly fuse with it, the ghost fetus won't be destroyed. Can continuously strengthen my body. It won't be used up. Yixian asked with a frown. Yes, that's why I have to go to the land of the dead. The corpse man will keep giving me ghost fetuses and strengthening me. Feng Wuqian nodded. Now Yixian finally understood. The ghost corpses he encountered before were actually transformed from ghost fetuses. Once a ghost fetus was implanted, unless one could perfectly fuse with it, they could only use the ghost fetus to strengthen their physique. However, a perfectly fused ghost fetus could be continuously strengthened by the ghost fetus, which would then be fed back to their physique. Are you really going to do this? Yi Xian sighed. The ghost man knows my origin. If I resist, the Wind Snow Villa will be destroyed. Anyway, I've already taken my revenge. I have no regrets. Feng Wuchen shook his head and stood up. He had been injured by the 9th grade True Qi disaster expert of the 10,000 Flower Valley. After the ghost fetus's treatment, his injuries had recovered by more than half. Although it couldn't compare to the bloodline of the divine tree of life, it was still very powerful. The ghost man is an evil demon. He might not keep his word. Yi Xian continued to remind him. Now that Feng Wuchen still had his consciousness left, as long as he resisted, the ghost fetus wouldn't be able to fuse with him. He might be able to expel it. However, once he voluntarily fused with the ghost fetus, he would become a ghost corpse, which was a living corpse without consciousness. If I resist, the Wind Snow Villa will be destroyed immediately. I can only survive if I agree, Feng Wuchen emphasized again. The corpse Taoist possessed a ghost corpse at the 8th grade of true energy disaster, so his strength had most likely reached the spirit disaster realm. After all, he was in the land of the dead, a place that was even more chaotic than the Blood Cliff Continent's ghost tomb region. Then do you know where the ghost man came from? Yi Xian asked again. I don't know. When the time comes, a ghost corpse will take me to him. Feng Wuchen shook his head. From now on, I'll leave the Wind Snow Villa to you. If they ask about me, just tell them that I've gone traveling. This. Yi Xian didn't know how to answer because Feng Wuchen seemed to be saying his last words. However, it made sense. Once he fused with the ghost fetus, his consciousness would be erased. Although he would still have signs of life, he would be just a walking corpse. I should leave now. Farewell. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists at Yi Xian and immediately turned to leave. What he said today was probably more than what he had said before. However, after he left this time, he might not have the ability to speak again. Yi Xian looked at his back, feeling very upset in his heart. Strength. Strength again. The ghost man's methods were superb, and his strength wasn't that simple. If Feng Wuchen didn't obey, the Wind Snow Villa would be doomed. This was much more dangerous than provoking the Sima family. Feng Wuchen wasn't like Yi Xian. He had a lot of concerns, so he could only choose to submit to the ghost man. However, this wasn't what Yi Xian was worried about. The ghost man practiced the devil path, not the righteous path. People of the devil path were temperamental and didn't mean what they said. If Feng Wuchen fused with the ghost fetus perfectly and became a ghost corpse without consciousness, even if the ghost man ordered to kill everyone in the Wind Snow Villa, Feng Wuchen wouldn't know. This was what Yi Xian was worried about. In fact, Yi Xian wanted to help Feng Wuchen, but he didn't know how. However, if there was a chance, Yi Xian would definitely kill the ghost man and throw his body into the wild to feed the beasts. Breakthrough, I must break through as soon as possible. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. This incident made him feel a sense of helplessness. He and Feng Wuchen had only met 4 times, but Feng Wuchen had never met him before. The first time was when he took Feng Wuchen from the Shui family to the Wind Snow Villa. The second time was when the Raging Fire Villa attacked the villa. The third time was when he sent Luoluo to the 1000 Flower Valley. The fourth time was now. Chapter 1004. Yi Xian might not even be able to defeat a 7th grade True Energy Disaster City Lord, let alone the 8th grade True Energy Disaster Ghost Corpse that Feng Wuchen mentioned. Xingyang City must be in chaos now. The 9th grade True Energy Disaster expert from the 10,000 Flower Valley should have already noticed me. If I'm not careful and get discovered, I'll be dead. Yi Xian thought for a while and felt that he shouldn't wander around the 10,000 Flower Valley anymore. He should find another place. Feng Wuchen had already left. He had promised the corpse man that he would voluntarily fuse with the ghost fetus after taking his revenge. Now that he had left, it wouldn't be long before he started fusing with the 8th grade True Energy Disaster Ghost Corpse. Then, he would follow the 8th grade True Energy Disaster Ghost Corpse to the land of the dead. Just in case, Yi Xian broke through the void and returned to take a look. Fortunately, nothing happened to the Snow Wind Villa. The Snow Wind Villa and the 10,000 Flower Valley were the two locations that Yixian kept in the void. As for the next location, he already had a target. The Land of the Dead. The Land of the Dead was much more chaotic than the Blood Rock continent. Although Yixian's current realm wasn't high, he had many tricks up his sleeve. He was able to escape from a 9th-grade true energy disaster expert. As long as he didn't encounter a spirit disaster expert, it shouldn't be a problem. Therefore, he decided to go to the Land of the Dead to raise his realm there and investigate the corpse man. If possible, he wanted to save Feng Wuchen. Immediately, he took out a map and rushed towards the Land of the Dead. A 3rd-grade true energy disaster expert would be scared half to death when they heard about the Land of the Dead. However, Yixian actually dared to go in. He was quite bold. I wonder when I'll get another random mission that rewards Devour points. If that's the case, I'll have 3 Devour points. At that time, I can choose to upgrade Luoluo or Wei Zhentian. Yixian thought in his heart as he hurried along. He didn't use the 2 Devour points and had been saving them all this time. This was because Devour points had many uses after leveling up. They could be exchanged or used to upgrade items. Luoluo and Wei Zhentian's upgrade required 3 Devour points, so Yixian had been saving them all this time. After Luoluo's advancement, it seemed that the beast god's bloodline had mutated and her strength had increased greatly. Now that Wei Zhentian had been refined into a transcendent artifact, it would live and die with Yixian. As long as Yixian was alive, it would not die. If it evolved again, not to mention the amplification effect on Yixian, it might even give Yixian another powerful skill. This could greatly increase Yixian's strength. Since the Land of the Dead was quite a distance away, it would take at least 7 days for Yixian to get there at full speed. Thus, he simply let his doppelganger travel while his main body did some other things such as alchemical pills and so on. Yixian spent more than a day to rush to another city. This city was called Songlang City, and the city lord was even stronger than the city lord of Xingyang City. He was an 8th-level true energy disaster. At this moment, Yixian saw the Songlang City whose city gate was a giant wolf's head. However, right at this moment, ding! The ghoul corpse imprint has been triggered. Suddenly, a notification sounded out, scaring Yixian. Why was the ghoul corpse imprint triggered again? Yixian was stunned. Didn't they say that as long as Feng Wuchen compromised and willingly merged with the ghost fetus, the corpse ghost man would give up on hunting him down? Damn the corpse ghost man, I really can't believe his words. Damn it, he's hunting me down again. Yixian shouted angrily. While gnashing his teeth, he had already cursed the corpse ghost man's entire family. He was not afraid of himself, but he was afraid that something would happen to the Wind Snow Villa. Now, his doppelganger was rushing to the Land of the Dead, but fortunately, his doppelganger had already located the location and then broke through the void to arrive beside his main body. Merge! Yixian's main body and doppelganger instantly merged into one, and his strength soared by 30%. At the same time, a figure also stepped into his sensing range. This aura. Yixian raised his eyebrows. The aura he felt now was very familiar to him. He had encountered it before, which was the iron-faced ghost corpse. When he turned his head, he saw the iron-faced ghost corpse charging towards him. Chapter 1005. Yixian held the heaven-shaking sword and was ready to kill the iron-faced ghost zombie. However, at that moment, ding! Control successful. Suddenly, a notification sounded in Yixian's mind. Did I succeed? Yixian was stunned. He had actually succeeded in controlling the iron-faced ghost zombie. This was a little monster who had comprehended the perfect sword force of a 6th-grade true energy disaster. Immediately, he sent the order to the iron-faced ghost zombie in his mind. The iron-faced ghost zombie stopped what it was doing and took off the iron mask on its face. The iron-faced ghost zombie chasing Yixian was a teenager. Under the iron mask was a handsome face. When it grew up, it would definitely be as handsome as Yixian. However, the iron-faced ghost zombie's eyes were lifeless. When it arrived in front of Yixian, it respectfully knelt down on one knee. Greetings, Master. The iron-faced ghost zombie slowly opened its mouth, its voice somewhat hoarse. However, at that moment, bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound rang out. A white gas suddenly rushed out of the iron-faced ghost zombie's body and condensed into a white skull on top of its head. TSK. You actually controlled my ghost zombie. I have to say you're quite capable. The white skull opened its mouth and spoke. Corpse man, didn't you say you wouldn't chase me anymore? Yi Xian asked with a frown. TSK. That Snow Wind Villa is a force. If I destroy it, it will cause a lot of trouble. But you're alone, so I can kill you whenever I want to, the white skull said in a mocking tone. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and sighed in relief. Although he didn't know what the corpse man meant by trouble, he was relieved. Then Wuchen has become a ghost zombie? Yi Xian asked. It had been almost 2 days since Feng Wuchen left. He guessed that Feng Wuchen should be. That's right. He's coming to the land of the dead. When the time comes, I'll cultivate him into the #1 ghost zombie. As for you, I won't give up chasing you. I'll refine you into a ghost zombie and make you listen to my orders. The white skull suddenly laughed. Yi Xian was only at the 3rd level of true energy disaster. Yet he was able to control an iron-faced ghost corpse that was at the 6th level of true energy disaster. This was also beyond the corpse Taoist's expectations. Such a genius might be able to perfectly fuse with the ghost fetus like Feng Wuchen. Therefore, the corpse man didn't want to miss this opportunity. Then why don't you tell me where you are? I'll pay you a visit. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he shouted coldly. TSK, I won't tell anyone where I am. Unless you've already become a ghost corpse. The white skeleton replied. But I've already taken control of him. Yi Xian's gaze landed on the iron-faced zombie boy. So what? Without my guidance, don't even think about finding me. However, I'll give you a chance. Come to the land of the dead. Before White Skull could finish, Yi Xian interrupted. Do you think I'm stupid? TSK, it doesn't matter. I have countless ghost corpses anyway. Just run, I'll catch you. After the White Skull finished speaking, it disappeared with a bang. Damn you. Yi Xian couldn't help but curse. He knew that the corpse man wanted to provoke him into going to the land of the dead. At that time, more powerful ghost corpses would come to capture him. At the same time, he could guess from the corpse man's words that the corpse man did indeed have many ghost corpses. However, the ghost corpses here shouldn't be very strong. At most, they were at the 9th level of true energy disaster. The corpse man seemed to be afraid of something, so he didn't dare to make a big move. Now Yi Xian had to make a new plan. I can't go to the land of the dead for now unless I make a few more breakthroughs, Yi Xian thought to himself. He was at the 3rd level of true energy disaster now. If he wanted to go to the land of the dead, he had to at least break through to the 6th level of true energy disaster. Only then would he be qualified to challenge the corpse man. Whatever. I'll think about it after I enter the city. After Yi Xian finished thinking, his gaze landed on the handsome young man again. What's your name? Yuan. Wuxin. The young man answered slowly. For some reason, his voice was very hoarse and he stuttered a little. Perhaps it was because his will had been erased. Apart from your name, do you remember what happened before? Yi Xian asked in surprise. No, I don't. The young man shook his head. Sure enough, after fusing with the ghost fetus, the young man only remembered his name. The ghost fetus in Yuan Wuxin's body is smaller than Feng Wuchen's. It seems that the fusion wasn't perfect. However, it wasn't to the extent that he used all of it to strengthen his body. It should only be half perfect. Yi Xian guessed. Thinking of this, he felt that it was a pity because Feng Wuchen had already become a ghost corpse and become the corpse man's hired thug. Speaking of which, since he had already taken in this little ghost corpse, Yi Xian didn't hold back. He directly rushed over and took the little ghost corpse's interspatial ring. Fierce ghost tears? Yi Xian suddenly discovered something that made his eyes light up. This was an upper-grade Transcendent Supreme martial art, and its quality wasn't low. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't hold back. He directly spent some Transcendent Supreme crystals and learned this martial art. Fierce ghost tears. Each use requires a ghost fetus. The ghost fetus must be sealed in a supreme spiritual treasure before it can be used. Yi Xian glanced at the description and realized that this was the move that Feng Wuchen had used to kill the Xingyang city's city lord. So it's that move. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. He turned and asked, why didn't you use it when you were chasing me that day? Did you not master it? Yuan Wuxin nodded. He indeed didn't master this move. Yixian shivered when he saw Yuan Wuxin nod his head. If Yuan Wuxin had used this move on that day, he'd probably have been bitten by those 100 ghosts. Terrifying. Yixian swallowed his saliva and continued to check the interspatial ring. There were more than 10 black fire seeds in this interspatial ring. These black fire seeds varied in size. It seemed that they were the ghost fetus mentioned. 15. It seems that I can use fierce ghost tears 15 times. But what if I run out of ghost fetus? Yixian thought of a problem. But then, he found another thing in this interspatial ring. Basic Ghost Dao. This basic Ghost Dao wasn't a martial art. It was just a description of the Ghost Dao. However, it contained the method to refine ghost fetus. To refine a ghost fetus, one must first kill a person, then set up a ghost transformation formation, gather the resentment of the dead person, and condense it into a ghost spirit. Then, capture the ghost spirit and refine it into a ghost fetus. Chapter 1006. This method is too cruel. Not letting go of a dead person. This is even more cruel than whipping a corpse. I'd better use it sparingly. Yixian shook his head. Although he had killed countless people, he would not do such a thing. After all, this would prevent people from being reincarnated. As for the remaining items in Yuan Wuxin's Qian Kuan ring, there was nothing that Yixian was interested in. They were all materials for setting up the ghost materialization array and refining the ghost fetus. However, just in case, Yixian still kept them. Repair the dragon catcher hand. Ding! The dragon catcher hand has been repaired to 50%. The system notified. The ferocious ghost twisting tier was an upper-grade transcendent supreme martial art. It was comparable to many middle-grade martial arts, so it was repaired in one go. Now, Yixian could confirm that the dragon catcher hand was a divine ability. I didn't expect the Blood Rock sect leader to obtain the incomplete manual of a divine ability. He is really lucky. Yixian sighed. Then he would seal the ghost fetus into the Sky Shocker Sword according to the basic Ghost Dao method. Whoosh! Unexpectedly, Wei Zhenqian suddenly broke free from his hand and turned into a small green bird that shook its head desperately. Why? Are you not willing? Asked Yixian. The ferocious ghost twisting tear required the ghost fetus to be sealed into the weapon before it could be used. As a sentient treasure, Wei Zhenqian naturally did not want to have anything to do with it. Alright, then I'll exchange for another weapon. Yixian did not insist. He searched for a while and finally locked onto an upper-grade transcendent supreme spiritual treasure called the White Bone Sword. However, this White Bone Sword was a little expensive. Although it was a little expensive, Yixian respected Wei Zhenqian's wishes, so he still exchanged for the White Bone Sword. His super-devouring crystal immediately dropped. The White Bone Sword was made of a bone. The blade was sharp, and there were 2 gray skulls on the hilt. It looked a little ferocious. However, it did not state what kind of bone it was made of. The reason why Yixian had exchanged for the White Bone Sword was because it did not look like it was made of human bones. The second reason was that the White Bone Sword had a damage boost to demonic Dao martial arts. It could increase the power of the ferocious ghost twisting tier. Not bad, I'll use it as a secondary weapon. In the future, when Megatron uses the return of 10,000 swords, he can use this White Bone Sword to fight. Yixian was quite satisfied. Usually, once he used the million ancestral swords, he would have to take out another supreme spiritual treasure to fight. But now that he had the White Bone Sword and upper-grade supreme spiritual treasure, he did not have to do that. In the future, if he could find an artifact spirit, he could forge it into a magic treasure. At that time, there would be a powerful skill like 10,000 swords in one. By now, Yixian had finished dealing with the spoils of war. Just follow me. Don't run around after we go in, Yixian said to Yuan Wuxin. The delicate-looking youth, Yuan Wuxin, nodded silently and followed behind Yixian. Yuan Wuxin was actually not dead. Even after consuming the specially refined ghost fetus, he still looked like a human. So, it was not a big deal for him to follow Yixian into the city. Soon, the two of them entered Songlang City. Then Yixian went straight to the auction house. Now, his super-devouring crystal could still be exchanged for 5,000 sword comprehension pills. So, he wanted to use these 5,000 sword comprehension pills to start from scratch. Welcome, guests. What would you like to order? Before the two of them entered the auction house, A waiter came up to them. Some high-grade elixirs. Yixian replied. All right, please follow me. The waiter's eyes lit up. He led Yixian and Yuan Wuxin in. However, he felt a little strange. Yixian, who was walking in front, did not have a stronger aura than Yuan Wuxin, who was walking behind him. Why was that? However, he knew that he could not be a busybody. So, after leading Yixian to the private room, he went to find a supervisor of the auction house. When the director of the auction saw Yixian and Yuan Wuxin, he was stunned for a moment. He could not see through Yuan Wuxin even though he was at the 4th grade True Energy Disaster. This meant that Yuan Wuxin was at least at the 5th grade True Energy Disaster or 6th grade True Energy Disaster. His aptitude could be ranked among the top in the entire Zhonglang city. Soon Yixian handed over the sword comprehension pills. The price in Zhonglang city was higher than in Xingyang city. One sword comprehension pill could be exchanged for 15 low-grade crossing difficulty pills. 5,000 sword comprehension pills would be 7,500, which was half the price in Xingyang city. Of course, Yixian asked for all the heaven and earth treasures. I still have about 15,000 pills. Do you need them? Yixian asked. Yes, yes. The supervisor of the auction house hurriedly nodded. All right, I'll go get them. Yixian nodded and immediately left the auction house with Yuan Wuxin. Then he found a remote place and swallowed all the heaven and earth treasures, exchanging them for another 15,000 sword comprehension pills. He found the supervisor of the auction house again, and exchanged for 3 times the amount of heaven and earth treasures. I'll take some from this auction house and go to other auction houses. That was what Yixian planned in his heart. After a few more rounds, he would be able to break through to the 4th grade True Energy Disaster. However, just as he was leaving the auction house, a young man happened to walk in. This young man was dressed in brocade and held a large folding fan in his hand. There were 2 attendants following behind him. His strength was at the 5th grade True Energy Disaster. The 2 attendants behind him were actually at the 6th grade True Energy Disaster. After he entered, he looked around. However, when his gaze swept past Yixian and Yuan Wuxin, his body trembled violently. It's you. The young man subconsciously exclaimed. Yixian, who was walking out, stopped in his tracks and froze for a moment. This young man was looking in his direction. Could it be that he knew him? However, he understood in the next moment. This young man didn't know him. He knew Yuan Wuxin behind him. What's the matter? Yixian asked with a frown. Get lost. The young man shouted angrily. He quickly walked in front of Yuan Wuxin and said, Good boy. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Last time you killed 2 of my subordinates and now you've run into me. Don't even think about escaping today. When Yixian heard this, he turned to look at Yuan Wuxin. This Yuan Wuxin had been controlled by the corpseman to chase after him. Perhaps he had offended someone along the way, so Yixian decided to kill him. And now he just happened to run into him. However, Yuan Wuxin was now one of Yixian's people. As the host, Yixian couldn't just sit by and watch. Of course, the most important point was that this young man had actually told Yixian to get lost. That was really courting death. What? You don't dare admit to killing people? The young man glared at Yuan Wuxin. The former was still a little frightened when he recalled what had happened that day. That day, Yuan Wuxin had been wandering around outside and had been targeted by this young man. However, he hadn't expected Yuan Wuxin to be so strong. 4 of the young man's subordinates had been killed, and he had almost lost his life. Later, Yuan Wuxin happened to sense the corpseman's imprint, so he immediately gave chase. That was how the young man escaped. Chapter 1007. Although Yuan Wuxin was wearing an iron mask that day and his face couldn't be seen, and his true appearance was revealed today, the young man still recognized him at a glance. Yixian was unaware of this. He looked at the young man and said indifferently, If you don't want to fight, then get lost. What did you say? The young man suddenly turned his head and glared at Yixian. He was almost killed by Yuan Wuxin that day because it was in the wilderness. Now that he met Yuan Wuxin in Zhonglang city, how could he let him go? Fight if you have the guts. Get lost if you don't. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Yixian didn't care about the young man at all. 5th grade True Energy Disaster? What a joke. He would be killed in an instant. A mere third-grade true energy disaster dares to talk to me like this? The young man with the folding fan glared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. In fact, he could use the eye of control to control this fool. However, after controlling him, he couldn't kill him and rob him. If you want revenge, get out of the city. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he turned around and left. Humph, you're courting death. The young man snorted and followed him. Although he had been completely annihilated by Yuan Wuxin back then, that was because his attendants were only at the 5th level of true energy disaster. After that day, the clan had assigned him 2 attendants at the 6th level of true energy disaster. 2 servants? How could they not defeat Yuan Wuxin? At that moment, Yi Xian led Yuan Wuxin toward the city gate. The young man followed closely, afraid that Yi Xian and Yuan Wuxin would suddenly run away. However, his worries were unnecessary. Yi Xian wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity to level up. Soon they arrived outside Songlang City. You're not running away? When the young man followed Yi Xian to the outskirts of the city, he asked in astonishment. Why should we run? The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He felt that this young man's identity wasn't ordinary. He must have a lot of wealth. As long as he killed this young man, he would be able to break through to the 4th grade true energy disaster. Fine. Since you're not running away, you'll be buried here. The young man didn't waste time. He said to the 2 experts at the 6th grade true energy disaster behind him, kill them. Yes. The 2 servants shouted and walked out together, one with a blade and one with a sword. They didn't need to move together to deal with a teenager. However, they felt a little strange. Just in case. Can you do it alone? Yi Xian turned around and asked Yuan Wuxin. All right. Yuan Wuxin nodded silently. They were all at the 6th grade of true energy disaster, so Yuan Wuxin had no reason to be afraid of them. After all, he had comprehended the perfect level of sword force, and with the strengthening of the ghost fetus, it would not be a problem for him to fight 1 against 2. Yuan Wuxin also gripped his long sword and went up to meet him. In the blink of an eye, they were exchanging blows. Kid, I can't beat him, but do you think I can't do anything to you? You actually dared to tell me to get lost. You're quite bold. The young man ignored the battle on the other side and slowly walked toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at him and said with a smile, I advise you not to make a move. Otherwise, you'll be miserable. Miserable? The young man laughed out loud. I'm at the 5th grade true energy disaster. You're at the 3rd grade. Do you want to challenge me by 2 grades? Since you don't believe me, why don't you try? Yi Xian said slowly. He silently took out his white-boned sword. He wanted to leave the young man for last, but if he wanted to die, Yi Xian didn't mind bringing it forward. Die. The young man naturally couldn't let Yi Xian go. He directly attacked. But in the next moment, he saw a palm made of true energy appear around him. Pung. The young man's strength wasn't weak. He was able to defeat Yi Xian's dragon-capturing hand. However, at the same time that he defeated the dragon-capturing hand, Yi Xian had already arrived in front of him. Rip. An arm was thrown up. The young man's left hand with the interspatial ring was cut off. Blood instantly spurted out from the wound. Pung. Yi Xian kicked out and sent the young man flying. The young man was dumbfounded. He watched as Yi Xian took off his interspatial ring and cut off his arm in the blink of an eye. Was this still a martial artist at the 3rd grade of true energy disaster? Kill him. His reaction was quite fast and he immediately roared. Unfortunately, at the same time, his 2 attendants were also beheaded by Yuan Wuxin. Double kill. What a joke. When Yuan Wuxin killed the young attendant, he didn't even use his perfect sword force. So what if he encountered 2 opponents at the same level? After killing the younger one, the older one will usually appear. I'll give you a chance. Go back and call for help. Yi Xian shouted at the young man. The young man looked at the 2 heads in shock. His face was filled with horror. However, he quickly got up and rushed toward Songlang City. At the same time he shouted, Help! I'm the young master of the Han family, Han Wei. Save me. Just a moment ago Han Wei was arrogant. In the blink of an eye, he was calling for help while covered in blood. However, He didn't expect that the guards at the city gate were only surprised for a moment. They didn't have any intention of helping. Yi Xian had made his move outside the city, not inside the city. Furthermore, it wasn't a threat to their lives, so why should they get involved in this mess? Meanwhile, Yi Xian waited quietly outside Songlang City. It had to be said that he had found a good fighter this time. Although Yuan Wuxin had chased after him, he had now been subdued by him. He was a genius comparable to a 7th grade true energy disaster. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at the 4th grade of true energy disaster. After obtaining the 3 interspatial rings, Yi Xian heard a system notification. According to Yi Xian's estimation, a 4th grade true energy disaster was almost enough to kill an expert at the 7th grade of true energy disaster. If he used his trump card, he could even fight an expert at the 8th grade of true energy disaster. Of course, even if the current Yi Xian encountered the expert from the Valley of 10,000 Flowers who was at the 9th grade of true energy disaster, he would probably be beaten to his knees. The city lord of Songlang City was an expert at the 8th grade of true energy disaster. However, the Han family was not the city lord mansion. Therefore, Yi Xian estimated that only an expert at the 7th grade of true energy disaster would come to beat him up. This was good. He could handle it. Within a few minutes, the one-armed Han Wei reappeared. At the same time, he brought many helpers with him. Among them, there were 2 whose auras were much stronger than Yuan Wuxin's. Father, it's them. When Han Wei saw that Yi Xian and Yuan Wuxin were still there, he immediately complained to the middle-aged man beside him. When the middle-aged man heard this, he didn't waste any time. He shouted angrily, "Go capture them!" Chapter 1008. Behind the Han family experts were a large number of Songlang City residents. When they saw the Han family's formation, they followed along to watch the show. In an instant, more than 10 experts from the Han family charged towards Yi Xian and Yuan Wuxin, but they were all experts at the 6th level of true energy disaster. Facing so many experts, Yi Xian didn't care at all. He gripped his white bone sword tightly. In the next moment, his hair and eyes turned golden. Eyes of glory. Tyrannical Emperor's limitless sword attack. Yi Xian suddenly leaped high and slashed down with a huge golden sword condensed from true energy. The Han family experts thought that it was Yi Xian's attack. After dodging, they revealed mocking expressions. However, when they relaxed, a strong impact force was exerted on their bodies. The tyrannical Emperor's limitless sword didn't rely on slashing, but on vibrating. Rumble. The ground cracked as though it was the end of the world. At the same time, the sound of bones shattering could be heard from the Han family experts. Kacha! 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 Crisp sounds were heard, but they were covered by the sound of the ground cracking. In everyone's eyes, the 13 6th grade true energy disaster experts all collapsed like octopuses. Blood flowed out of their 7 orifices, and they died very tragically. Their bones, internal organs, and even their brains were all shattered. It would be inexcusable if they didn't die. Yi Xian's move instantly killed 13 6th grade true energy disaster experts, shocking everyone present. How is this possible? Han Wei's father widened his eyes. Even he couldn't kill 13 6th grade true energy disaster experts in one move. Second brother, let's join forces and kill them. Han Wei's father immediately reacted. With a loud shout, he charged over with another expert of the 7th level of true energy disaster. Although the Han family was quite powerful in Songlang City, the Han family couldn't afford to lose 13 6th grade true energy disasters at once. If they didn't take revenge, the Han family wouldn't be able to establish themselves in Songlang City. The 2 7th level true energy disaster experts joined forces to attack Yi Xian and Yuan Wuxin. At the same time, Han Wei was still watching in astonishment. He suddenly had a bad premonition. He was thinking that if even his father and second uncle were to die here, the Han family would be finished. Unfortunately, the arrow had already left the bowstring, and it was already too late. One each. Facing 2 7th grade true energy disaster experts, Yi Xian said to Yuan Wuxin. The latter nodded silently, then charged out as well. 4th grade true energy disaster, 7th grade true energy disaster. There was a difference of 3 realms between them, but Yi Xian was not the least bit afraid. Let me try my new ultimate move. Yixian's eyes flashed as he threw out the Sky Quake Sword in his hand. The Sky Quake Sword was transformed from Wei Zhentian. Other than using the myriad sword's return to origin, it could also attack on its own. Wei Zhentian broke free of his hand and directly rushed towards Han Wei's father. At the same time, Yixian's right hand suddenly turned into a claw and reached out. Dragon seizing hand. A golden palm appeared out of thin air, attempting to grab the Han family head. However, the Han family head cleverly dodged it. When he turned his head to look at Yixian, he discovered that Yixian had already slashed out with a black slash. Coincidentally, this black slash was suddenly accompanied by hundreds of black shadows, and a violent wind suddenly whistled. Fierce Ghost Twisting Tear. This move was a new skill that Yixian had just learned. However, unlike ordinary martial arts, this move did not have a proficiency level to speak of. It only required ghost embryos to activate. After Yixian exchanged for the white bone sword, he had already sealed a few ghost embryos inside. This time he wanted to see the power of the Fierce Ghost Twisting Tear. Hundreds of ghost embryos bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards the Han family head. The latter was shocked and hastily raised his hand to disperse these ghost embryos. However, due to the large number of ghost embryos, he was still hit head-on. Rip! 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 After a series of crisp sounds, the Han family head let out a miserable cry of pain. Although these ghost embryos were not strong individually, when dozens of them pounced on him at once, no one would be able to withstand it. The patriarch of the Han family was an expert at the 7th level of true energy disaster, just like the city lord of Xingyang City back then. However, Feng Wuchen was able to instantly kill the city lord of Xingyang City with a single move. However, the fierce ghost that Yixian used was unable to kill the patriarch of the Han family. Although the Fierce Ghost Twisting Tear's power was amplified by the white bone sword, Feng Wuchen had comprehended perfect sword force, which was why he was able to kill the Xingyang City city lord in one move. All in all, this Fierce Ghost Twisting Tear was pretty good. It's not powerful enough, and it's not affected by the Eye of Glory, but it's enough. If I can comprehend perfect sword force, the power of this move will greatly increase. Yixian thought to himself as he watched the Han family head disperse all the ghost embryos. Earlier he had only been testing the power of the Fierce Ghost Twisting Tear. Now it was time for real. Dragon Seizing Hand. Burning Eye. Eye of Illusion. Eye of Nirvana. Snow Wind Sword Technique. Yixian's moves were endless. In addition to Wei Zhentian's sneak attack, the Han family head, who was already covered in blood from the Fierce Ghost Twisting Tear, died tragically in an instant. The Han family head is dead? The martial artists who were gathered in front of Tsonglang City's city gate were all aghast. The Han family head, who was at the 7th grade of True Energy Disaster, was killed without even having the chance to make a move. Moreover, the one who killed him was a brat at the 4th grade of True Energy Disaster. What is that golden sword aura? How could it be so powerful? Also, this brat knows how to use demonic martial arts. When did such a person appear in the nearby demonic sects? Look, the Han family expert on the other side can't hold on any longer. Perfect sword force. Heavens, it's actually a perfect sword force. How old is that brat? Everyone turned their heads and finally realized how extraordinary Yuan Wuxin was. A young man who had comprehended a perfect sword force. This was simply heaven-defying. Of course, the one who was the most shocked was Han Wei, who had one of his arms chopped off by Yixian. Previously, he thought that he could easily kill Yixian. However, he did not expect that there was such a huge difference in strength between him and Yixian. His arm was chopped off so easily. After that, he rushed back to the Han family to get reinforcements. His father and second uncle were there, but he did not expect that his father would be instantly killed by Yixian. The Han family was finished. At this time, Han Wei's second uncle was also being beaten into retreat. Although his realm was higher than Yuan Wuxin, his strength was still lacking when compared to Yuan Wuxin. Big brother is dead. If that brat comes here, I'll definitely die. Han Wei's second uncle's forehead was already soaked in cold sweat. He defended himself while moving closer to Tsonglang City. Chapter 1009. Upon hearing this, Yixian, who was collecting the Qiankuan rings, looked up and saw a man in a black robe in the air. This man was the city lord of Tsonglang City, An 8th grade genuine energy disaster expert. The city lord has actually appeared. I wonder if he will take action. The city lord is an 8th grade genuine energy disaster expert. If he takes action, these two brats will definitely die. It's hard to say. They are fighting outside the city and not in the city. The city lord might not take action. The onlookers discussed softly. Yixian was on guard. However, his worries were unnecessary. After hearing this, the city lord of Zhonglang City remained indifferent and just watched. Since that was the case, things would be easier. At this moment, Yixian had already collected the Qiankuan rings of the 13 6th grade genuine energy disasters experts and Han Wei's father's Qiankuan ring. A bunch of poor bastards. Seems like they have hidden their things. Yixian couldn't help but ridicule them in his heart. He thought he could use this opportunity to break through to the 5th grade genuine energy disaster. However, there was still a 7th grade genuine energy disaster expert. He had to kill him first. Han Wei's second uncle was already at the end of his strength. As long as he joined the battle, he could easily kill him without using his trump card. Wei Zhentian go. Yixian immediately gave the order. Wei Zhentian's mission was to prevent Han Wei's second uncle from returning to Zhonglang City. Therefore, it immediately transformed into a giant bell and covered Han Wei's second uncle. What? Han Wei's second uncle was shocked. What the hell was this? Could transform? He was held back by Yuan Wuxin. Now that Wei Zhentian was covering him, he was trapped together with Yuan Wuxin. Bang! 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 The sound of the bell reverberated. The battle in the giant bell that Wei Zhentian had transformed into was very intense. However, the battle ended in less than 2 seconds. The sound of the bell also stopped. It ended? The group of people at the entrance of Zhonglang City widened their eyes. At this moment, Wei Zhentian returned to his original form and returned to Yixian's hand. As expected, Han Wei's second uncle still died. However, he didn't die at the hands of Yuan Wuxin. Instead, he died at the hands of Wei Zhentian. Han Wei's second uncle's body was riddled with over 100 bloody holes. After Wei Zhentian covered him, he extended hundreds of spikes and stabbed him to death. Han Wei's second uncle would never have thought that he would end up like this. No second uncle. Han Wei cried out loudly when he saw the corpse. His father was dead, and so was his second uncle. From today onwards, the only person left in the Han family was his grandfather. A 7th stage true energy disaster. At this time, Yuan Wuxin went over and took off the interspatial ring, then threw it at Yixian. Yixian caught the cosmos ring and swallowed everything inside it except for the ores. However, he was still unable to break through to the 5th level of true energy disaster. Then his gaze landed on Han Wei. Han Wei noticed Yixian's gaze. His body trembled and he quickly shrank back into the city. To kill or not to kill? Yixian's eyes flickered. With his current strength, he wasn't afraid of the Zhonglang City governor, so he was hesitating. In the next moment he made his decision. How could he be so cowardly when killing someone? Since he had made his decision, he had to be prepared to fight an 8th stage true energy disaster expert. Immediately, the skyquake sword swept towards Han Wei. City governor? The generals guarding the city were shocked. Yixian actually dared to make a move in front of the city governor. This was a challenge to the city governor's authority. These people were waiting for the city governor's response. In fact, the city governor was also thinking in his heart. The destruction of the Han family was beneficial to him. After all, if the Han family continued to decline in the future, many properties in the city would be transferred to him. However, since there were so many people watching below, he couldn't just ignore it. Stop! The city governor shouted angrily. However, Yixian ignored his shout and continued to let Wei Zhentian chase after Han Wei. You're courting death. Seeing that Yixian didn't stop, the city governor shouted again and rushed towards Yixian. He slammed his big hand on the ground and a giant palm print fell. Bam! The ground shattered again. The attack power of this palm was almost on par with Yixian's overlord's limitless sword. However, when he made his move, Yixian and Yuan Wuxin had already dodged to the side. Chasing after Han Wei was a small matter. Yixian's real target was the city governor of Zhonglang City. 8th stage true energy disaster. As long as he killed the city governor of Zhonglang City, Yixian would definitely be able to break through to the 5th stage true energy disaster. Let's fight! Yixian shouted angrily and attacked. As for Yuan Wuxin, he was in charge of dealing with the Zhonglang city guards who rushed out. Kid, I don't care which power you are from. How dare you challenge my authority? You're courting death. The city governor shouted angrily. His hands formed claws and attacked Yixian crazily. In such an important battle, Yixian naturally had to give it his all. Might Zhentian myriad swords returned to origin. Summon the golden armored battle god. In an instant, a large amount of golden true energy gushed out from Yixian and condensed into a golden armored battle god. Although the golden armored battle god had rushed into the Sima family of Xingyang City and killed many people, the city governor of Xingyang City was already dead. So what if Yixian was exposed? Yixian threw out his 2 trump cards. Might Zhentian and the golden armored battle god attacked the city governor of Zhonglang City one after another. Why are all of this kid's moves so strange? The city governor of Zhonglang City suddenly felt immense pressure. Although he was 4 stages higher than Yixian, he wasn't 100% sure that he could defeat Yixian. Yuan Wuxin had comprehended the perfect level sword force at such a young age. This was extremely rare. However, he felt that Yixian was even more monstrous than Yuan Wuxin. Humph, no matter what, you have to die today. The city governor of Zhonglang City's eyes flashed. He had a trump card too. His weapon was a pair of gloves. However, the power of his palm strike was several times stronger than before. An invisible pressure spread out. Yixian and the people present trembled. The city governor of Zhonglang City suddenly turned around and struck out a palm strike at the group of heaven-jolting swords behind him. In an instant, nearly half of the heaven-jolting swords were shattered. Perfect level sword force. I've finally met an expert with a perfect level sword force. Yixian secretly swallowed his saliva. Before the heaven-jolting swords could even get close, half of them were already shattered. If he struck out another palm strike, the myriad swords returned to origin would probably be crippled. Although Might Zhentian wouldn't die, the myriad swords returned to origin was one of Yixian's trump cards. You do have some ability. Have a taste of this move. With the white bone sword in hand, Yixian rapidly slashed out when the city governor struck out another palm strike. In an instant, a tragic cry sounded. Ferocious ghosts twist and break. Another 100 ghostly figures appeared and pounced at the city governor of Zhonglang City with bared fangs and brandished claws. At the same time, Yixian also struck out with his claws. Chapter 10:10. 10,000 swords return to origin. Golden armored war god, fierce ghost twist break, dragon capturing hand, instantly surrounded the lord of Zhonglang City. Now, it was up to the lord of Zhonglang City to deal with it. What a guy! Facing this 4-pronged attack, the lord of Zhonglang City wished he could grow 2 more hands. With the pincer attack from 4 sides, the lord of Zhonglang City could only choose 2 ways to solve it. Whoosh whoosh. He quickly made a decision in his heart and then immediately struck out 2 palms. One palm was to deal with the heaven-shaking sword group, while the other palm was to attack the 100 ghost shadows. But at this moment, the heaven-shaking sword group suddenly spread out and rapidly expanded. Spirit sword formation. Although the lord of Zhonglang City was still in the air, after the heaven-shaking sword group expanded, it could still lock the opponent in the air. However, the opponent had comprehended the perfect level sword force and could easily escape. At most, it could only be controlled for a second. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Gotcha! Hundreds of fierce ghosts were blasted into pieces. Less than 10 of them were left. Half of the heaven-shaking sword group was also destroyed. Fortunately, the lord of Zhonglang City was at his wit's end and could not attack anymore, so he could only dodge. At the same time, the golden armored war god had already approached. The lord of Zhonglang City clenched his right fist and actually blocked it. Bang! Fortunately, the lord of Zhonglang City had comprehended the perfect level palm force. His fist was only at the micro level, so this punch was slightly better than the golden armored war god's. The lord of Zhonglang City was beaten back. The heaven-shaking giant sword just happened to wrap around him, trying to seal him. Just as the lord of Zhonglang City was about to strike again. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 air-piercing sounds rang out. He swept his gaze and discovered 2 silver slashes coming towards him. What made him even more surprised was that he actually discovered 2 Yixian through these 2 silver slashes. However, now was not the time to care so much. Songlang roar. A woo. Facing so many attacks, the Lord of Songlang City only needed to reveal one more trump card. A wolf's howl shook the sky. An invisible sound technique formed a shockwave that spread out, shaking golden armored war god and dozens of heaven-shaking giant swords away. Not only that, even the remaining ghost shadows and Nirvana strike were scattered. What a powerful attack! It's at least a high-grade transcendent supreme martial art. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. From the very beginning, he had activated the Eye of Revelation. He had directly copied the Songlang City Lord's move earlier. Ding! Copying of Ash Wolf's howl is successful. Now Yi Xian didn't have the time to repair Dragoncatcher hands. Instead, he looked at Songlang City Lord because he still had 2 invisible attacks. Disintegration Eye. Eyes of Nirvana and Eyes of Disintegration. This combination skill was very useful. Eyes of Nirvana was extremely powerful, and could almost cover the aura of Eyes of Disintegration. Hence, Eyes of Disintegration often succeeded in sneak attacks. At this moment, the Songlang City Master had also neglected the Eye of Dissection. ZZ. 2 disintegration rays landed on Songlang City's City Lord's shoulder and waist respectively, disintegrating his flesh and blood instantly. When the severe pain was transmitted to the computer, the Lord of Songlang City knew that he had been tricked. Fortunately, it was not a fatal injury. If the disintegration ray had hit his head, his brain would have exploded. What a troublesome kid. I'll get rid of you first. Songlang City Lord endured his injuries and immediately changed his target. He charged towards Yi Xian, but halfway through, he was stopped by the golden armored battle god. Fierce ghost break. Another 100 ghostly shadows whizzed over. Burning Eye. Eyes of Illusion. Eyes of Nirvana. Disintegration Eye. Dragoncatcher hands. Yi Xian didn't care about anything else. He used whatever moves he had. Moreover, it was a double attack. He had many tricks up his sleeve and was very difficult to deal with. He brought great pressure to Songlang City Lord. Although Songlang City Lord had comprehended the perfect sword force, it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. He couldn't withstand all of Yi Xian's attacks. This time there were finally ghostly shadows pouncing on him. There were more than 10 of them. In an instant, these ghostly shadows began to tear at his body, causing blood to splatter everywhere. This scene made the onlookers below break out in cold sweat. Songlang City Lord, who was incomparably powerful in their hearts, was injured at this moment. Moreover, they couldn't even touch the corner of Yi Xian's clothes. Could it be that they were hallucinating? A woo. Another wolf howl sounded. Songlang City Lord spat out a mouthful of blood, dispersing the surrounding ghostly shadows. Although this move was good, it couldn't be used continuously. Otherwise, it would damage his throat. Unless he had high-level treasures of heaven and earth, it would be very difficult to heal. However, now was not the time to be calculative. Whoosh whoosh. Another gust of wind howled. This time, Songlang City Lord directly struck out with his palm, dispersing the golden armored battle god. Although the golden armored battle god was strong, Songlang City Lord was 4 realms higher than Yi Xian. Moreover, he had comprehended the perfect sword force. Therefore, the golden armored battle god was only a bystander this time. However, it also bought time for another person. Swoosh! The sound of air breaking rang out again. However, this time it wasn't Yi Xian's attack. Came from another person. Yuan Wuxin. Yuan Wuxin, who had comprehended the perfect sword force, had enough attack power to threaten an 8th-level true energy disaster powerhouse. This sword cut through the silence and instantly chopped off Songlang City Lord's left hand. This sword determined Songlang City Lord's defeat. Let's go. Songlang City Lord's expression changed drastically as he immediately rushed towards Songlang City. One had to know that he was a City Lord. There were many experts in the City Lord Manor. As long as he fled back to the City Lord Manor, he would have a chance of survival. However, it wasn't that easy to return. Kid, get lost. Songlang City Lord struck out with his palm, wanting to kill Yuan Wuxin who was blocking his path. However, Yuan Wuxin unexpectedly dodged in advance. The palm print landed on Songlang City's city walls. Boom! The city walls instantly collapsed. After Yuan Wuxin dodged the attack, he attacked crazily, directly blocking Songlang City Lord's path forward. Songlang City Lord stopped struggling. A voice fell into Songlang City Lord's ears. He turned his head and saw 100 ferocious ghosts pouncing towards him. At this moment, Songlang City Lord's expression was extremely ugly. He had lost an arm, and his defensive capabilities were greatly reduced. He still had to guard against Yuan Wuxin's attack. Now that so many ferocious ghosts had come, he would be dead meat if he was bitten again. I'll go all out. Songlang City Lord immediately mobilized the true qi in his body and condensed it in his throat before opening his mouth wide. A woo! Another roar rang out, instantly dispersing all the ghostly shadows, including Yuan Wuxin's attack. However, after using Songlang's howl 3 times in a row, his throat was already crippled. He couldn't speak again. However, compared to his life, it was really not worth mentioning. Your throat is already crippled. You can't use Songlang's howl anymore. Let's see how you block it now. The ferocious ghosts will cry out. Yixian's eyes lit up. He could tell that Songlang City Lord was already at the end of his strength. It wasn't just Songlang City Lord. Yixian had also used the Eye of Glory and other Eye of Heaven attacks. His pupil power was already at the bottom. However, in order to break through, he could only overdraw his vitality again. Chapter 10-11. Eye of Nirvana. Eye of Disintegration. Burning Eye. Yixian and his doppelganger overdraft their vitality and launched attacks at the Songlang City Governor. It's over. The Songlang City Governor's face was ashen. Under such circumstances, he could only deal with attacks from one direction. It was over. Bam! 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 The hundreds of ghosts were still blasted away. However, the Songlang City Governor did not have the ability to withstand the following attacks. Swish! With a few crisp sounds, the Songlang City Governor was sliced into several pieces by Yixian's attacks. His corpse fell from the sky. He was finally dead. Yixian heaved a sigh of relief. As for the others, they were stunned for a moment before they fled in panic. Even the governor was dead. If Yixian were to start a massacre, who would stop him? Run! The crowd immediately dispersed in an uproar. Yixian did not have the leisure to kill these people. However, there was one person that he wanted to kill, and that was Han Wei. Wei Zhentian, go! He immediately ordered Wei Zhentian while he flew towards the Songlang City Governor's universe ring. The moment he obtained the universe ring, the system notification sounded. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is 5th grade True Energy Disaster. This time he had broken through consecutively from 3rd grade True Energy Disaster to 5th grade True Energy Disaster. His strength had increased by at least 10 times. If it was the current him, he would be able to fight the Songlang City Governor without using his trump card. No, don't kill me. Han Wei was scared witless. However, Wei Zhentian would not show mercy. He directly pierced Han Wei's heart before returning to report the completion of the mission. Well done. These things are all yours. Yixian did not say a word and threw all the ores over. Wei Zhentian's small eyes lit up. He transformed into a huge cauldron and stored all the items inside. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Wei Zhentian was even more ferocious than Yixian. He jumped 3 grades consecutively and reached the 5th grade 2nd grade Supreme Spiritual Treasure. If Wei Zhentian was at this level, the sect leader of Songlang City would not have destroyed half of the myriad returning swords. Therefore, Yixian felt that it was necessary to take Wei Zhentian's strength seriously. I've made a huge profit this time. I've killed a city lord. When the time comes, I'll go plunder the city lord's mansion and earn even more. Yixian narrowed his eyes. However, he felt that the most precious thing on Songlang City's lord was those martial arts. Ding! The dragon catcher hand has been repaired to 70%. The system prompted. The city lord of Songlang City had 2 superior transcendental supreme martial arts. One was Songlang's howl, and the other was a palm technique. The Ash Wolf's howl could be used. As for the palm technique, Yixian was too lazy to learn it. It would be a waste of the super-devouring crystal, so he used it to repair the dragon catcher hands. It's only 30% away from being completely repaired. Yixian was a little excited. This was a superpower. When the time came, he would have another trump card. Moreover, it would be the most powerful trump card. At that moment, he flew towards the city lord's mansion. However, before that, he went to the Han family to take a look. According to the others, there was an old man in the Han family who was at 7th grade true energy disaster. However, this was not a threat to Yixian now. On the way, Yixian directly passed by the Han family. He used the Eye of Control to plunder the Han family. After that, he went to the city lord's mansion. He estimated that after plundering the city lord's mansion again, the dragon catcher hand could be repaired to 80%. When that time came, he would go to other cities to plunder some martial arts to fully repair the dragon catcher hand. Thinking of this, Yixian was a little excited. There were a few 7th grade true energy disasters in the city lord's mansion. However, to Yixian, who was at 5th grade true energy disaster, they were not difficult at all. He directly used the Eye of Control to control them. After that, he plundered the city lord's mansion. Ding! The dragon catcher hand has been repaired to 85%. The system notified him again. Now, he was only 15% away from obtaining a superpower. Due to the increase in realm, the experience points gained every time he leveled up would be greatly increased. Therefore, Yixian did not level up this time. However, after plundering so many things, his cultivation had improved a lot. The level of Wei Zhentian had also increased again. It was now a 6th grade rank 2 supreme spiritual treasure, which corresponded to 6th grade true energy disaster. After that, Yixian fled. This area was under the jurisdiction of the 10,000 Flower Valley. Since the city lord was killed, the experts of the 10,000 Flower Valley would probably take action. Yixian was not afraid of the experts at 9th grade true energy disaster. However, his skills were now in cooldown, so it was better for him to avoid them for the time being. Moreover, he also needed to find a place to cultivate. At that moment, he broke through the void and left Songlang City. He wanted to return to the Windy Snow Villa to take a look. Yixian, you're back? Yixian had just landed when he heard a familiar voice. He turned his head and saw Feng Wuhan walking toward him. Yes, I'm back. Yixian nodded silently. When he saw Feng Wuhan, he could not help but think of Feng Wuchen, who had turned into a ghost zombie. Luoluo has been sent to the 10,000 Flower Valley, right? Where's my brother? Feng Wuhan asked subconsciously when he saw the void door close. Yixian had expected to be asked this question, so he pretended as if nothing had happened and answered. After Wuchen escorted us to the 10,000 Flower Valley, he left. He said he was going to train. Oh, I see. Feng Wuhan nodded silently and did not suspect anything. At that moment, he suddenly felt that Yixian's aura was a little strong. He said in shock, Yixian, your strength? I had a fortuitous encounter and ate a heavenly treasure. I broke through to 5th grade true energy disaster. Yixian casually made up a lie. 5th grade true energy disaster. This answer shocked Feng Wuhan. His grandmother, Shuehong, was only a 5th grade true energy disaster. Moreover, Yixian could already challenge those of a higher level. Now that he had broken through to 5th grade true energy disaster, he was probably even stronger than Shuehong. Then this is... Feng Wuhan's gaze fell on Yuan Wuxin. He felt that Yuan Wuxin's aura was not the slightest bit weaker than Shuehong's. In fact, Yuan Wuxin might even be stronger. A friend I met on the way. He's at 6th grade true energy disaster, but he can't speak. From now on, he'll be overseeing Blizzard Villa, Yixian said to Feng Wuhan. Yuan Wuxin was very strong and had comprehended perfect sword force. It was enough for him to stay in Blizzard Villa. 6th grade true energy disaster. Feng Wuhan could not help but gulp. He could not hide the joy on his face. You just came back. Take a rest first. After he finished speaking, he immediately left. Yixian knew that he was going to report to Shuehong. Blizzard Villa had another 5th grade true energy disaster expert, and a 6th grade true energy disaster expert overseeing it. Who would dare to provoke Blizzard Villa in the future? This time, Yixian returned to Blizzard Villa. because he wanted to see if the corpse man really did not send any ghost corpses. At the same time, he also needed to cultivate. Chapter 10-12. Ding! Intermediate sword comprehension pill successfully exchanged. The system notified. After plundering so much wealth, Yixian finally had enough to exchange for an intermediate sword comprehension pill. Hence, he decided to return this time to see if he could comprehend the perfect sword force. Due to the bloodline bond, when his original body consumed the intermediate sword comprehension pill, both his first and second doppelganger would be affected. In other words, it would only have a threefold effect and not a continuous threefold effect. At that moment, he consumed the sword comprehension pill and entered the state of sword comprehension. One sword comprehension pill lasted for 12 hours. He had to comprehend the perfect sword force within these 12 hours. Otherwise, he would have to spend twice the amount of super devouring crystal to exchange for another intermediate sword comprehension pill. While he was cultivating, Xue Hong and the rest came to visit once. However, when they saw that Yixian was cultivating, they did not disturb him and left. Young master, I'm already at the 3rd grade of vital energy disaster. Moreover, the founder said that she wants to take me in as her disciple. The ceremony will be held tomorrow. Luo Luo suddenly sent a message. Founder of Thousand Flower Valley? A spirit disaster expert? Yixian suddenly opened his eyes and sent a message in astonishment. Yes, Luo Luo replied. Very good. Yixian also revealed a smile. The founder of Thousand Flower Valley was a spirit disaster expert. Her strength was at least 100 times stronger than the Zhonglang city lord. If Luo Luo became her disciple, she would definitely soar and would not have to worry about cultivation resources. However, things were not as simple as Yixian imagined. Ding! The cooldown of 10,000 swords returned to origin is over. Ding! The cooldown of Summon Golden War God is over. Ding! The cooldown of Tyrannical Emperor's Limitless Sword is over. After midnight, Yixian received a series of notifications. However, he was currently cultivating and had reached a critical moment. This time, he might be able to comprehend the perfect sword force. Time passed slowly. However, unexpectedly, after 12 hours, Yixian did not manage to comprehend the perfect sword force. What a pity. I'm still a little short. Another one. Yixian shook his head helplessly. He did not care about the super devouring crystal, and directly exchanged for another intermediate sword comprehension pill. Compared to strength, what was the super devour crystal? As long as he could comprehend perfect sword force, his strength would at least double. When that time came, would he still have to worry about leveling up slowly? Finally, before noon of the second day, a system notification rang out. Ding! Microscopic sword force has evolved into perfect sword force. Huff huff. After hearing the system notification, Yixian couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He had finally understood. However, he did not slack off, as the middle-grade sword comprehension pill could also quickly increase the proficiency of the martial arts. Hence, he wanted to use this time to learn the upper transcendent sovereign martial arts that he had obtained yesterday. At that moment, he left the windy snow villa and entered the 10,000 snowy mountains to practice his sword. With the help of the intermediate sword comprehension pill and the sword god's bloodline, Yixian had mastered the Thunderfire sword technique to 100% completion. My current strength is at least 3 times stronger than before. Even if I don't use my trump card, I can still fight with the Zhonglang city lord. Yixian's confidence suddenly exploded. At this moment, he just wanted to find an opponent to have a good fight. Unfortunately, there was no such expert in the windy snow villa. If he wanted to fight with him, he would need to have at least an 8th level true energy disaster. Without a doubt, the 10,000 snowy mountains was a very good place to train. But at this moment, young master, save me. Luolua's bell-like voice suddenly rang out in his mind. This sentence frightened Yixian. Luolua, what's wrong? Yixian's body trembled as he hurriedly asked. Ancestor. Ancestor is also from the Fox Charm clan. She wants to charm me. Luolua's anxious voice made Yixian extremely shocked. The ancestor of the 10,000 Flower Valley was also from the Fox Charm clan? An expert from the Fox Charm clan who had attained Spirit Disaster could greatly increase their charm ability. After all, Spirit Disaster was an all-round improvement. In addition to physique and true energy, There was also the spiritual energy. Damn it, I'll be right there. Yixian cursed. Originally, he thought that sending Luoluo to the 10,000 Flower Valley was a good idea, so he didn't refuse Shuehong that day. But who would have thought that the ancestor of the 10,000 Flower Valley was actually from the Beast clan? Moreover, she was from the Fox Charm clan, which specialized in charm. No, she can't charm me. I have the charm fusion crystal. She wants to imprison me. Just as Yixian broke through the void, Luoluo sent him a relatively good news. Charm fusion crystal. Yixian also suddenly remembered this matter. There was a charm fusion crystal in Luoluo's body. In addition, Luoluo was also his slave. There was a master and servant blood contract between them. This master and servant blood contract was learned from Luoluo's inherited memories. It was impossible for the ancestor of the 10,000 Flower Valley to charm Luoluo. Even so, Yixian still entered the void door and directly traversed several days of journey, arriving near the 10,000 Flower Valley. She imprisoned you. Could it be that she wants that charm fusion crystal? Yixian asked in shock. I don't understand. But when she was muttering to herself, I heard something called the Charm Heart Sutra. Luoluo replied. Charm Heart Sutra? Yixian frowned slightly. What the hell was this? However, he knew that this was definitely related to the Fox Charm clan. The last time Luoluo obtained the complete Charm Fusion Crystal, there was a mutation. If she obtained the Charm Heart Sutra, it might be possible. Don't worry, I can sense your location. I'll go in and save you now. Yixian immediately comforted her. He had just comprehended the perfect sword force and wanted to go to the 10,000-layer snow mountain to test its power. Now that someone dared to target Luoluo, he might as well give it a try. As long as he could get close to Luoluo, he could immediately hide Luoluo in the storage space and then fly away. Young master, be careful. I'm below the ancestor's palace. Moreover, the ancestor has 4 guardian elders, Mei Lan, Zhu and Zhu. They are all 9th level true energy disaster experts. Luoluo replied worriedly. Don't worry. Yixian nodded his head. Previously, he had encountered a 9th level true energy disaster expert from the 10,000 Flower Valley. He was probably one of the 4 guardian elders. The 10,000 Flower Valley only had one valley master, and that was the ancestor. Normally, the 4 guardian elders were the ones handling the affairs. He reckoned that the 4 of them had been charmed by the ancestor. So what if you're a 9th level true energy disaster? So what if you're a spirit disaster? You're courting death if you dare to touch my people. Yixian's eyes were cold and murderous aura surged from his body. However, Luoluo wasn't in any danger for the time being. He didn't need to kill his way in and could choose to sneak into the 10,000 Flower Valley. After all, once he killed his way in, the ancestor might take action. If he had to escape before he could save Luoluo, he would be alerting the enemy. He had to succeed in saving Luoluo on the first try. As for how to enter the 10,000 Flower Valley, Yixian already had a plan. Chapter 10:13. As long as I control one person, I can use the face-changing mask to disguise myself as her and sneak in. With that in mind, Yixian rushed toward 10,000 Flower Valley. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of 10,000 Flower Valley. 10,000 Flower Valley was protected by a large formation. It was divided into an outer valley and an inner valley. Since Luoluo was imprisoned by the founder of 10,000 Flower Valley, she was naturally in the inner valley. Yixian looked from afar. If he directly charged in, he would cause too much of a commotion and would be easily intercepted. Thus, using a disguise to enter 10,000 Flower Valley was not a bad idea. At that moment, Yixian turned his head and discovered that a team had stepped into the range of his senses. 1 6th level true energy disaster, and 2 5th level true energy disasters. Just nice. Yixian raised his eyebrows and quickly rushed over. Who is it? This team from 10,000 Flower Valley also discovered Yixian, but in the next moment, they became Yixian's servants. Yixian rushed over and asked a woman in white, "What's your name?" "Master, my name is Xia Feishua," the woman in white replied respectfully. "All right." Yixian nodded and took out the face-changing mask. He then changed into Xia Feishua's appearance and changed into a set of white clothes. Most of the disciples in 10,000 Flower Valley wore pink clothes, followed by white, green, and blue. Yixian's white clothes were more neutral, so he could tolerate it. The face did not matter. After all, it was a disguise. However, if Yixian were to wear those women's clothes, he might as well kill him. Fortunately, he had huge chest muscles, so he could get away with it. Following that, Yixian put away the items in the three people's spatial rings, then said to Xia Feishue, "Stay in that mountain and don't go out." "Yes, master." Xia Feishue nodded respectfully, then turned around and left. Now Yixian was Xia Feishue. Furthermore, he just happened to be at 5th level true energy disaster, so his disguise was passable. "The two of you remember to speak to anyone who knows Xia Feishue. Just say that you were accidentally poisoned and can't speak," Yixian said to the other two. "Yes." After the two girls replied, they brought Yixian and flew towards the 10,000 Flower Valley. Although his disguise was good, Yixian was still a little nervous. Soon, he followed the two to the entrance of the 10,000 Flower Valley. "The three junior sisters have returned. You may enter." When the female disciples guarding the 10,000 Flower Valley saw Yixian and company, they immediately let them pass. As such, Yixian had successfully entered the 10,000 Flower Valley. The 10,000 Flower Valley is indeed worthy of being the overlord of this area. They actually have so many disciples. Yixian was dumbstruck. After entering the 10,000 Flower Valley, Yixian finally realized how powerful this faction was. There were hundreds of flowers here, and the heaven and earth yuan qi was abundant. It was very suitable for cultivation. Within the range of Yixian's senses, there were probably more than 1,000 disciples at the 6th grade of true energy disaster. However, he would not be frightened by this because in his eyes, those with 6th grade true energy disaster were nothing more than ants. The true elites were inside the valley. "Can you enter the inner valley?" After entering the 10,000 Flower Valley, Yixian asked. "I can." The female disciple leading the group, who was at the 6th grade of true energy disaster, answered. "All right, then you will lead me in," Yixian said in a low voice. "Yes." Then the female disciple led Yixian into the inner valley. Yixian had already entered the 10,000 Flower Valley. He could clearly sense Luolua's location, but the inner valley was much bigger than the outer valley. As long as he entered the inner valley, he would immediately act. However, just as he was about to enter the inner valley, a powerful aura suddenly appeared at the entrance of the inner valley. A 9th grade true energy disaster expert? Yixian's eyebrows twitched. It was said that there were only 4 9th grade true energy disasters experts in the 10,000 Flower Valley. They were the 4 guardian elders: Plum, Orchid, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum. He did not know which one had appeared in Yixian's senses. However, Yixian stopped in his tracks, because he felt that this person's aura was somewhat familiar. Damn, could it be the one who appeared in Xingyang City last time? Yixian was a little suspicious, because he felt that this aura was somewhat familiar. He estimated that there was an 80% chance that this was the expert from the 10,000 Flower Valley who had almost killed him. Damn it, I hope he doesn't recognize me, or else I'll be exposed. Yixian was a little worried. Back then, he was only at the 3rd grade of true energy disaster. If he had not run away early, he might have been killed by that expert from the 10,000 Flower Valley. Now that he was at the 5th grade of true energy disaster, his aura was much stronger than before. In addition, because of his disguise, even if that expert was nearby, he might not be able to recognize him. However, just in case, Yixian waited for a while, waiting for that expert to leave. A few minutes later, the 9th level true energy disaster expert left as expected. However, she had also entered the inner valley. "Let's go," Yixian said to the female disciple beside him. Then they walked toward the inner valley. People from the outer valley could still enter the inner valley, so Yixian was calm. However, right at this moment, the 9th level true energy disaster expert that had just left suddenly turned around and quickly returned. Damn it! Yixian cursed angrily in his heart. His body trembled, and he hurriedly let the female disciple who was leading the way go a little farther. However, he still ended up running into that expert of the 9th grade of true energy disaster. Yixian's eyes swept over. Sure enough, this expert of the 9th grade of true energy disaster was the woman who had killed him that day. At this moment, this woman was wearing a long robe with plum blossoms. She was Elder May of the plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. Of the 4 guardian elders of the 10,000 Flower Valley, Elder May is an expert in group attacks, all of which are large-scale attacks. Yi Xian thought in his heart. This was what Luoluo had told him. Being an expert in group attacks was both good and bad news for him. He was alone, so the opponent's group attacks wouldn't have much of an effect. However, his martial arts were countered by group attack martial arts. Evil Ghost, Twisting Tears, and 10,000 Swords returned to origin, both won by quantity. The opponent's attack would probably be able to destroy many of the ghost shadows and sword shadows. Elder May had turned back to emphasize a few things. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian hurriedly left. Stop right there. Suddenly, a shout fell into Yi Xian's ears. Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but tremble. He and the female disciple beside him stopped in their tracks, turned around, and saw that Elder May and the others were walking over. I've been discovered? Yi Xian hurriedly retracted his aura, trying to avoid being discovered. At this realm, one's appearance was actually secondary. The key was to identify one's aura. Yi Xian's aura was actually completely different from Xia Feishue's. It was just that they both happened to be at the 5th grade of true energy disaster. However, Elder May might have called them back for something else, so Yi Xian just quietly watched. If something was wrong, he would immediately take action. Chapter 10:14. Yin Yun, why didn't you greet me when you saw me? Elder May asked in astonishment as she walked over. Aunt? Yi Xian was shocked when he heard this name. He realized that Elder May's gaze was on the female disciple he was controlling. This female disciple was Elder May's niece? F***CK. Aunt, I was in a hurry and didn't see. The female disciple called Yin Yun hurriedly replied. Where are you in such a hurry to go? Elder May looked at her. I'm going to the land of flowers to collect some nectar, Yin Yun replied nervously. She was currently under Yi Xian's control, so she was afraid that Yi Xian would be discovered. You're about to reach a bottleneck, aren't you? You still need to refine nectar. Here is a plum blossom pill that I personally refined. Go back and enter seclusion. Once you break through to the 7th grade of true energy disaster, I'll accept you as my disciple. Elder May handed over a pill. Thank you, Aunt. Yin Yun hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Then, Elder May turned around and left. Yi Xian and Yin Yun heaved a sigh of relief when they saw her leave. Let's go, Yi Xian ordered in his mind. Since he hadn't been discovered, it was time for him to make a move. Of course, he had to find a place where no one was around. However, Elder May had only taken a few steps when she suddenly turned around. This time her gaze landed on Yi Xian. When she got closer, she felt that Yi Xian's aura was familiar. She seemed to have sensed it somewhere before. She frowned and thought carefully. Then she turned around and said, Yin Yun, come here. Yi Xian and Yin Yun were about to leave, but they were forced to stop. Yin Yun and Yi Xian exchanged glances before running over. In the next instant, Elder May took out a long sword. Bastard, do you think I can't remember your aura? How dare you disguise yourself as a disciple of 10,000 Flower Valley? You're courting death. Elder May roared at Yi Xian. Her roar attracted everyone's attention. Of course, Yi Xian was the most shocked. It seemed that he had been discovered after all. Sure enough, you found out. Yi Xian did not quibble. He immediately took off the mask on his face. Immediately, his long hair shrunk into short hair. It was actually a man? The surrounding Centauria Valley disciples were shocked. This was the first time they had seen such a thing. As expected, it's you. Back then, you and that iron-masked man killed the city lord of Xingyang City. Why have you appeared in my 10,000 Flower Valley today? Elder May looked at Yi Xian with a fearful expression. Back then, when Yi Xian was only at the 3rd grade of true energy disaster, he had dared to fight Xingyang City's city lord, who was at the 7th grade of true energy disaster. Now Yi Xian, who was at the 5th grade of true energy disaster, actually didn't flee when facing him. It was likely that his strength wasn't as simple as it seemed. No reason, I just want to find you. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he said, If I hadn't run away quickly that day, I'm afraid I would have been killed by you. Today, I've come to find you to take revenge for that day. You? Elder May's face twitched. A 5th-grade true energy disaster dared to seek revenge from a 9th-grade true energy disaster like him. It was obvious that he had some sort of confidence. Originally, I wanted to save Luoluo first. Since you want to die, then don't blame me, Yi Xian said inwardly. Elder Mei was at the 9th grade of true energy disaster. Furthermore, she was one of the 4 guardian elders of the 10,000 Flower Valley. If he could successfully take revenge, then perhaps Yi Xian would also break through to the 6th grade of true energy disaster. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't answer, Elder Mei paused for a moment. In the next moment she directly attacked. 100 flowers contend. This move again? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Back then, he had been ambushed by Elder Mei, who had rushed over and almost lost his original body and doppelganger. Therefore, he hadn't been able to copy this martial art. However, today, he had clearly seen the true energy flowing within Elder Mei's body. Ding! 100 flowers contend successfully copied. By the time the system notification sounded, Yi Xian had already rushed to the side. Boom! 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 The air in the area where he had been standing suddenly shook violently. If he had been any slower, he would have been blown to ashes. In his mind, the Dragon Catcher hand's repair progress was nearing 90%. This time, he might be able to completely repair the Dragon Catcher hands. Now that I've been discovered, I have to end this quickly. Eye of Glory! A golden light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. His aura instantly surged. Following that, a doppelganger that looked exactly like him appeared beside him. However, this doppelganger was holding the 100 Ghost Sword. Summon Golden War God. Fierce Ghost Ring Tears Break. Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger respectively used their trump cards. Not only that, but their eyes also flickered rapidly a few times. Burning Eye. Eye of Nirvana. Disintegration Eye. His attack instantly exploded. In the face of this sudden burst of attack, Elder Mei was already shocked. She hurriedly raised her hand and unleashed another 100 flowers contend. Boom! 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 The air exploded once again. The 100 flowers contend was at least twice as powerful as before in the Valley of 10,000 Flowers. However, this time Yi Xian had learned his lesson. The fierce ghost ring Tears Break actually went around the 100 flowers contend and pounced on Elder Mei from the side. Now that Yi Xian had comprehended the perfect level sword force, the power of this move had also increased greatly. Yi Xian estimated that as long as Elder Mei was hit, she would at least be severely injured. Don't underestimate me. Elder Mei roared in her heart. Faced with so many phantoms pouncing on her, the true chi in her body immediately surged out and condensed into a true chi plum blossom around her body. This true chi plum blossom directly protected Elder Mei. When the phantoms pounced on this true chi plum blossom, they would explode on their own. Ding! Unyielding winter plum blossom successfully copied. The system notified again. You have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. Yi Xian looked at the dragon catcher hands that had been restored to 100%, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Elder Mei might have other moves, but Yi Xian felt that using the Eye of Revelation to copy them was too slow. Moreover, this battle had to be ended quickly. Otherwise, the other 3 elders would rush over. Therefore, he couldn't be stingy with his trump cards. Thunderfire Sword Technique. Thunderfire Combined Attack. Yi Xian's original body and clone suddenly attacked together. 2 golden sword gleams were swept out, which then merged into one and attacked Elder Mei. The Thunderfire Sword Technique was a rather unique martial art. It could be learned by one person or 2 people at the same time. Yi Xian just so happened to have a clone. Therefore, his original body cultivated the Thunder Sword, while his clone cultivated the Fire Sword. When the time came for a combined attack, the power would be multiplied. In addition to Yi Xian's perfect level sword force and Eye of Glory, this move was enough to instantly kill a 9th level true energy disaster expert. Hoo-hoo! ZZ! The Thunder Sword and Fire Sword emitted a faint sound. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of Elder Mei. Elder Mei's face turned gloomy when she saw this attack. She quickly condensed another True Chi Plum Blossom. Chapter 10:15. Bam! The 2 true energy plum blossoms exploded as Elder Mei was sent flying. She could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, she had condensed her true energy plum blossoms quickly. Otherwise, she would have been killed by the explosion. The surrounding 10,000 Flower Valley disciples were shocked. Elder May, who was extremely powerful in their eyes, was seriously injured. How was this possible? However, they were so shocked that they could not speak. In the distance, Yixian smirked and said, "Die." As soon as he finished speaking, Yixian himself did not make a move. Elder May was shocked when she suddenly felt a powerful aura. When she turned her head, she saw a golden armored war god holding a huge golden sword slashing down at her. Overlord's Limitless Sword. The Overlord's Limitless Sword was one of the two skills of the Eye of Glory. It could be used by Yixian himself or by the golden armored war god. Boom! Elder May was one of the 4 guardian elders of the 10,000 Flower Valley, so she wouldn't die so easily. At the critical moment, she formed another Zhenqi plum blossom, which blocked most of the power of the Overlord's Limitless Sword. Even so, most of the bones in her body were shattered by the powerful impact of the Overlord's Limitless Sword. Although this attack did not kill Elder May, it worsened her injuries. She had less than 70% of her combat strength left. Elder May was not to be feared. Yixian had expected that Elder May would not die. At this moment, he and his clone attacked together again. Thunderfire Sword Technique. Thunderfire Combined Attack. This time Elder May could not avoid it. Her face was ashen. She did not expect to die in 10,000 Flower Valley. However, she would not die just like that. She used all the strength in her body to roar. "Valley Master!" Her voice was deafening. However, in the next moment she was struck by the Thunderfire Combined Attack and turned into charcoal. She was dead. Elder May, one of the 4 guardian elders of 10,000 Flower Valley, died at the hands of a 5th grade true energy disaster. Challenging someone who was 4 grades above him was a little scary. In order to kill Elder May, Yixian had used all his trump cards. He only had the return of 10,000 swords left. However, Yixian felt that it was worth it. After Elder May's death, Yixian quickly rushed over and put away the interspatial ring. In the next moment, the system notification rang out in Yixian's mind. Ding! Host has broken through, and is now at the 6th level of True Energy Disaster. After exhausting several of his trump cards, Yixian had successfully broken through and his strength had soared. This was definitely worth it. However, what shocked Yixian the most was not this. There were plenty of martial arts in Elder May's Qian Kuan ring. It was even more than what Yixian had obtained in Songlang City. After Yixian copied all the martial arts into the devouring system, he used them to repair the dragon-capturing hands. Ding! The dragon-catching hands has been repaired to 100%. Repair successful. Ding! The host has learned the All Creations level magical ability, Dragon-Capturing Hand. After hearing the notification, Yixian could not hide the joy on his face. Indeed, the Dragon-Capturing Hands was a magical ability that was above the superior level Transcendent Supreme Martial Arts. This trump card was probably even more powerful than the Infinite Ancestral Swords. However, the magical ability consumed a lot of true energy. Yixian did not know if he could use it at the 6th level of True Energy Disaster. Forget it. Let's save Luoluo first. Yixian immediately reacted. Earlier, when Elder May died, she shouted loudly. Furthermore, the commotion caused by their fight was not small. It was likely that it had attracted the attention of the other 3 guardian elders, and the 10,000 Flower Valley's Valley Master. Thus he could not stay. Immediately, he rushed in the direction of Luoluo. He was only at the 6th level of True Energy Disaster. Moreover, he had the Eye of Perception. Therefore, even if he encountered the other 3 guardian elders, he could avoid them. "Luoluo, did you hear anything just now?" Yixian asked as he ran. "Yes. Was it made by young master?" Luoluo replied. "Is the Valley Master of Wanhua Valley beside you?" Yixian continued to ask. "No, I am still imprisoned." Yixian narrowed his eyes. It would be fine if the Ancestral Master made a move. However, he was afraid that the Ancestral Master would not care. After all, there were still the 3 guardian elders. Therefore, Yixian transformed into Xia Feishue again. After breaking through, his speed was very fast. He quickly approached Luoluo. At this time, he sensed a powerful aura in a palace in front of him. It seemed to be the Valley Master of Wanhua Valley, who was also the ancestral master that Elder May mentioned. I am only at the 6th level of true energy disaster. I don't know if I will be discovered if I get close. Yi Xian could not figure it out. However, even if the Valley Master of Wanhua Valley appeared, there was nothing he could do. Soon Yi Xian approached the palace. After a while, he would be able to hide Luoluo in the storage space. However, at this time, who is it? A sharp voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Immediately after, a woman in red rushed out of the small palace. This woman had a beautiful face. She was wearing something similar to a qipao. Her exposed thighs were white and smooth. However, Yi Xian's gaze fell on the woman's back. It was a long white tail. Luoluo had previously said that the mysterious Valley Master of Wanhua Valley was from the Fox clan. Based on her appearance and aura, Yi Xian was certain that this woman in red was the Valley Master. After hearing the shout, Yi Xian chose to ignore it and continued to rush over. Retrieve. Luoluo was imprisoned in a formation. With her strength she could not escape. However, she was Yi Xian's storage space. As long as they were within a certain distance, Yi Xian could store her into the storage space. With a thought, he retrieved Luoluo, who was imprisoned in the formation. Ah, thank you, young master. Luoluo immediately realized that she was in the storage space. She immediately smiled through her tears. However, Yi Xian was about to face the founder of Wanhua Valley. The moment Luoluo disappeared, the woman in red was also shocked. She asked in horror, "Where did you take her?" Hearing this, Yi Xian was shocked. He immediately took off his disguise mask. "Luoluo is one of my people. Why did you imprison her?" "One of your people." The woman in red suddenly understood. No wonder she couldn't charm Luoluo. It was because she had a master. However, since she had met a master, it was easy. As long as she killed Yi Xian, she could charm Luoluo. There was no need to imprison her. "That commotion just now was caused by you?" The woman in red asked with a frown. "That's right. There are only 3 guardian elders left in Wanhua Valley," Yi Xian replied. However, before he could finish his sentence, he felt a sharp pain in his head. Charm. Although Yi Xian had the ability, he couldn't be charmed. Hence, this charm could only be transformed into a mental attack. Chapter 10:16. 6th-stage Qi disaster to kill my 10,000 Flower Valley's guardian elder. You can be considered a super genius, so become my servant. The reason why the red-clothed lady did not make a move was because she wanted to subdue Yi Xian. This was the first time the red-clothed lady had seen a 6th-stage Qi disaster kill a 9th-stage Qi disaster guardian elder of the 10,000 Flower Valley. However, she was a spirit disaster herself, so how could she not deal with Yi Xian? So what if you're a spirit disaster? Myriad swords return to origin. Yi Xian immediately threw the Sky Quake sword in his hand, causing 100 sword images to appear. Not only that, there were also 100 ferocious ghosts that pounced towards the red-clothed lady. Insignificant skill, 100 flowers contend. The red-clothed lady lightly snorted. In an instant, explosions rang out from 2 places as the 100 Sky Quake swords were instantly destroyed. At the same time, the 100 ferocious ghosts were also scattered. This was the strength of a spirit disaster. So strong. She's definitely not someone I can fight against right now. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. To be able to resolve the myriad swords returned to origin and the ferocious ghosts in an instant, the red-clothed lady was at least 10 times stronger than Elder May. A spirit disaster was truly extraordinary. In the midst of the explosion, the red-clothed lady swiftly charged towards Yi Xian. Her right hand formed into a claw, as if she wanted to capture Yi Xian. In this situation, Yi Xian had no choice but to bring out his trump card. "Old witch, take this." Yi Xian roared as he instantly stretched out his left hand. Divine ability, dragon capturing hands. This move instantly drained all the qi in his body. However, this divine ability was at the manifestation realm, so even a spirit disaster expert might not be able to use it. Thus, he had to replenish it with his life force. In an instant, Yi Xian seemed to have aged by a few years. His face was deathly pale without a trace of blood. The moment he made his move, the woman in red felt an invisible pressure. She glanced around and realized that a giant hand had appeared above her head, trying to grab her. Divine ability? The red-clothed lady was shocked. A brat at the 6th-stage chi disaster actually knew a divine ability? Was there anything rarer than this in the world? One had to know that even she didn't have a divine ability. At this moment she did not have the time to care so much. She quickly dodged but was still caught by the big hand. Her carelessness had caused this to happen. Success! Yi Xian, who had his eyes closed, sensed this and immediately revealed a look of joy. This move had overdrawn a lot of his life force. If it failed, it would have been a waste. Die! Yi Xian showed no mercy as he controlled the giant hand to grab with all his might. Ah! The red-clothed woman's slender body was tightly gripped, and she let out a heart-wrenching scream. She felt as if many of her bones were being crushed. Kacha! Kacha! A series of crisp sounds fell into the ears of the woman in red. She felt as if she was going to die. However, even if she was only at the 1st-grade spirit disaster, her physique was several times stronger than a 9th-grade true energy disaster. This move was not enough to kill her. Not only that, but she even started to forcibly open up the dragon-capturing hand. You're so tenacious. Die! Yi Xian quickly split into two and attacked at the same time. Thunderfire Sword Art. Thunderfire Combined Attack. This move could be considered as Yi Xian's strongest attack. Although he could no longer use the Eye of Glory, he still had the perfect sword force. Whoosh! 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 The blue and red sword light flashed and merged into one, striking the red-clothed woman's chest. Boom! The red-clothed woman's chest exploded, and her clothes were instantly torn apart by the shock wave. Yi Xian had aimed this attack at the red-clothed woman's head, but she forcefully opened up the dragon-capturing hand and dodged this fatal attack. Fortunately, this attack had heavily injured her, and her strength had decreased by at least 40%. Holy shit, you're still not dead. Yi Xian was shocked. At this moment he suddenly felt that he had made a mistake. He should have used the Eye of Glory before using the dragon-capturing hand. If he had hardened his heart and overdrawn his vitality to use the Eye of Glory, the dragon-capturing hand would have been able to crush the red-clothed woman to death. Unfortunately, he wasn't willing to do so because he had overestimated the power of the divine ability and thought that he could kill the red-clothed woman in one strike. Fortunately, the red-clothed woman was heavily injured and probably only had 60% of her strength left. Therefore, he still had the strength to fight. Since you're not dead, let's fight to our heart's content. Yi Xian roared in his heart, and his aura instantly surged. However, his eyes were blinded as his vitality was drained again. Beast King's Rage. Eye of Glory. The golden-haired and golden-eyed Yi Xian split into two. He and his clone held the Sky Quake Sword and the White Bone Sword respectively. Although the myriad swords' return to origin was blasted into nothingness by the red-clothed woman, the Sky Quake Sword was a Dharma treasure. It wouldn't die. Therefore, the moment it was blasted into nothingness, Yi Xian took it out again. Ferocious Ghost Twist Break. Thunderfire Sword Art. Thunderfire Combined Attack. Yi Xian used the chi that he had just recovered to attack the red-clothed woman with all his strength. I'll kill you. The red-clothed woman never thought that she would be heavily injured, so she was filled with resentment. At this moment, she had even forgotten to charm Yi Xian and swept her claw at Yi Xian. Perfect claw force. Although the red-clothed woman was heavily injured and couldn't move, the strength of her chi didn't decrease. With 2 consecutive claw attacks, she defeated Yi Xian's attack. Even if an expert of spirit disaster was heavily injured, their attack power was still very strong. Young master, let me out. Luolua's voice sounded in his mind. No, you're only at 3rd grade true chi disaster. Yi Xian immediately refused. Luolua's 3rd grade true chi disaster was too much weaker than the red-clothed woman. She would be instantly killed if she came out. At the same time, Yi Xian was also hesitating whether he should use the remaining 2 devour points to increase his strength. Of course, he had another option, which was to turn around and run. He would come back tomorrow to kill the Valley Master of the Myriad Flower Valley. However, the red-clothed woman was heavily injured. If he ran away today, who knew if the red-clothed woman would find a place to hide and recuperate? Young master, have you forgotten about my golden tail hair? At this moment, Luoluo suddenly reminded Yi Xian. Golden tail hair. This was related to Luoluo's bloodline. Luoluo had once hidden this golden tail hair in her tail to intimidate the white foxes and demon fox guards. Yixian guessed that this golden tail hair should have been left behind by a powerful expert of the Fox Charm clan. If he took it out now, it might be useful. However, this golden tail hair could only be used by Luoluo. If Yixian took it out, it wouldn't have any effect. Alright, stay away. Thinking of his current situation, Yixian made a decision. Alright. Chapter 10:17. The red-clothed woman discovered Luoluo, but Luoluo was only at the 3rd grade of true energy disaster. Even if she stood there and let Luoluo attack, Luoluo wouldn't be able to injure her. But right at this moment, Luoluo took out the tuft of golden tail fur from a hidden corner of the universe ring. In the next instant, Luoluo's fur turned golden. Golden fox. An invisible pressure fell on the red-clothed woman once again. What is this? It actually made me feel fear? The red-clothed woman widened her eyes. Although she didn't understand what was going on, she knew that this was definitely Luoluo's doing. You're courting death. The red-clothed woman's eyes turned red as she launched an attack at Luoluo. Yixian couldn't block her attack, but Yixian had another method to protect Luoluo. Withdraw. Luoluo was once again hidden in the universe ring by Yixian before appearing in another location. An invisible pressure descended once again. The red-clothed woman's attack had bought time for Yixian. He only needed a thought to subdue Luoluo, and Yixian's main body and clone weren't idle. Fierce Ghost Rings Tears. Thunderfire Sword Art. Thunderfire Combined Attack. The red-clothed woman was forced to defend as the wind howled. Although Yixian had already lost his sight, with his eyes of perception, he could sense that the red-clothed woman's attacks were much weaker. Not only that, even her movements had decreased. The transformed Luoluo had a deterrent effect on the red-clothed woman. This was the deterrent effect of a high-ranked fox race bloodline. The outcome is already decided. Die. Yixian continued his attacks. Due to the 2 claws, the red-clothed woman was forced into a passive state. She wanted to kill Luoluo and obtain the tuft of golden tail fur, but she couldn't do it now. At the same time, she could feel that her strength was constantly decreasing, and this was definitely related to Luoluo. Damn it! The red-clothed woman cursed in her heart. A spirit disaster expert was actually tormented to such a state. It was simply too embarrassing. However, this was her territory and she was surrounded by her people. As long as she could endure for a while, victory would be hers. Palace Master, we're here to help you. Right at this moment, 3 figures suddenly flew over from the horizon. The other 3 guardian elders of the 10,000 Flower Valley had arrived. Not good. Yixian's expression changed drastically. The 3 guardian elders of Lan Zhu and Zhu were all at the 9th level of true energy disaster. Although they wouldn't be able to defeat him in a duel, he had already thrown out all his trump cards and was at the end of his rope. Moreover, there was still the troublesome 10,000 Flower Valley's Valley Master in front of them. As long as the 3 guardian elders arrived, he and Luoluo would definitely die. However, at that moment he suddenly thought of something. Just now, he had overdrawn his life force to use the Eye of Glory, causing his main body and avatar to become blind. In his blinded state, he could not use the eyes of the void. Therefore he couldn't leave now. F***ck. Yixian cursed in his heart. He had actually forgotten about this matter. This was bad. Mother f***ker, let's fight. Under such circumstances, Yixian made another decision. Divine ability, Dragon Capturing Hand. He used the divine ability Dragon Capturing Hand again. The true energy in his body was instantly sucked dry. Not only that, but he also overdrew a large amount of his life force. A large golden hand appeared once again, strangling the red-clothed woman who had a hopeful look on her face. Last time, the red-clothed woman forcibly resisted the dragon capturing hand. This time, the golden dragon capturing hand was even more powerful. All the bones in her body were instantly crushed. Her entire body was twisted beyond recognition, like a twisted braid. Blood dripped from her body. It was a tragic sight. The Valley Master of 10,000 Flower Valley was dead. Kacha! 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 When these crisp sounds entered Yixian's ears, he merged with his avatar and transformed into a streak of light that swept over. Yi Xian could no longer sense the aura of the Valley Master of 10,000 Flower Valley. The latter had clearly fallen, so he quickly took off the Valley Master's universe ring. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is at the 7th level of True Energy Disaster. His realm had increased once again. Although Yi Xian was still blind, he had broken through at this moment. Even if Elder May revived and the 4 guardian elders gathered, he would not be afraid anymore. Impossible. The Valley Master is dead. Master, no. Kill him and avenge the Valley Master. When the 3 guardian elders saw the red-clothed woman's corpse, they were extremely pained. They channeled their grief and anger into strength and directly launched an attack on Yi Xian. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's current strength far exceeded theirs. Although he had used up all his trump cards, it was a piece of cake for him to finish off the 3 of them. Ferocious Ghost Break. Thunderfire Sword Technique. Thunderfire Combined Attack. Yi Xian once again cloned and instantly counterattacked. After breaking through, his strength had increased tremendously. In just one exchange, Elder Zhu was struck by the Thunderfire Combined Attack and turned into charcoal. Dead. At the same time, the hundreds of ghosts pounced on the other 2 people in a frenzy. Thunderfire Sword Technique. Thunderfire Combined Attack. Yi Xian attacked again. In less than a second, the remaining 2 people also fell one after another. The 4 guardian elders were all killed by Yi Xian alone. As for the 10,000 Flower Valley disciples and ordinary elders, they could not help but swallow their saliva. Not only did the 4 guardian elders die, even the Spirit Disaster Valley Master of the 10,000 Flower Valley died. If they charged forward, the outcome would be the same. Run! At that moment, the group of female disciples and elders scattered. In the blink of an eye, only Yi Xian and Luo Luo were left. At that moment, Luo Luo had also cancelled her transformation. Young master, you've become so powerful. Luo Luo moved closer to Yi Xian inside. But at that moment, Yi Xian's aura suddenly reversed and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ding! The host's lifespan is less than 5 years. After Yi Xian displayed his power, the system suddenly gave him a head-on blow. What? Yi Xian suspected that he had heard wrongly. Lifespan less than 5 years? Previously, he had overdrawn his life force several times to replenish his eye power. This time he had used the dragon catcher hands twice in a row, so the life force he overdrew was more than 10 times more than before. Yi Xian did not expect that the dragon catcher hands would overdraw so much life force. He had the bloodline of the divine tree of life in his body. Without any hidden injuries in his body, he could live for at least 150 years. However, he was only 25 years old and had less than 5 years left. After hearing this news, he was completely stunned. This meant that he would not even be able to celebrate his 30th birthday. *CK, I have to find something similar to the longevity pill in the future. Yi Xian felt very bitter. He glanced at his status panel and found that he only had 4.5 years left to live. Fortunately, there were many treasures that could increase his lifespan. He still had more than 4 years to find them. Young master, what's wrong? Chapter 1018. Nothing. I'm just checking the Qiankuan ring. In order not to worry Luo Luo, Yi Xian lied again. Then he began to check the Qiankuan ring of the lady in red. Soon he found a book called the Heart Sutra of Charm. Ding! The Heart Sutra of Charm has been copied successfully. Luo Luo, take a look at this. Yi Xian took out the Heart Sutra of Charm and passed it to her. Ah, it's written in the Fox Clan's language, Luo Luo said in surprise. Don't look at it first. Let's find a quiet place first. Yi Xian closed the Heart Sutra of Charm. After all, it was not very safe here after such a big commotion. After resting for a while, Yi Xian's eye power recovered. Then they broke through the void and flew to Zhonglang City. They found a secluded place near Zhonglang City. Luo Luo began to comprehend the Heart Sutra of Charm, while Yi Xian began to check the other things. After this, Yi Xian paid more attention to Wei Zhentian. Although the sect returning innumerable swords was powerful, Wei Zhentian's level was not high. Therefore, he would be defeated every time, wasting one of his trump cards. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to upgrade Wei Zhentian's level to a rank 3 supreme spiritual treasure. Coincidentally, there were many ores in the 5 Qiankuan rings that he obtained. Hence, Wei Zhentian benefited from them. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. 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 4 consecutive notifications sounded. Wei Zhentian was upgraded to a Rank 2 Supreme Spiritual Treasure, which was equivalent to a Rank 9 True Energy Disaster. Now, even if someone comprehended the perfect level sword force, they would not be able to hurt Wei Zhentian. Then, Yi Xian began to summarize the experience of this battle. In this battle of life and death, he had fought a thrilling battle. If he had not made a mistake previously and was not willing to use the Eye of Glory together with the dragon-catching hand, he would not have ended up in such a situation. Fortunately, he was the one who survived to the end. My level is too low and I don't have enough true energy. Therefore, I can only overdraw my vitality to use the dragon-catching hand. Now that I have less than 5 years left in my lifespan, I can't use the dragon-capturing hands anymore. Otherwise, I'll instantly be sucked dry. Yi Xian couldn't help but gulp. The 2 uses of dragon-capturing hands just now had drained him of his vitality. Unaffected by the Gemini bloodline, even his second doppelganger, who was far away in the eastern continent, only had less than 5 years of lifespan left. If he used the dragon-capturing hand again, no matter if it was his main body or his 2 clones, they would all instantly perish. Thus, the dragon-capturing hand had to be sealed away, and he would use it again when his cultivation level and lifespan increased. Unfortunately, there were things that could increase one's lifespan, but he couldn't afford them now, so he could only look for them outside. One of the necessities for activating the Eye of Eternity is the Fountain of Youth. Not only can this be used to activate the Eye of Eternity, it can also increase one's lifespan. Yi Xian began to plan in his mind. At this moment, he suddenly felt something strange and turned to look at Luo Luo. He discovered that Luo Luo had once again entered that strange state. The heaven and earth yuan qi began to gather. Upon seeing this, Yi Xian's heart trembled. As expected, the Heart Sutra of Charm was effective on Luo Luo. Luo Luo was about to mutate again. Good, I didn't lose out this time. Seeing Luo Luo in this state, Yi Xian felt that sacrificing a large amount of his lifespan this time was worth it. This time, Luo Luo's strength began to increase rapidly, just like when she fused with the Charm Fusion Crystal. At the same time, the hair on her body gradually turned golden. 4th Grade True Energy Disaster. 5th Grade True Energy Disaster. 6th Grade True Energy Disaster. 7th Grade True Energy Disaster. In less than 10 minutes, Luo Luo had already rushed to the 7th Grade True Energy Disaster, and it was still increasing. 8th Grade True Energy Disaster. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This had already surpassed his current cultivation level. Luo Luo's cultivation level was still increasing, but she hadn't broken through to the 9th Grade True Energy Disaster. However, this was enough to shock Yi Xian. From the 3rd Grade True Energy Disaster, she had broken through to the 8th Grade True Energy Disaster, one realm higher than him. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly noticed that Luo Luo's tails had suddenly split into 6 tails. From 1 tail to 3 tails and from 3 tails to 6 tails? Next time will it be 9 tails? Yi Xian suddenly thought of a creature. The 9-tailed demon fox. The 9-tailed demon fox originated from ancient China, and it was later spread to other places. Legend had it that Su Daji of the Shang dynasty was a 9-tailed demon fox. King Zhou was charmed by her and became evil, doing a series of cruel things. Just as Yi Xian was thinking, the system suddenly gave another notification. Ding! The beast god bloodline has mutated. All advancement paths have been upgraded. As expected. As Yi Xian expected, the beast god bloodline had mutated again. This was a joyous occasion. All advancement paths had been upgraded. Now Yi Xian's strength had increased by 10%, and his movement speed had increased by 90%. In addition, his body's growth speed, all his attributes, and body's expansion had all increased. In addition, there was also the Beast King's Deterrence, which increased the damage dealt to beasts, the benefits of devouring beasts' corpses, and the Beast King's Rampage. The Beast God bloodline had the most advancement paths among all the bloodlines. The benefits of a single mutation made Yi Xian grin from ear to ear. Haha. Even if I only have 4 more years of life left, it's worth it. Yi Xian laughed in his heart. At this time Luo Luo finally woke up. She opened her bright eyes and stretched comfortably. Her 6 furry tails also rose to the sky. Compared to before, she had a hint of charm, making Yi Xian's eyes light up. "Young master," Luo Luo called out softly. "How is it?" Yi Xian immediately asked. "I've also awakened my inherited memories. I know what my ancestor is." Luo Luo stood up from the ground and glanced at her 6 tails. "My ancestor is called the Heaven-Loathing Fox, but I only know the name. Heaven-Loathing Fox." After hearing this name, Yi Xian frowned slightly. He thought it would be a domineering name like the 9-tailed demon fox. The Heaven-Loathing Fox is hated by the heavens. More accurately, it is envied by the heavens. Luo Luo began to explain. Because it is too powerful, the world gave it this name. Envied by the heavens. Yi Xian's face twitched. This name was a little too exaggerated. After this mutation I don't need to cultivate anymore. My body will continuously absorb yuan qi of heaven and earth, and the conversion rate is very high. Of course, if I refine treasures of heaven and earth, my cultivation speed will be much faster. Luo Luo suddenly smiled mischievously. What? Hearing this, Yi Xian finally felt that something was wrong. Luo Luo had finished her mutation, but the yuan qi of heaven and earth was still flowing into her body. Chapter 10:19. What the F***ck self-cultivation? Yi Xian was shocked. This was a vacuum cleaner. No, this was a yuan qi harvesting machine. Furthermore, it existed 24 hours a day. From now on, Luo Luo would not need to cultivate because she would be cultivating 24 hours a day. This was clearly a cheat, a 24-hour hack machine. Heavenly Loathing Fox, Heavenly Loathing Fox. She is so strong that even the heavens are jealous of her. That's why she got this name. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. He was already shocked by Luo Luo's ability. Just her physique was already so strong. Not to mention the skills she had after awakening her inherited memories. The current Luo Luo might even be stronger than him. What's the Charm Heart Sutra? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly asked. My fox clan only has one ancestor. However, as we continued to reproduce, many branches appeared. As long as one is from the fox clan, their body contains countless fox clan bloodlines. This Charm Heart Sutra can increase the density of the bloodline. In other words, it can stimulate the bloodline. Luo Luo explained. Every member of the Fox Charm clan has countless Fox clan bloodlines in their bodies. After hearing this, Yi Xian did not think much of it. It was normal to have many bloodlines. After all, giant dragons and heavenly dragons also had many branches. All in all, Luo Luo had gained a lot this time. Right now, I am at 7th grade True Energy Disaster. If I use my trump card, I can fight against 1st grade Spirit Disaster. As for Luo Luo's strength, I don't know. I'm afraid that she isn't any weaker than me. It's enough for us to head to the land of the dead. Yi Xian thought to himself. Young master, can we head to the land of the dead now? Luo Luo asked. We should be able to. Yi Xian nodded and replied. Although the two of them had not reached Spirit Disaster, their strength was enough to fight against experts of Spirit Disaster. Although there was still danger in the land of the dead, they could not increase their strength much in this area. Therefore, they could only choose to enter the land of the dead. Immediately, they set off and headed towards the land of the dead. The land of the dead was a dark place. It was even more chaotic than the ghost tomb. Yi Xian estimated that with their current speed, they would need at least 5 days to reach there. However, this was inevitable. After all, Yi Xian did not have the void locator of the land of the dead. Therefore, he still sent his doppelganger out to hunt some supreme saint beasts and obtain some pills to increase his strength. During these 5 days, Yi Xian's true body hadn't encountered any problems. However, with Luolua's current physique, she had absorbed 5 days of yuan qi. It wouldn't be long before she broke through to the 9th level of quintessential energy disaster. That last Luoluo is now madly absorbing the heaven and earth yuan qi. Her cultivation speed will be even faster at a high-level place. I can't be left behind, Yi Xian thought as he stepped into the land of the dead. The land of the dead was fundamentally different from other places. The sky was gloomy, and the ground was dark and barren. No one knew if a white bone arm would reach out and grab his leg as he walked on the ground. There were two major factions in the land of the dead. One was the sect of the god of ghost, and the other was the Corpse King Palace. As the name suggested, one was a ghost tamer while the other was a zombie tamer. At this moment, Yi Xian entered the territory of the sect of the god of ghost. The corpse man is hiding somewhere in the land of the dead. Now that I'm here, I don't know how to find him. Yi Xian pondered. Since there were no clues, he could only ask someone. Of course, he had another method, which was to wander around. This was because the corpse ghost mark in his body had not been removed. He could use himself as bait to lure out the corpse man. Luluo, let's go. Yi Xian shouted and began to wander around. Because he had just arrived, he did not have a map of the land of the dead. Therefore, what he wanted to see the most now was people. Finally, 1 hour after Yi Xian entered the land of the dead, he finally sensed an aura. It was a young man at the 8th level of quintessential energy disaster. Behind him were 2 iron corpses, who were also at the 8th level of quintessential energy disaster. The corpse tamer branch. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and immediately rushed over with Luoluo. Who's there? The young man who was leading the 2 iron corpses was a young man. When he sensed Yi Xian and Luoluo's aura, he immediately turned around and shouted. But in the next moment, he was controlled by Yi Xian's eye of control. Give me your universe ring. Yi Xian directly said to the young man. The 8th level of quintessential energy disaster was only 1 level higher than him. Even if it was the 9th level of quintessential energy disaster, Yi Xian would only have the fate of being controlled. Of course, if it was an expert of spirit disaster, it would not be easy to control them. This was because spirit disaster increased all aspects. Other than physique and true qi, there was also spiritual energy. The young man took off the universe ring in his hand and tossed it to Yi Xian. The latter took the universe ring and quickly checked it. There weren't many things inside, so he could only raise his cultivation by a bit. However, there was a map of the land of the dead inside. I'm currently in the territory of the 100 Ghosts sect. There's an expert at the 3rd level of spirit disaster in the 100 Ghosts sect. Yi Xian muttered as he casually copied the map into his universe ring. Young master, since they are all demonic Tao forces, why don't we just kill our way in? Luoluo said as if she wanted to see the world in chaos. 3rd level of spirit disaster? We're still not a match for them, right? Yi Xian frowned. Oh, I feel that I'm very powerful now. Won't we know once we try? Luoluo pouted. Let's take a look first. Yi Xian did not immediately make a decision. This young man was from one of the forces under the Corpse King Palace. He had entered the territory of the God of Ghosts sect to train, so there were some ghost fetus in his universe ring. Ghost fetus was something refined from ghost spirits, but it could be used to strengthen ghost spirits. However, for the corpse ghost Taoist, ghost fetus could be planted into a living person's body. This was something that the God of Ghost sect and Corpse King Palace did not know how to do. Although Yi Xian knew how to refine ghost fetus, he did not know how to do so. However, this did not matter because Yi Xian had never thought of refining a human into a ghost corpse. Furthermore, Yi Xian had also obtained the method of controlling corpses and ghosts from this young man. The enmity between the 2 factions in the land of the dead was great. If someone were to control corpses in the territory of the God of Ghost sect, they would definitely be attacked. It was the same for controlling ghosts in the territory of the Corpse King Palace. This young man was extremely daring. He actually did not keep the 2 corpses in his universe ring while walking in the territory of the God of Ghost sect. He was truly courting death. Luoluo, do you want to learn how to control corpses? Yi Xian suddenly turned his head and asked. No, it's disgusting. Luoluo glanced at the 2 corpses and quickly shook her head. The 2 corpses were half naked, and the luster on their bodies was like metal. They had died long ago and were refined into corpses. Chapter 10:20. Although it was not bad to refine the corpses of dead people into iron corpses, it would be much more powerful than iron corpses if it was refined from the flesh of a living person. After all, ghost corpses could still use true energy. These iron corpses did not have much true energy left in them. They could only fly and could not use martial arts. They usually used brute force to fight, so they could also be called battle corpses. All in all, the ghost corpses refined by the corpse Taoists were a level higher than the battle corpses of the Corpse King Palace. I don't need to control battle corpses to fight. Yi Xian shook his head and immediately put away the 2 iron corpses. As for the youth, he was directly killed by his sword. Now that we have the map, let's go. Just as Yi Xian and Luo Luo were about to leave, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! The corpse Taoist imprint has been triggered. After such a long time, the corpse Taoist imprint actually appeared again. After hearing this notification, Yi Xian's body trembled violently. He remembered that the last time the corpse Taoist imprint was outside Songlang City, which was also the time when he controlled Yuan Wuxin. After that time, he should have been able to erase the corpse Taoist imprint, but he did not. Now it was finally triggered again. However, Yi Xian would not let his guard down, because under his feet was the land of the dead. Soon an aura entered the range of his senses. 9th level true energy disaster? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows, but he was relieved. With his current realm, it was not a problem for him to kill a 9th level true energy disaster ghost corpse in an instant. This 9th level true energy disaster ghost corpse was a male. Without saying anything, he directly attacked Yi Xian. TCH, it's just a 9th level true energy disaster. Thunder sword. Yi Xian quickly slashed out a sword ray. This sword ray pierced through the air and swept in front of the ghost corpse in the blink of an eye. Bang! This ghost corpse was 2 levels higher than Yi Xian and had comprehended perfect sword force. But it could not block this sword and was directly sent flying. A 9th level true energy disaster ghost corpse's strength is indeed extraordinary. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. The male ghoul was severely injured and flew backward, but the ghost fetus in his body began to beat quickly, and then healed his wounds. I don't believe that I can't kill you with one strike. Yi Xian bellowed and suddenly summoned his doppelganger. Thunderfire sword technique. Thunderfire combined attack. The blue and red sword lights intersected, and their power multiplied. This time the ghost corpse was unable to block the attack. It was instantly hit and burned into charcoal. But what surprised Yi Xian was that the ghost fetus in his body started to beat again. Your life force is really tenacious. It seems that I won't be able to kill you without cutting off your head. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian's original body and his doppelganger attacked at the same time, instantly chopping off the ghost corpse's head. The 9th level true energy disaster ghost corpse was dead. However, after this ghost corpse died, a white gas floated out of its body and condensed into a white skull. TSK, TSK, TSK. Kid, you're finally here. Here to kill you. Yi Xian replied indifferently. Don't think too highly of yourself. This 9th level true energy disaster ghost corpse is not worth mentioning in my eyes. Kid, since you're here, then you'll suffer my endless pursuit. I'll definitely refine you into a ghost corpse. After the white skull finished speaking, it suddenly disappeared. Now, the corpse man knew that Yi Xian had come to the land of the dead. TSK. Yi Xian was very disdainful. In the next moment, he erased the corpse man's mark on his body. Although he really wanted to find the corpse man's location, the latter's realm was much higher than his. If he continued to keep the mark, he would be in trouble if he encountered a powerful ghost corpse. They couldn't stay here for long. They had to leave as soon as possible. But just as Yi Xian was about to collect the interspatial ring of this ghost corpse, he suddenly felt several auras. These auras were heading straight for him. He didn't know if they were going to kill him and steal his treasures. Yi Xian hurriedly put away the interspatial ring, then looked at them quietly. Very quickly, 6 people entered his sight. These 6 people were all young people. After they appeared, they looked at the ghost corpse wearing an iron mask on the ground, and their faces were filled with shock. A ghost corpse at the 9th level of true energy disaster wasn't any weaker than any of them. However, Yi Xian and Luo Luo, one at the 7th level of true energy disaster and the other at the 8th level of true energy disaster, were actually able to kill it. However, they were surprised by something else. Do you know the corpse man? The leading young man asked. No. Yi Xian paused for a moment, then shook his head. Trash, do you think we're blind? You're courting death. A black-clothed young man walked out, ready to give Yi Xian a few slaps. Just now, they clearly heard the conversation between the corpse man and Yi Xian, but Yi Xian still refused to admit it? Wait. The leading young man suddenly stopped him, then asked, since you don't know him, why did the corpse man use white bone sound transmission to talk to you? Why should I tell you? Yi Xian said subconsciously. Since you don't want to say it, then forget it. Since the corpse man wants to catch you, there must be something about you that caught his eye. After the leading young man finished speaking, he turned to the black-clothed young man and the other young man saying, "You two go capture them and send them back to the sect for the elders to interrogate." "Yes." The black-clothed young man and the other young man responded, then immediately swooped down. Although Yi Xian and Luo Luo's realms were not high, being able to kill a 9th-level true energy disaster ghost corpse meant that they were not weak. Therefore, the black-clothed young man and the other young man took out two 10,000 ghost banners and waved them lightly. In the next moment, two ghost spirits appeared beside them. It seems that the corpse man is like a rat crossing the street in the land of the dead. No wonder he doesn't dare to reveal his whereabouts. Yi Xian finally understood why the corpse man didn't dare to reveal his location. He was probably being hunted down by the Corpse King Palace and the sect of the God of Ghost. After all, the corpse man's ghost corpses were far more powerful than the ghost spirits and battle corpses. If he rose, then the land of the dead would be divided into 3 parts, or even unified. Facing the two young men and the ghost spirits beside them who were 9th-level true energy disasters, Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he once again summoned his doppelganger. If these 6 people each had a 9th-level true energy disaster ghost spirit, then they would have the battle strength of 12 9th-level true energy disasters. Yi Xian didn't want to waste time, so he had to end this quickly. However, he didn't need to use his trump cards to deal with these people who were true energy disasters. Thunderfire Sword Technique. Thunderfire Combined Attack. Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger attacked at the same time. 2 golden sword rays swept out, converging together and attacking the black-clothed young man. What a powerful attack! The black-clothed young man was shocked, but in the next moment, he realized that the illusion around him had changed. Chapter 1021. Boom! The combined attack of lightning and fire landed on the black-clothed youth. That fatal heat instantly covered his entire body, and in a blink of an eye, he turned into a charred corpse. Instant kill. His death indirectly caused his ghost spirit to lose control and attack the young man closest to him. However, that youth had also fallen into an illusion. Rip! A crisp sound rang out as the youth's head flew up. He was instantly killed by the ghost spirit's claw. In a blink of an eye, 2 experts of 9th grade true energy disaster had fallen, leaving the remaining 4 in shock. Control! The young man in the lead reacted instantly and controlled the 2 wandering spirits. Just at this moment the wind whistled once again. 100-layer demon fox clone. Luo Luo suddenly split into 100, each of them holding onto a scarlet whip as they instantly surrounded the remaining 4. Among the hundreds of Luoyuos, although there were dozens of illusions, there were 20 real ones. When these 20 Luoyuos gathered together, their auras were several times stronger than the 4 of them combined. The pressure was so great that they could barely breathe. Not good. The youth in the lead had a drastic change in his expression. Only at this moment did he realize what kind of enemy he had provoked. But by the time he reacted, it was already too late. When Luo Luo's whip descended, the 4 of them had already fallen into an illusion and were instantly killed by Luo Luo. Although Luo Luo was using a whip, she had also comprehended a perfect sword technique. Under the encirclement of so many clones, even an expert of spirit disaster would be whipped to death. Aya, why are they so weak? Luolua's original body covered her mouth and cried out in surprise. She never thought that her strength would actually become so powerful. With just a single move, she was able to instantly kill 4 geniuses who were at a higher level than her, as well as 2 9th-level true energy disaster ghost spirits. However, this was all thanks to Yi Xian's Eye of Illusion. Otherwise, the 4 of them would at least be able to withstand a round of attacks. Luo Luo's strength should be able to fight with 2nd-grade spirit disaster experts. Yi Xian said in his heart as he looked at the 6 corpses falling from the sky. If it was someone else, he might be a little jealous. However, Luo Luo was his person, and the stronger Luo Luo was, the more advantageous it would be for him. Of course, even though he said this, Yi Xian didn't want to be overtaken by Luo Luo. Immediately, Yi Xian cleaned up the battlefield and collected the 6 interspatial rings. There are quite a few ghost fetuses. Now I can use my evil ghost twist cry as I please. Yi Xian poured everything into his devouring space. Not only that, He also found 6 small flags in the 6 people's Qiankuan rings. Is this the 10,000 ghosts banner? It seals the ghost spirits inside and summons them during battle. Yi Xian put away the 6 10,000 ghost banners. There were still many ghost spirits inside. When the time came, he could go to the city to earn money. But at this moment he suddenly thought of a good way to earn money. He could exchange for many things which would definitely be very popular in the land of the dead. For example, the Ghost King Pearl that could increase the strength of the ghost spirits, the Netherworld 10,000 Ghost Banner that could allow the ghost spirits to slowly increase their strength inside, the White Bone Sword, and so on. As long as he packed up these things, he would definitely be able to make a huge profit. At this moment Luo asked, "Young master, where are we going next? Now that I've erased the corpse ghost mark on me, it won't be so easy for the corpse ghost man to find us. Let's go to the nearest nether city first. I want to find a few things." Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he answered. Finding the corpse ghost man was not an urgent matter. His current goal was to increase his lifespan. Only then could he continue to use the dragon catcher hand. Of course, it would be best if he could find the necessary items to open the Eye of Eternity. After opening the Eye of Eternity, Yi Xian's vital points would shift to his eyes. As long as his eyes were not destroyed, he would not die even if his heart and brain were blown apart. At that time he could use the bloodline of the Divine Tree of Life to recover. Then Yi Xian took Luo to Nether City. Nether City was the lowest level city in the land of the dead. The power behind it was the 100 Ghost Sect. Yi Xian's goal this time was to find some useful items and earn a lot of money. However, just as Yi Xian and Luo left, a figure appeared at the place where they fought. This figure was wearing an iron mask. It was the corpse ghost man's ghost corpse. However, his realm was not true chi disaster, but spirit disaster. He wandered around for a while before flying in a certain direction. This direction was the direction that Yi Xian and Luo left. However, Yi Xian had already found Nether City. Nether City. The city lord is a second-grade spirit disaster expert. Yi Xian muttered in his heart. "Young master, after you're done with your business, shall we kill our way in?" Luo, who was kept by Yi Xian into the artifact space, said. "We'll talk about it when the time comes." Behind this Nether City is the 100 Ghost Sect. Although the city lord is a second-grade spirit disaster, there might be experts in the city, Yi Xian replied. The 100 Ghost Sect had experts of the 4th-grade spirit disaster, so he had to be careful. Nether City seemed to be the same as other cities, but after entering, one would often see wandering ghosts. Of course, these ghosts were all controlled by someone. It's said that the ghosts in the sect of the God of Ghosts are extremely powerful. One of them was even at the manifestation realm, and was the founder of the sect of the God of Ghosts. When he died, he set up a formation and refined himself into a ghost spirit, which allowed him to retain the memories of his life. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. The sect of the God of Ghosts was a power that coexisted with ghosts. The founder of the sect of the God of Ghosts had such means, which was why the sect of the God of Ghosts was so prosperous, and there were no signs of decline for thousands of years. It was rare for a true chi disaster expert to live for more than 100 years. However, the sect of the God of Ghosts could turn their own people into ghosts after they died. Furthermore, they would retain the memories of their life, and could continue to use ghosts to prolong their lives. The other major power in the land of the dead, the Corpse King Palace, also had heaven-defying means. They could refine themselves into corpses, greatly increasing their lifespan. Both sects had means to prolong their lives, which was why they were able to last for so long. At this moment, Yi Xian had already entered the Nether City. After asking around, he found out that there was no auction house in the Nether City, only a place called the Nether Market. The Nether Market was filled with all kinds of people. Helpless, Yi Xian could only head to the Nether Market to see if there was anything he needed. Chapter 1022. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Xian entered the Netherworld Bazaar and looked around, but nothing caught his eye. It wasn't that he had high expectations, but that he had no use for these things. He spent some time walking around the entire Netherworld Bazaar, but he couldn't find what he was looking for. Helpless, he could only start to set up his stall. The moment he entered the Netherworld Bazaar, He felt more than 10 powerful auras. These auras were not any weaker than the Valley Master of the 10,000 Flower Valley. This time his target was these people. Ding! Netherworld 10,000 Ghosts banner successfully exchanged. Ding! White Bone Sword successfully exchanged. Ding! Ghost King Pearl successfully exchanged. A series of notifications rang out. Yi Xian immediately exchanged for many things, and then put them on the ground together with the evil ghost twisting whale. Hey little brother, this 10,000 Ghosts banner seems a little special. What's wrong? A middle-aged man of 9th level True Energy Disaster came over and asked. This is the Netherworld 10,000 Ghosts banner. It's not something a normal 10,000 Ghosts banner can compare to. A normal 10,000 Ghosts banner is only used to collect ghost spirits. But this Netherworld 10,000 Ghosts banner can not only collect ghost spirits, but also increase the strength of the collected ghost spirits. Yi Xian explained and then said, however, this is not a single item. A set of 3, and a evil ghost twisting whale will cost 10,000 high-grade crossing disaster pills. 10,000 high-grade crossing disaster pills? Little brother, do you think I'm that gullible? The middle-aged man's eyes flashed. Not a bargain, not a single item. If you think it's too expensive, you can go shopping again. Yi Xian shook his head. Although the Netherworld Bazaar was huge, and there were many people setting up stalls, the items in the stalls were the same. However, this was the first time Yi Xian had seen these items, so it attracted the attention of many people. Little brother, what about this black pearl? An old man came over. This is the Ghost King Pearl. The owner of this pearl can strengthen his control over ghost spirits, giving him the ability to control ghost spirits beyond his level. Yi Xian answered again. Then what about this white bone sword? Increase the power of martial arts. This time Yi Xian's answer was very concise, but everyone could understand that the martial arts here referred to the martial arts that most people in the land of the dead practiced, which were the martial arts of the devil Dao, such as fierce ghost twisting, crying, breaking, and so on. Little brother, can you use this ferocious ghost twisting and crying once? The old man continued to ask. Sure. Yi Xian nodded. Then he took out his white bone sword and said, if you want to use the ferocious ghost twisting cry, you must seal the ghost fetus into the sword. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked. Swish! Woo woo woo! A black slash tore through the air, instantly splitting into hundreds of evil spirits. Everyone raised their heads to look, feeling the extraordinariness of this move. Fighting was not allowed in the Netherworld Bazaar, but they could test their moves, so Yi Xian would not have any trouble. Alright, just for this martial art, I'll buy it. The old man's eyes lit up. He immediately took out 10,000 high-grade crossing disaster pills and handed them to Yi Xian. This was the Netherworld Bazaar. If anyone tried to cheat, they would be captured by the Netherworld Bazaar's manager, so he was not worried. Seeing the old man so forthright, Yi Xian also directly handed over the Netherworld 10,000 Ghosts banner, Ghost King Pearl, White Bone Sword, and Fierce Ghost Twisting, Crying, Breaking. After the transaction, Yi Xian received 10,000 high-grade crossing disaster pills. The surrounding people also widened their eyes as they watched. The old man tested them on the spot. The Ghost King Pearl can indeed increase the ability to control spirits, and the Netherworld 10,000 Ghosts banner can also allow my spirits to slowly grow. The old man tested them one by one, and found that it was as Yi Xian said. Little brother, I want a set too. Another expert of the 9th level of True Energy Disaster walked out. Although he had a pained expression on his face, his eyes were blooming with a light that had never been seen before. 10,000 high-grade crossing disaster pills was almost all they had. Among the people present, not everyone could take out such a sum. Alright. Yi Xian also did not say anything. He exchanged for another set and completed the transaction. He had already learned the Fierce Ghost Twisting, Crying, Breaking technique. Moreover, on his way to Netherworld City, he had already copied hundreds of copies. Martial arts were very transferable. Even if Yi Xian gave away all of his copies, he would not feel the pinch. After the second set was completed, Yi Xian received another 10,000 high-grade crossing disaster pills. With these 20,000 high-grade crossing disaster pills, he could exchange for 4 more sets of equipment. Excluding the 2 sets from before, he made a net profit of 2 sets. Moreover, they could also increase his cultivation base. This was a huge profit. If you don't have any crossing disaster pills, you can exchange them with heaven and earth treasures. Also, I need these items. If you have any information about these items, I will exchange them with a set of equipment. Yixian shouted loudly. Then he set up a sign beside him. The sign listed the necessities to open the Eye of Eternity, as well as elixirs that could increase one's lifespan, heaven and earth treasures. Hearing this, the surrounding people boiled with excitement. A piece of information is worth 10,000 high-grade crossing disaster pills? Everyone was shocked. However, when they took a closer look, they realized that they did not know anything about it. Therefore, they could only reveal a helpless expression. Little brother, give me a set as well. Wait for me, I'll immediately go and borrow some crossing disaster pills. Give me a set as well. Yixian's stall was very popular. In just a short minute, he had sold more than 10 sets of equipment and received more than 100,000 high-grade crossing disaster pills. At the same time, his cultivation base was also increasing rapidly. Give me 10 sets. Suddenly, a shout made the crowd instantly quiet down. 10 sets in one go? Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and discovered that it was a burly man. Although this burly man had an ordinary appearance, the aura coming from his body surpassed the sum of everyone present. A spirit disaster expert. Little brother, do you have 10 sets? The burly man flew over and asked. If you have money, then you have goods. Yixian nodded. All right. The burly man responded and took out a 10,000 ghost banner from his universe ring. This 10,000 ghost banner contains a spirit disaster level ghost spirit. When these words were spoken, everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. A spirit disaster level ghost spirit? Using this to exchange for 10 sets of equipment? Everyone present wasn't a fool. They knew that the value of this spirit far exceeded the 100,000 crossing disaster pills. There weren't many spirit disaster experts in this area. Even if a spirit disaster expert died, it wasn't guaranteed that they could be refined into a ghost spirit, not to mention subduing one. However, this spirit disaster level ghost spirit was useless to Yixian. Sorry, I urgently need the crossing disaster pills. Furthermore, I can't control this ghost spirit right now. Yixian shook his head and refused. Chapter 1023. I'm sorry, but I am in urgent need of disaster crossing pills. Furthermore, I can't control this spirit right now. When these words entered everyone's ears, many of them immediately cursed Yixian in their minds. Yixian was currently at 7th grade true energy disaster. But this spirit was already sealed within the 10,000 ghost banner. Even if he couldn't control it, he could just turn it around and leave. Haha, little brother, you're really realistic. Fine, wait for me for a while. I'll go gather 100,000 high-grade disaster crossing pills. The robust man laughed and left. After he left, the surrounding people were astonished and asked if anyone knew this robust man. That person seems to be a protector of the 100 Ghost sect. One of the informants whispered. Yixian looked at the robust man's departing figure and let out a sigh of relief. The robust man's aura was powerful, and he was most likely an expert at 2nd grade spirit disaster. As expected, Nether City was filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Although the city lord was only at 2nd grade spirit disaster, it didn't mean that there was only one person in Nether City. Although killing people to steal treasures isn't bad, I still need to change my style occasionally. Blindly killing people is the easiest way to go berserk, Yixian said to himself in his heart. The land of the dead was different from other places. The atmosphere here was extremely dark, and staying here for too long would affect one's mind. Yixian was thinking about his future. While the robust man went to gather 100,000 high-grade disaster crossing pills, Yixian sold a few more sets. He estimated that as long as the robust man returned, he would be able to break through to 8th grade true energy disaster. In truth, he was selling them at a cheap price. If he was in a higher ranked city, it wouldn't be a problem for him to sell them for 30,000. However, considering that Nether City was at the bottom of the list in the land of the dead, there weren't many experts at spirit disaster. Thus, he naturally had to lower the price. Very soon, the robust man returned with 100,000 high-grade disaster crossing pills. 10 sets of equipment, very good. After completing the transaction with Yixian, The robust man nodded his head in satisfaction. Following that, he asked, "Little brother, may I know who refined these treasures?" "My master," Yi Xian answered without thinking. "As for master's name, I won't say too much. If that's the case, then tell him that our 100 Ghosts sect is willing to recruit him as the chief refiner," the brawny man said. "All right, I will tell master." Yi Xian nodded. Soon after, the burly man left. He had bought 10 sets of equipment because he wanted to bring them back to the 100 Ghosts sect for the weapon refiners to figure out. After the brawny man left, Yi Xian sold a few more sets of equipment. Then he felt that it was about time and said, "All right, I will come again in the afternoon. Everyone can come again then." When the martial artists who didn't manage to buy any heard this, their eyes lit up. They could take advantage of this opportunity to borrow some crossing disaster pills. "Young master, you've earned so many crossing disaster pills in such a short period of time. If you do this a few more times, wouldn't you be able to break through to spirit disaster very quickly?" Luoluo said excitedly in his mind. "This method is indeed feasible, but let's leave first." Yi Xian replied, "Why? Young master, you're about to break through. When the time comes, we won't be afraid of third-grade spirit disaster, right?" Luoluo didn't understand. "Let's leave first. I have a feeling that something big is about to happen," Yi Xian said and left in a hurry. From the beginning until now, his heart had been pounding madly, which was a very rare thing. He immediately found a place and swallowed all the crossing disaster pills in the devouring space. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at 8th grade True Energy Disaster. The system notification sounded. With the increase in his realm, Yi Xian's strength had also increased. His original plan was to rob Nether City as soon as he broke through. However, his heart had been beating so fast earlier that he decided to leave first before doing anything else. But right at this moment, huff huff huff, a gale suddenly started to howl. Yi Xian felt that the atmosphere in Nether City had suddenly become oppressive. Damn, something big is about to happen. Yi Xian's body trembled. His premonition was right. No matter what it was, he had to be careful. Immediately, he rushed into the clouds and left the ground. Originally, he wanted to use the eyes of the void to leave. However, his curiosity got the better of him and he wanted to see what would happen next. But in the next moment, he was shocked. The land of the dead was originally dark, but there was still some light. Just as Yi Xian flew into the sky, a huge figure suddenly covered him. The entire Nether City was plunged into darkness. Yi Xian looked up and scanned with the eyes of revelation. He saw a huge object falling down. What is this? He widened his eyes and found that the object was so big that he couldn't see the end of it. Was this a meteorite? This object was probably bigger than the entire Nether City. If it fell, Nether City would be destroyed. Damn, let's retreat. Yi Xian swallowed hard, hurriedly used the eyes of the void, and then got into it. Yi Xian left one in the Wind Snow Villa and the other 3 in the void. If he encountered any danger, he could escape in an instant. When he entered the city just now, he left a void positioning device outside Nether City. This time he happened to cross the distance and arrived outside Nether City. Swoosh! The void door closed. Yi Xian turned his head to look and saw a black shadow fiercely smash down. "Young master, let me out. I want to see it too." Luoluo shouted anxiously in the void. This was the first time that Yi Xian had seen such a scene. He couldn't miss it, so he quickly let Luoluo out. The next moment, the huge black shadow hit Nether City. Bang! The moment the huge black shadow hit the ground, Yi Xian, who was hundreds of kilometers away, felt the whole world shake. A shock wave hit him and instantly blew him away. Yi Xian didn't expect the power to be so strong. He was hit directly and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Not only that, but Luoluo was the same. Well, what is this? The entire Nether City has been razed to the ground. Luoluo ignored the injuries on her body and said in horror, "I think this is a corpse," Yi Xian slowly replied. Just now, he used the Eye of Revelation to scan the black shadow and found that there were veins on it, but there was no vitality, so it was a corpse. A corpse? No way, how can there be such a big corpse? Luoluo opened her mouth wide in disbelief. However, this was indeed a corpse. This corpse fell from the sky. Not many people in Nether City could escape. I'm afraid that all of them were wiped out. If this was done by someone, it's too terrifying. Chapter 1024. Let's go and take a look. Okay. Luo followed them with a solemn expression. It was the first time they had seen a corpse fall from the sky and raise the entire Nether City to the ground. How could they not take a look? When Yixian and Luo approached, they realized that the Nether City was indeed in ruins. Not only that, the land within a radius of 10 miles had collapsed as if a meteorite had exploded. Wait! At this moment, Yixian suddenly stopped Luo. Young master, what's wrong? Luo asked in surprise. There are 3 people on the corpse. One of them is at 3rd grade spirit disaster while the other 2 are at 2nd grade spirit disaster. Yixian explained. 3rd grade spirit disaster? Luo's eyebrows twitched when she heard this. Both she and Yixian were at 8th grade true energy disaster. Although she was about to break through, she was still at 8th grade true energy disaster. In the distance. Big brother, this Kuanpeng whale's corpse is really useful. It just sat on it and it destroyed the entire Nether City. A small-eyed man chuckled. Haha, I didn't expect it to be so powerful in our first experiment. We didn't waste a year of time refining it. Another tall man chimed in. Second brother, third brother, let's not waste time. Quickly put away the Kuanpeng whale's corpse and clean up the battlefield. With such a huge commotion, there might be some fish that escape the net. The people from the 100 Ghosts sect might arrive soon. After the leading man finished speaking, he immediately dove down. In fact, even if they didn't use this method, they were qualified to kill their way into the Nether City. After all, they had a 3rd grade spirit disaster expert and 2 2nd grade spirit disaster experts. On the other hand, the Nether City's City Lord was only at 2nd grade spirit disaster. At this moment, the 3 of them quickly descended. At this moment, Yixian suddenly heard a system notification from afar. Ding! Host has triggered a chain random mission. Please kill the target within a day. Following this, Yixian's vision changed. A symbol appeared above the head of the figure in front of him. It was the symbol of devouring. These 3 people were his targets to kill. Finally, another random mission. But why is it a chain random mission? What's the reward? Yixian was very puzzled. This was the first time he had encountered a chain random mission. However, he estimated that the reward for completing this chain random mission would definitely be much better than a normal random mission. Haha. Maybe there will be a few devour points. Yixian couldn't help but laugh. Young master, what's wrong? Luo asked. It's nothing. Luo, let's go over there and kill those 3. Yixian's eyes flashed. His entire body suddenly surged with endless killing intent. Sure. Luo's eyes lit up. She also wanted to have a good fight. However, the person in the lead was actually a 3rd grade spirit disaster, which was a little thorny. Fortunately, the 3 of them were moving separately, so they had a chance. Let them collect the universe rings first. When the time comes, we will join hands and quickly kill the same person. We are all 8th level true energy disasters, so we won't attract their attention. Yixian whispered. Okay. Luo nodded. She only needed to follow Yixian. Their cultivation had become an advantage. The weakest among the 3 of them was a 2nd grade spirit disaster. Even a 9th grade true energy disaster was just an ant in their eyes. Yixian also knew that the 3 of them should be from the Corpse King Palace. Using this giant corpse to smash the city would save them a lot of trouble. Even if it was a 2nd grade spirit disaster expert, they would probably be smashed into pieces by this massive corpse. After all, there was an array under the Nether City that prevented them from burrowing through the ground. Yixian watched from outside the ruins as the 3 of them split up to collect the spoils of war. At the same time, there were quite a few people who survived due to the angle of the giant corpse. They immediately rushed out of the city to escape this dangerous place. Of course, there were also people who took the opportunity to steal and escape. Humph, you dare to touch my things? You're courting death. Suddenly, a roar resounded from the Nether ruins. Some of the people who were collecting the universe rings were killed by the tall man. At the same time, 100 rocks appeared on the back of the Kuanpeng whale. However, these rocks were also corpses. When they landed, they hooked their claws and caught the Kuanpeng whale. Just now, the 3 of them were only collecting the universe rings of the people who were killed by the shockwave. There were even more spoils of war under the Kuan Peng whale. Damn it, if all the spoils of war were given to me, I might be able to break through to spirit disaster. Yixian gulped down his saliva. However, for the sake of the chain mission, he could only endure it for the time being. Young master, when are we going to take action? Luoluo, who was following behind Yixian, asked softly. At the same time, her hands were not idle as she constantly used her whip to collect the universe rings of the corpses. There's no hurry. Let's wait for them to split up a little. Yixian said solemnly. This time they had to be fully prepared and quickly kill one of them. Otherwise they would be in danger if the three of them met. Time slowly passed. Nether City wasn't big, and there weren't many residents living in it. Yixian relied on his eyes of perception to hide. A few minutes later, he saw that the three of them were a little far apart from each other. Even if the sneak attack didn't succeed, their companions would need 5 seconds to arrive. The time was finally here. Luoluo prepared to take action. We must kill them in one strike. Yixian took out the heaven-shaking sword. At this moment, the two of them had already made their preparations and quickly approached the tall man who was alone. The tall man was at second-grade spirit disaster, and was several times stronger than the Valley Master. However, Yixian's current cultivation wasn't weak. With his trump cards in Luoluo, it wasn't a problem for him to kill one of them. Soon he approached the tall man. You want to take advantage of the situation? How dare you touch my things? You're courting death. The tall man suddenly took out a bone sword and fiercely slashed at Yixian. Shoo! The sword pierced through the air, but to his surprise, Yixian suddenly increased his speed and dodged the sword. Eye of Glory! Myriad swords returned to origin. Fierce ghosts break tears. Fierce ghosts break tears. Yixian directly used his trump card. After all, his mission was to kill the 3 murderers who destroyed Nether City, not one person. In an instant, hundreds of heaven-shaking swords and more than 200 fierce ghosts rushed towards the tall man. When the tall man saw these attacks, his body trembled slightly and he growled, "Humph! 8th grade true energy disaster. You overestimated yourself and came to court death?" Chapter 1025. Gotcha! 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 Although the Skyquake sword was only a grade 2 supreme spiritual treasure, its strength was sufficient. The attacks only managed to cut down 30 Skyquake swords. At the same time, Luoluo also used the 100-layer demon fox doppelganger. In an instant, over 100 doppelgangers appeared. Then, with a swing of her whip, she hooked it around the tall man. 100-layer shackles. Luoluo raised her eyebrows. The 20 doppelgangers threw out the whip in their hands. In the next instant, the whip was like a long snake, tying the tall man up. The whip in Luoluo's hand firmly locked the tall man's waist, preventing him from escaping. How is this possible? I can't move? The tall man widened his eyes in disbelief. A second-grade spirit disaster expert was actually unable to move by a mere 8th-grade true energy disaster. He must be dreaming. At this moment, Yixian's attack finally arrived. Myriad sword return. Ferocious ghost break. The 3 groups instantly surrounded the tall man, leaving no gaps. The shrill cries of the tall man attracted the attention of the other 2. Third brother? The bald man and the small-eyed man turned their heads to look and immediately rushed over. However, it was too late. The 2 groups of ferocious ghosts dissipated. The tall man's flesh and blood were all eaten. A rain of flesh and blood fell from the sky. Only his head was left. Young master, catch! While the tall man was being eaten, Luoluo used her whip to throw the bag of universe rings to Yixian. Yixian caught the bag and immediately grabbed a handful of universe rings. He quickly devoured them, causing his cultivation to surge. The bag of universe rings also included the tall man's own. However, there wasn't anything that Yixian needed. It also wasn't enough for him to break through to the 9th-grade true energy disaster. It's enough to kill the 2 of you. Yixian's eyes lit up. The tall man was controlling the Great Peng iron corpses, so he didn't have any battle corpses to help him. However, his fall caused the Great Peng iron corpses to lose control. Bang! The tall man controlled all the Peng corpses to fall, and a corner of the Peng whale's corpse fell on the ruins of Nether City. The other 2 looked gloomy. They moved the corpse of the Kuan-Peng whale away and collected the Qian Kuan rings. Once they summoned their battle corpses, they wouldn't be able to control them. If the rock iron corpse above them lost control, the entire Kuan-Peng giant whale iron corpse would come crashing down. Then the two of them would be doomed. Facing these two aggressive experts, Yixian asked in a low voice, "Luoluo, can you still use that move?" "I can't. Once a day." Luoluo shook her head. She knew which move Yixian was referring to. It was the 100-layer shackles that trapped the tall youth. This move could only be used in conjunction with the 100-layer fox avatar. It could only be used once a day. "Since that's the case, I'll block the third-grade spirit disaster. You quickly kill the other person." Yixian immediately said, "Yes, young master, you must be careful." Luoluo nodded. She and Yixian were both at the 8th-grade true energy disaster. However, Yixian's opponent was at the 3rd-grade true energy disaster, which was 3 realms higher than Yixian. Therefore, Yixian was in more danger than her. However, Yixian had many tricks up his sleeve. If he cooperated with Luoluo, killing the other person was just a matter of time. Summon Golden War God. Yixian knew that he couldn't hold back this time, so he used his trump card once again. Immediately after, he and his avatar crazily swung their swords at the newcomer. Fierce Ghost Twist Tears Break. Fierce Ghost Twist Tears Break. Fierce Ghost Twist Tears Break. Every sword was a Fierce Ghost Twist Tears Break that could only be used by ghost embryos. Right now, Yixian's space was filled with countless ghost embryos. In the blink of an eye, thousands of ghost embryos pounced over. Wei Zhentian, Golden Armored Battle God, go and help Luoluo, Yixian ordered. Immediately after, the Sky Quake Sword and Golden Armored Battle God chased after Luoluo. Right now, Yixian was only left with his avatar and his avatar. However, he wasn't alone. Iron Corpse, come out. At this moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared beside Yixian. These 2 iron corpses were from the universe ring of the tall man, and they were both at 1st-grade spirit disaster. Not only that, there were also 2 ghost embryos beside the avatar. These were the spoils of war of the tall man. Hold him back. Yixian furiously roared. In an instant, the 2 iron corpses and 2 ghost embryos followed behind the thousands of ghost embryos and pounced towards the 3rd-grade spirit disaster expert. What a troublesome brat. The bald man's eyebrows twitched. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. Yixian was only at 8th-grade true energy disaster, but he was actually able to control 2 iron corpses and 2 ghost embryos at 1st-grade spirit disaster at the same time. However, what he didn't know was that Yixian's avatar and original body each held a Ghost King Pearl, which could strengthen their control. At this moment, the 3rd-grade spirit disaster expert had already come into contact with the thousands of ghost embryos. Scatter! The 3rd-grade spirit disaster expert raised the large blade in his hand and fiercely slashed down. Whoosh whoosh! A huge sword ray pierced through the air and cleaved the thousands of ghost embryos into 2. Immediately after, he swiftly passed through, not wanting to tangle with the ghost embryos. Good fellow, you're indeed capable. Again, Yixian's avatar and original body attacked once again, continuously using the ghost embryos to seal the ghost embryos into the white bone swords in their hands. In the blink of an eye, thousands of ghost embryos appeared. Although these ghost embryos weren't affected by the Eye of Radiance and turned golden, they were formed from Yixian's true qi. Therefore, their essence was still stronger. This time, Yixian did not let the ghost embryos attack, but surrounded him. His aura was directly covered by the ghost embryos. Brat, do you think that I won't be able to find you if you hide in there? The 3rd-grade spirit disaster expert's blade slashed down once again, splitting the group of ghost embryos into 2. However, he did not find Yixian's figure. On the contrary, the number of ghost embryos increased. 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. Yixian's avatar and original body were constantly exhausting the ghost embryos, using their true qi to condense the ghost embryos. Although the consumption of the ghost embryos was huge, Yixian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life, so he was able to balance the consumption. The 3rd-grade spirit disaster expert knew that he couldn't let Yixian continue like this, so he started to attack crazily. His attack could scatter the ghost embryos, and the speed of destroying the ghost embryos was about the same as Yixian's condensing speed. However, He had forgotten that Yixian's main goal was to delay him. On the other side, Luoluo had already come into contact with the small-eyed man. 100-layer demon fox avatar. Chapter 1026. The 100-layer shackles could only be used once a day, but the 100-layer fox clone had no cooldown restriction. However, although the 100-layer fox clone could create hundreds of clones, there were only 20 of them. The rest were just illusions. At the same time, the 20 of them only had half of Lola's combat power. The small-eyed man looked at the Luoluo and his eyes widened. He couldn't figure out which one was the real Luoluo. "Little girl, if I find your real Luoluo, I will strip you naked," the small-eyed man shouted as he blocked Lola's whip attack, the Skyquake sword and the golden armored battle god's attack. "How dare you scold me? I will fight you." Luoluo was provoked. In an instant, her hair turned golden. "Found it." The small-eyed man's eyes lit up. He didn't expect his provocation to succeed. He quickly raised his hand to attack. But in the next moment he knew that he had fallen into a trap. Just as he was about to attack, an aura behind him suddenly surged. He turned around and saw a giant golden sword smashing down. Whoosh whoosh. The giant golden sword brushed past his body, frightening him. The Overlord's limitless sword didn't rely on slashing. It relied on vibration. Bang! Suddenly a strong impact fell. The small-eyed man trembled and fell from the sky. Good chance. After transforming, Luoluo's eyes lit up. She raised her left hand slightly. In the next moment a red flame appeared. 7-colored demonic fire. The red flame was smashed by Luoluo towards the small-eyed man. Then an orange flame, a yellow flame, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. These 7 flames were all thrown into the small-eyed man's body by Luoluo. When the last purple flame entered the small-eyed man's body, the small-eyed man emitted a 7-colored light. Shortly after, his entire body exploded with a loud bang. Boom! Flesh and blood splattered. His entire body was blown to pieces. Although the enemy was dead, Luoluo finally realized that she had done something stupid. Oh no, the interspatial ring. Luoluo's face was pale. She forgot that her opponent had a large number of interspatial rings. That move just now had destroyed all of them. "Woo-woo, young master will definitely blame me," Luoluo cried as she returned to her original state. However, in the next moment, she remembered that Yixian was still in deep trouble, so she immediately rushed over. Second brother? When the third-grade spirit disaster bald man saw that his second brother had died, his eyes turned red as he roared, "I want all of you to die." Now the giant rocks that were dragging the Kuanpeng whale were all out of control. The giant corpses fell down fiercely. However, the corpses had already been moved away, so they posed no threat to the 3 of them. Luoluo, the universe ring. Yixian hurriedly shouted when he saw Luoluo flying towards him. "Woo-woo, young master, I was wrong. I blew up all the universe rings." Luoluo answered with shame. "All destroyed." When Yixian heard this news, his heart trembled. This was too tragic. He had been waiting for the universe rings to break through, but now all of them had been destroyed by Luoluo. "Forget it, let's kill him together." Yixian did not blame Luoluo as he yelled. Although they couldn't break through, the other party couldn't do anything to him when he was alone. Now that Luoluo, the golden armored battle god, and Wei Zhenqian were here, their chances of winning were pretty high. Go! At this moment, Yixian controlled the thousands of ghosts to charge towards the bald man. As long as he killed the bald man, the first round of the random mission would be considered complete. However, things weren't that simple. This third-grade spirit disaster bald man gave up on controlling the Great Peng iron corpses, and took out 2 iron corpses from his universe ring. The 2 iron corpses were both second-grade spirit disasters. Fuck! Yixian was already drunk. After killing 2 second-grade spirit disasters, there were still 2 more iron corpses. How were they going to fight? Luoluo, give up. Let's go. Yixian roared in his mind as he kept Luoluo into the physical space. Just when he was about to leave, he sensed several powerful auras approaching them. People from the 100 Ghost sect? Yixian's brows twitched. However, he did not hesitate as he broke through the void and entered the physical space. Rustle. In the blink of an eye, They appeared at the location outside of the Nether City. Boo-hoo-hoo, it's all my fault. Luoluo blamed herself in the physical space. Don't be anxious. There's still a chance. Yi Xian immediately comforted her. Using the Eye of Revelation, he could see the 100 Ghost Sex group heading towards the third-grade spirit disaster Bald Man. When the Sandpiper and the Clam fight, the fisherman benefits. This was Yi Xian's current plan. As long as the third-grade spirit disaster Bald Man was powerful enough, he could vent his anger on the 100 Ghost Sex group and cause both sides to suffer. Then Yi Xian might be able to complete the random mission. Breaking through spirit disaster was an all-round increase. Therefore, Yi Xian could only fight against second-grade spirit disaster. Third-grade spirit disaster was a little too much for him. Of course, if he could have used the divine ability Dragon Capturing Hand just now, the victory would have been his. It's a pity that Luoluo was too careless. Otherwise, this matter would be much simpler. Yi Xian helplessly shook his head. As long as he obtained those universe rings, he should be able to break through to the 9th grade true energy disaster. At that time, he would be able to fight with the Bald Man. But since it had already come to this, it was useless to lament. At this moment, Yi Xian brought Luoluo and approached the Bald Man once again. Bastard, you dare to destroy the Nether City? You're courting death. Scram. Otherwise all of you will die. The 100 Ghost Sex experts and the Bald Man started to curse. At this moment, the Bald Man was extremely agitated because his 2 sworn brothers were dead. Most importantly, he did not know how Yi Xian escaped. Therefore, he could only vent his anger on the 100 Ghost Sex group. Form the 100 Ghost Array. Although the leader of the 100 Ghost Sex group was only at 2nd grade spirit disaster, there were 2 cultivators of the same level behind him. Furthermore, there were also 10-odd cultivators of the 1st grade spirit disaster, which was enough to contend against the Bald Man. After receiving the order, the experts of the 100 Ghost Sex suddenly scattered. In the next moment a violent gale blew. When Yi Xian left, his thousands of ghosts had also disappeared. But now, a large number of ghosts had appeared. The strength of a ghost spirit was much stronger than that of a ferocious ghost. The 3 second-grade spirit disasters of the 100 Ghost Sect could control a ghost of the same level. Therefore, there were 6 second-grade spirit disasters of the same level. In addition to the 100 Ghost Sect's 100 Ghost Array, the Bald Man actually had the intention to retreat. However, he also had 2 second-grade spirit disaster iron corpses by his side. These 2 iron corpses gave him more confidence. Chapter 1027. Kill. In the end, the 2 sides still fought. I hope you don't die. Otherwise, I won't be able to complete my chain of random missions. Yi Xian muttered in his heart as he looked at the battlefield before him. Luoluo remained silent by the side. Her face was scrunched up as she was still feeling guilty. It had to be said that the leader of the 3 was very strong. Adding the 2 battle corpses that he refined, he was actually able to fight to a draw with so many people from the 100 Ghost Sect. However, he was only one person. The battle lasted for 10-odd seconds. In those 10-odd seconds, the Bald Man managed to kill a few first-grade spirit disaster experts, but he was also heavily injured from the encirclement. 100 Ghost Sect, I will definitely take revenge for this. Just you wait. The Bald Man roared as he turned around and ran. Chase! The eyes of the leader of the 100 Ghost Sect lit up as he immediately gave chase. What a joke. They had already heavily injured the Bald Man, so how could they let him leave? The Bald Man's face was gloomy. Helpless, he could only give up on the 2 battle corpses of second-grade spirit disaster. At the same time, Yi Xian, who was hiding outside, also flashed. Now that the Bald Man was heavily injured and his strength was greatly reduced, it was the best opportunity for him to kill the Bald Man. Of course, he would have to wait until the Bald Man escaped from the 100 Ghost Sect. However, Yi Xian's hatred was too high in the Bald Man's eyes. If he appeared, he would definitely suffer the Bald Man's counterattack. Thus he couldn't get too close. Fortunately, there was a mark on this random mission, and it was much further away than the Eye of Perception. The Bald Man fled while the 100 Ghost Sect gave chase, while Yi Xian quietly followed from the side. In truth, he could use this opportunity to kill his way back to the ruins of Nether City and collect the universe rings. However, he didn't know when the devouring mark on the Bald Man's head would disappear. so he could only follow. At this moment, the bald man gave up on the 2 iron corpses to stop the 100 Ghost sect and took out a great rock iron corpse. This great rock iron corpse was at first grade spirit disaster, and its flying speed was much faster than his current speed. Not good. The faces of the experts from the 100 Ghost sect changed. Forget it, stop. The leader of the 100 Ghost sect knew he could not catch up, so he could only choose to give up. Then, they directly returned to Nether City. As for Yi Xian, he was still chasing after the bald man. The first grade spirit disaster rock's flying speed was extremely fast, but Yi Xian's running speed wasn't slow either. After all, it had a 90% increase in movement speed. To be safe, Yi Xian did not call out to him immediately. After all, they were still too close to Nether City. He had to put some distance between them. Young master, he is now at the end of his power. He is dead for sure. Luolua's voice suddenly rang in Yi Xian's mind. Previously, the bald man wasn't injured and there were still 2 second-grade spirit disaster iron corpses around, so Yi Xian was forced to flee. But right now, the 2 second-grade spirit disaster iron corpses were used by the bald man to obstruct the 100 Ghost sect. Most importantly, this bald man was seriously injured, and his strength was probably less than 70%. Since the bald man was heavily injured, it was only natural that he had to find a place to treat his injuries. However, just as he was about to leave Nether City, a voice suddenly rang out. Don't you want to take revenge? Suddenly a roar entered his ears. Sitting on the iron rock's back, the bald man knitted his brows and abruptly turned his head. He saw Yi Xian chasing after him. It's you. The bald man immediately glared at Yi Xian. At the same time, he looked around and realized that there was only Yi Xian. Even if he was alone, there was only one Yi Xian. He was an expert at 3rd grade spirit disaster, so even if he was heavily injured, it wasn't something that an 8th grade true energy disaster expert could deal with. That's right, it's me. Yi Xian replied with the heaven-shaking sword in his hand. I'll kill you and take revenge for my brothers. The bald man did not say anything else as he leaped down from the iron rock's back. At the same time, Yi Xian also made his move. Ferocious Ghost Break. Insignificant skill die. The bald man raised his large blade and fiercely chopped down. The blade light once again broke through the group of ferocious ghosts. However, Yi Xian easily dodged and split into 2. Ferocious Ghost Break. Ferocious Ghost Break. Another 200 ferocious ghosts pounced over. The bald man still did not understand how Yi Xian could split into 2. However, he did not think too much about it and continued to make his move. But at this moment, 100-layer demon fox clone. Suddenly, an aura attracted the bald man's attention. When he turned his head, he realized that there was an additional figure near him. No, there were over 100 of them. These 100 figures were all holding retractable whips in their hands. When he turned his head, they whipped towards him. Within a certain distance, Yi Xian could hide Luoluo in the artifact space. At the same time, he could also release Luoluo. Of course, the distance of release was much closer than the distance of storage. However, what made the bald man flabbergasted was that even he did not know where Luoluo had appeared from. Facing the endless whips, the bald man's eyes flickered. Suddenly, 2 iron corpses appeared beside him. However, they were only 1st-grade spirit disaster iron corpses. However, the moment these 2 iron corpses appeared, they were pounced on by the group of ferocious ghosts. Although the iron corpses had decent defense, they were unable to block the attacks of so many ferocious ghosts. In an instant, they were torn apart and devoured. Brat, I'll kill you. The bald man ignored Luolua's whips and fiercely chopped towards Yi Xian. The group of ferocious ghosts was instantly split into 2. Even Yi Xian was chopped in half. However, it was just an afterimage of Yi Xian. At this moment, Luolua's whips had also lashed onto the bald man and immediately bound him. Star Snatcher. Luolua's eyes narrowed. In the next moment, the bald man's true chi and stamina were absorbed by the whips. What? The bald man was shocked. Previously, he thought that Luolua's attack wasn't strong, so he did not pay much attention to it. However, he never expected that it would have the ability to absorb his true chi and stamina. It was fine if it was just his true chi, but his stamina was actually being absorbed. This wasn't a good sign. He was already injured, and now that his stamina was being absorbed, His mobility would be greatly reduced. Luoluo, well done. Yixian praised in his heart as he made another move. Another 200 ferocious ghosts pounced over. This move of the ferocious ghosts was pretty good, but due to Yixian's low cultivation and the fact that he did not use the Eye of Glory, the ferocious ghosts were easily dispersed by the bald man. Break! The bald man's true chi and stamina were constantly being absorbed as his face turned gloomy. However, the whip in Luoluo's hand was an upper-grade supreme spiritual artifact. In other words, it was a third-grade supreme spiritual artifact, so it wasn't that easy to break. Have a taste of this move. Rainbow Demonic Flame. Chapter 1028. Found it, the real body. The bald man's eyes widened as he hurriedly slashed with his sword. Oh no! Yixian's expression changed drastically. However, he reacted in the next moment and hurriedly joined forces with his doppelgangers to attack. Thunderfire Sword Technique. Thunderfire Combined Attack. At the same time, the bald man's sword gleam had already split Luoluo in half. Whoosh! The Luoluo formed from true chi was instantly destroyed. It turned out that it was just a doppelganger. What? The bald man was shocked. He thought that was Luoluo's real body. He didn't expect it to be a smokescreen. Hee, you're finished. Luoluo suddenly giggled. In the next moment, the vital energy and physical strength that had been absorbed from the bald man's body suddenly poured back into the bald man's body. The bald man's inner breath suddenly became chaotic. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His injuries were even more serious. However, there was an even more powerful move coming at him. Break! The bald man raised his broadsword high above his head again and slashed down. The sword gleam instantly rushed forward and collided with Yixian's Thunderfire Combined Attack. Rumble! A powerful shockwave swept out. No one had the upper hand in this attack. However, Yixian didn't only have one attack. He had three. Disintegration Eye. Bang! 2 disintegration rays landed on the bald man's chest and head, hitting 2 vital points. What? The bald man looked down and found that his chest was quickly turning into ashes. He even saw his beating heart. However, the most fatal one was the disintegration ray that landed on his head. His brain disintegrated into ashes. The bald man's eyes turned white and he died tragically on the spot. Phew, you're finally dead. Yixian breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he was a little anxious. His eye power hadn't recovered much, but he was afraid that there would be more variables later on. Therefore, he killed the bald man first. If his eye power had recovered enough to use the Eye of Glory, the bald man would have died long ago. At that moment, Luoluo waved her long whip and threw all the interspatial rings on the bald man to Yixian. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at 9th grade True Energy Disaster. The system notification sounded. Yixian had finally broken through to 9th grade True Energy Disaster. He was only a step away from Spirit Disaster. Breaking through to Spirit Disaster was an all-round improvement. His physique, chi, and mental energy would all experience a qualitative leap. As long as he breaks through to Spirit Disaster, his Eyes of Illusion and other mental attacks would also be greatly improved. This was also the reason why Yixian didn't use mental attacks on Spirit Disaster experts. Ding! The host has completed the first round. The system notification sounded. Oh! Yixian raised his brows. He waited for a while, checking his loot while waiting for the second round of the random mission. However, the random mission did not appear for a long time. Yixian didn't understand the situation, but he felt that he should find a place to rest first. He immediately prepared to leave with Luoluo, but at that moment, ding! The second round of the random mission has begun. The host can choose the mission route. First, kill the pursuer. Second, escape the pursuit. Time limit is 1 day. If the mission fails, 1 devour point will be deducted. The system notification sounded. Yixian was dumbfounded. Kill the pursuer? Where is the pursuer? Furthermore, if the mission fails, the devour point will be deducted. Isn't this a scam? F*CK, it wasn't easy for me to gather 2 devour points. If the mission fails, it will be deducted? Yixian cursed in his heart. At the same time, he understood that if he didn't have devour points and failed the mission, his devour points would become negative. He would have to make up for it in the future. Originally, he wanted to gather 3 Devour points to evolve Luoluo or Wei Zhentian. He didn't expect that Luoluo would mutate. After mutating, Luoluo would need too many Devour points to evolve again. Yixian didn't dare to think about it. Wei Zhentian only needed 3 Devour points to evolve this time. Hence, Yixian decided to evolve Wei Zhentian after gathering 3 Devour points. From the looks of it, there might be some unforeseen circumstances. Whatever, as long as I complete the mission, the Devour points won't be deducted. Yixian didn't want to think too much. However, he didn't know who the pursuer was. It wasn't wise for him to accept the mission rashly. However, in the next moment he felt a strong aura. It was at least 3rd grade spirit disaster. He immediately turned his head to take a look, and soon a figure entered his sight. Combining the eye of revelation and eye of perception, he felt that the figure was familiar. Ding, the pursuer has appeared. The system notification sounded again. At the same time, the Devour mark appeared on the figure's head. The pursuer had finally arrived. The pursuer was wearing a metal mask. It was the Ghost Corpse Daoist's Ghost Corpse. Yixian had already erased the Ghost Corpse Daoist's mark. This time the Ghost Corpse was able to find him because of the commotion just now. Wait, this Ghost Corpse seems a little familiar. Suddenly Yixian paused. In the next moment his eyes widened. This Ghost Corpse seemed to be Feng Wuchen. Damn, it's Feng Wuchen? How am I supposed to kill him? Yixian was shocked. Young master, someone's coming. At this moment, the Ghost Corpse was so close that even Luoluo noticed it. As soon as Luoluo finished speaking, a system notification sounded out in Yixian's mind once again. Ding, please accept the mission as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be considered as giving up the mission. Countdown of 3 seconds. 3, 2. Hearing this, Yixian quickly said in his mind, accept the second mission. Ding. Mission accepted successfully. Time limit. 1 day. What a joke, this was Feng Wuchen. Yixian couldn't do it. Furthermore, Feng Wuchen was already at 3rd grade spirit disaster. He was a ghost corpse that the Ghost Corpse Daoist had meticulously refined. His combat power was above the bald man that Yixian had just killed. Most importantly, Yixian didn't have a single trump card now. Combining these 2 points, Yixian had to leave. He's Feng Wuchen. Let's go. Yixian looked at the rapidly approaching Feng Wuchen and hurriedly broke through the void. Then he pulled Luoluo and entered. Whoosh! The void door closed. 3 seconds later, Feng Wuchen charged over, but he was already gone. He was 1 step too late. At this moment, Yixian had already passed through the void door and arrived at the entrance of the land of the dead. Young master, that person just now was Brother Wuchen? Luoluo asked in astonishment. Yes, he has already become the Ghost Corpse Daoist's fighter. He's coming to kill me. Chapter 1029. Can you save him? Luoluo asked again. I don't have a solution at the moment, but I might be able to if I can find the corpse man. Yixian shook his head. The corpse man was the one who turned Feng Wuchen into this state, so there might be a way to restore Feng Wuchen to his original state. If it wasn't possible, he just needed to recover his memory. Ghost corpses were different from battle corpses. They were still alive, so the ghost fetus in their bodies didn't matter. Now that he had accepted the mission to escape, he just needed to hide for a day, and the mission would be considered complete. He didn't have the corpse ghost mark in his body, so it wouldn't be a problem for him to find a deserted place to hide. Luoluo, let's find a place to rest first. The 2 of them found a place to hide in the land of the dead. The essence energy in the land of the dead was much more abundant than in the Thousand Flower Valley. Luoluo could absorb the essence energy here at any time to improve her cultivation. Luoluo was already close to breaking through, and now that she had obtained so many high-level treasures, she would probably be able to break through by the time Yixian finished the random mission. Yixian and Luoluo hid in a valley. It was desolate and barren, so they stayed there for a day. A day later. Ding! 10,000 swords returned to origin is off cooldown. Ding! Overlord's infinite sword is off cooldown. Ding! Summon Golden War God is off cooldown. The 3 trump cards were off cooldown. After a while, Yixian heard a system notification sound. Ding! Host has completed the 2nd round of the random mission. Finally, the second round of the random mission was over. Next was the third round of the random mission. Ding! The third round of the random mission has started. Kill the corpse man. Time limit is 1 month. Once the mission is completed, Wei Zhentian will advance once and sign a growth contract with the host. If the mission is failed, 3 devour points will be deducted. Hearing this, Yixian's eyes lit up. He had finally reached the stage where he could kill the corpse man. However, it would be difficult to find the corpse man within a month, because he had no clue at all. Let's not think about this first. The final reward of this chain random mission is to let Wei Zhentian advance once and sign a growth contract with him? Yixian didn't understand what a growth contract was, so he checked it immediately. Then he was also shocked. As long as he completed the mission this time, Wei Zhentian's cultivation level would increase correspondingly as long as he devoured ores and weapons in the future. On the other hand, Wei Zhentian's cultivation level would also increase as long as he devoured these ores and weapons. Some of the ores that Yixian had obtained previously had to be given to Wei Zhentian. As long as he completed this mission, he would not need to use them in the future. Good, this reward is not bad. Yixian was a little excited. Among the rewards, the one that made him the most excited was Wei Zhentian's evolution. That would save him 3 devour points. After advancing, the heaven-shocking sword's amplification and strength would increase, and the 10,000 swords return to origin might also increase to the 1,000 swords level. Right now, Wei Zhentian was only at 100 swords and it was already a little insufficient as it could be easily destroyed. If he could raise it to 1,000 swords, then it would be really awesome. I can only kill the corpse man in 1 month, Yixian muttered. Just as he was about to go out and search for clues about the corpse man, the system gave him another notification. Ding! Luo Luo broke through. After a day of refining, Luo Luo finally broke through to the 9th level of True Energy Disaster. The same level as Yixian. Luo Luo, how many days do you think you will need to break through to Spirit Disaster? Yixian turned his head and asked. If I absorb Yuan Qi normally, I will need 15 days. If I refine heavenly treasures, it will be even faster. Luo Luo replied. With her physique, she could absorb Yuan Qi at any time. It was like a 24/7 hack. It was too amazing. Although Yixian was envious, he did not rely on cultivation to level up, but on devour points. Furthermore, Luo Luo was his treasure. The stronger Luo Luo's physique was, the happier he would be. Good. Now we will go out and search for clues about the corpse man. Yixian stood up and said, Where are we going to find him? Luo Luo blinked and asked. The 100 Ghost Sect. Yixian replied directly. He still remembered that when he first entered the land of the dead, he met 6 9th level True Energy Disaster youths. When the 6 of them saw Yixian talking to the corpse man, they were prepared to capture him and send him back to the sect for interrogation. These 6 people were the disciples of the 100 Ghost Sect. Immediately, Yixian brought Luo Luo and rushed to the 100 Ghost Sect. Nether City was in the territory of the 100 Ghost Sect. However, it was razed to the ground by the corpse of the Kuanpeng whale yesterday. Yixian broke through the void and returned to the outside of Nether City. At this time, the corpse of the Kuanpeng whale that destroyed Nether City disappeared. The corpse was too big. No one's interspatial ring could contain it. Moreover, the 100 Ghost Sect controlled ghosts, not corpses. They did not have the ability to pick up the corpse of the Kuanpeng whale, so they could only dissect it. Yixian glanced into the distance and immediately headed for the 100 Ghost Sect. The 100 Ghost Sect was near Nether City. With Yixian's realm, it only took him half a day to get there. After half a day, Yixian arrived at the 100 Ghost Sect. Young master, are we going to kill our way in? Luo Luo asked. Yixian paused for a moment then said, This 100 Ghost Sect has an expert at the 4th level of Spirit Disaster. I haven't broken through to Spirit Disaster yet, so if I were to be surrounded and attacked by the entire sect, it would be extremely dangerous. Young master, are you going to get some equipment again? Luo Luo remembered Yixian's ability to exchange for treasures. Yes, I'll exchange for some things first. Who knows, I might be able to break through to Spirit Disaster. Yixian nodded and immediately approached. Who is it? When Yixian arrived at the entrance of the 100 Ghost Sect, he was stopped by 2 guarding disciples. These 2 guarding disciples were both Spirit Disaster experts. Both of you, I am following my master's orders and am here to make a deal with your sect. Yi Xian said. A deal? What kind of deal? One of the guarding disciples asked in surprise. Yi Xian did not waste time and directly took out the Ghost King Pearl, Netherworld 10,000 Ghosts Banner, and White Bone Sword. He said, "These were all refined by my master. You will definitely be interested." Then he began to introduce them. After hearing this, the two guarding disciples' eyes lit up. I see. Come with me. I'll bring you to see the elder of the refining hall. One of the guarding disciples led Yi Xian into the mountain. Although the 100 Ghosts sect was not strong in the land of the dead, it was still very profitable for Yi Xian. Yi Xian estimated that the 100 Ghosts sect would want at least 100 sets of equipment. According to the previous price, it would be more than 1 million high-grade crossing disaster pills.